Hey y'all. Welcome back for the fifth and final part of What If Naruto Fused with Spiral Zetsu. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. After this video, feel free to head over there, where you can find about 30 other different stories to enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 22. Options. Do you still feel them? Only a little. It doesn't nearly hurt as much as when I first awoke. Of course they wouldn't. Those wounds were very unusual, even Tsunade-sama had issues healing those wounds. And they were just closed at that time, so I suppose pain was to be expected. And my eyes? There is no sign of rejection, Ino smiled. I don't think this will become an issue either, not after 2 weeks of such training. The only thing you should be careful about is that you shouldn't push your chakra pathway system too far. Seriously, you would have ruptured your tenketsu if you didn't have me around to patch you up every day. Thank you, Ajisai smiled, although even that movement seemed to ache. Another full day of training. Another day where Konan pushed her beyond her limits. But Ajisai knew it had to be done. And, luckily, she felt her power grow. Not as fast as she hoped, though. Aside from training, it were her emotions that distracted her. Losing Fuyo, reuniting with Sueren, training with Tenten, gaining acceptance from Konan, all those things mixed in with the overwhelming sense of panic she felt when she thought about Naruto. There was one thing that stood out, though. There was one thing that didn't make any sense to her, simply because she couldn't understand why Ino would be so accepting. Can I ask you something? Ajisai halted Ino before she could walk out of the tent in which Ajisai stayed. She had intended to let Ajisai rest, while she would help Sueren with preparing this evening's meal. Konan, meanwhile, was off to wherever Kanans go. Sure? Ino wasn't certain why Ajisai would ask permission to ask a question. Not unless it was something private. And Ino wasn't too sure she'd like to discuss the subject which Ajisai would undoubtedly bring up. Why? Why what? The blonde blinked. I'm a rival, am I not? Why can you be so friendly? I can understand that you heal me and keep me in the best possible condition for training, because that's the mission that was assigned to you, but why would you even care? What would you have done if Naruto had fallen in love with me during the time you were dead? Ino countered bluntly. Do you think violence would solve anything? No. But if I harmed you, and we managed to free Naruto, would you think he'd forgive me? Ino smiled sadly. Naruto might have changed, and after all he's been through he's not the same I once knew, but I know he'd still react the same way. He'd be furious. I don't even need to doubt it, because I've seen it before, when Zetsu tricked him. I suppose, Ajisai mumbled. But still, I wouldn't be able to give up. Naruto is still a person who is very precious to me, Ajisai. His happiness is more important to me than my own selfishness. The Yamanaka took a seat. I had to accept that Naruto moved on. And after what he's been through, I can't blame him. Nor can I blame you. You were there for him when he needed you. That's how things work, how life is, and I just have to deal with that. So you're not angry? Angry against whom? At myself, for not being there instead of you? At Naruto, because he disappeared and forgot about me? At Zetsu, for causing all this? Ino shook her head. No, that would be pointless. Things happened. All that matters now is that we save Naruto, and end Zetsu. As for me, the logical part of my mind tells me I lost Naruto years ago. He changed, I changed, and now I just have to accept and move on like he did. It can't be that easy to discard your feelings. Who said it was easy? Ino sighed. But even if my parents call me a clover, I feel more like a yellow tulip, the Yamanaka admitted. The latter flower symbolized one-sided love. And she didn't want to be associated with such a flower. The clover, however, was associated with luck, and Ino couldn't say she had felt very lucky these past few years. What? The orange-haired girl blinked in confusion. Considering your name, I assumed you were acquainted with Hanako Toba, the language of flowers. Naruto-kun had several books on flowers, some of which I read while he was training in Ame, Ajisai shrugged. As such, I know that the flower I'm named after, the hydrangea, symbolizes pride. Personally, I think the infinite sorrows moniker of the allium has been more befitting of me, though. All of a sudden the union-like hairstyle that the other girl seemed to prefer made sense to her, though Ino still felt the urge to correct the lack of knowledge. The ajisai, or hydrangea, might symbolize pride, but it is quite the oversimplification. Flowers usually have various meanings. The hydrangea also symbolizes an energetic girl, for instance. But from what I've seen so far, I think coldness is the best interpretation. The hydrangea is considered to be beautiful, but also a bit cold. I didn't mean to criticize you, Ino saw the look of the Rinnegan bearer. It's just. You know, from what Naruto and Swearin told me before, it seemed to me like you were a bit distant and cold before you fell in love with him. I suppose you're not wrong, Ajisai admitted. How do you know all this stuff? Well, I did work in my parents' flower shop for years, so of course I'd know about that, Ino huffed. I might not be a complete expert, like Ka-san is, but I know my flowers. With that she stood up and left to help Swearin. Ajisai, however, remained in the tent for a while, pondering about Ino's words. Botan, the peony, was a flower that stood symbol for nobility, respect, and good fortune, as well as bravery, daring, and honor. That one was the only flower that Ajisai had remembered properly from the book which Naruto had lent her. At the time she had taken an interest in that literature because she was rather bored. Naruto had spent most of his time in meditation, leaving her with little else to do than taking care of their food. The nobility aspect had drawn her interest because she felt like Naruto had possessed a certain noble quality in the way he acted. Not noble in the sense that he acted like an uptight aristocrat, but rather in the way he remained humble even though he stood way above the vast majority of the shinobi in the world. Ironically, it turned out that he was the son of a Hokage, which actually made him nobility of sorts. Ajisai sighed. Dealing with Ino had made her tenser than she had anticipated. The reason was simple, Naruto. I'm a bit too possessive of Naruto-kun, am I not? Or is that normal? But the thought of Naruto-kun being with another woman. The mere thought made her feel an anger which she had never felt before. Yes, it was more or less customary that rivalries with regard to love were decided with violence, either hidden or openly, if neither of the parties would back off. While this usually was a matter between males of equal standing who both laid a claim on the same woman, it also happened the other way around. The people of Omegakure were a bit harsh in this contrast, Ajisai knew that, but still she couldn't imagine herself to ever let go of Naruto. As such, she also found it hard to imagine that Ino could let go of him, as Ajisai had clearly seen how sincere the blonde was. But for Ino, if I had been dead for several years, and was brought back, things would be different too. When she last saw Naruto, he was a boy. But after what Zetsu and Kakuzu did, Naruto changed. For Ino, that must hurt most, she bit her trembling lip. Could the same happen between Naruto and me, because of what Zetsu has done this time? Getting him back and finding out that he's no longer the Naruto I know? She stared at the roof, wondering what she would do if she'd lose Naruto. Would she be capable of accepting such a thing? Her heart said hell no, but her head told her to respect Ino, for her decision must have required a lot of maturity and mental strength. Ajisai couldn't see herself letting go of Naruto without falling apart. It seems that, besides Naruto and Tenten, there is a third person from Konoha whom I can respect. Staring into the little fire on which he was preparing his fish, Jiraiya felt old. Older than ever, actually. In a sense, this was worse than the time after Tsunade had blamed him for Naruto's death. Back then, he had no purpose, no goal in life, only feeling a deep bitterness that poisoned his entire mind. To the point that he heard Nagato's ideals, and couldn't find himself to disagree. He sighed. A world where people would be scared into peace. A world where there would not be broken people like him, or those dearest to him. In hindsight, it was so easy to think that the sacrifice of the few was worth it as long as it was for the benefit of the many. But truly, it was only his own selfishness, his own pain, which led him to agree. Yeah, I was stupid, he mumbled to himself. He grabbed a twig and poked in the fire. I should have continued searching for Naruto, rather than lose hope. He took his fish and ate in silence. He'd traveled through the lands during these past 2 weeks, without a real sign of Naruto. There were some reports of people who had seen Naruto, but every time Jiraiya had investigated those claims they turned out to be false. Well, it had been Naruto, but simply not the real one. This was Zetsu playing tricks on them, trying to distract and scatter his pursuers. To Jiraiya, that was a sign of vulnerability. If Zetsu's hold over Naruto had been absolute, he wouldn't have hidden. There simply would not have been a need to hide. Naruto alone would have been strong enough, even in his weakened condition, to completely annihilate the allied forces. Then again, Konan had mentioned that Nagato had seen how Zetsu had only barely gained control over Naruto. In that line of reasoning, Jiraiya could see two vulnerabilities in Zetsu's control. The first vulnerability in Zetsu's plan was that in combat, Zetsu would have to exhaust his own chakra in order to manipulate Naruto. If forced to fight for extended periods of time, and presuming that Naruto's vast chakra supply would outlast that of the parasite, Jiraiya thought that Naruto would have a fair chance at forcing Zetsu out of his body. Especially if the Kyuubi was as cooperative as Tsunade had said. Still, there were some pretty big disadvantages to this strategy. Naruto's Mokuton was too dangerous. Although Jiraiya doubted that Zetsu could use Naruto's Senjutsu to amplify his abilities, Naruto was still dangerous enough without it. If Fukasaku-sama and Shima-sama back me up, I would probably stand a chance to at least hold him up for a while, but then there is still the matter of the Geto Mazo. No one knows how strong that thing is. Even worse, what would we do if Zetsu gets the Jubi back? There were too many unknowns to risk a direct confrontation. Especially with the chaos that was unfolding in the world. Through his network, Jiraiya got many detailed reports. Apparently Iwagakure had chosen the granddaughter of the former Tsuchikage, Kurotsuchi, as the provisional leader of their forces. From what he read in his reports, Jiraiya knew that this young woman was more skilled than her age suggested, both in ninjutsu and in the political side of her job. Moreover, she seemed honest in her desire for peace. The latter was still pointless, though, as Iwa's council remained in charge of the village with regard to the normal state of affairs, in the absence of an official Tsuchikage. Kurotsuchi would lead Iwa's forces against the invading forces of Kumagakure, but her mandate did not give her much say when it came to diplomatic relationships. On the other side of the land map, Kirigakure's Mizukage had her hands tied with an insurrection that was undoubtedly instigated by Zetsu. Former loyalists, those who still believed that Yagura's policies with regard to Kekkei Genkai were justified, had banded together. Likewise, there were groups of shinobi who could not let go of their grudges, and had demanded of Mei that she'd persecute those who had been on Yagura's side during the last civil war. In short, Kirigakure was paralyzed, and for each knot which Mei unraveled, two more surfaced. Sunagakure was the only village without internal conflict, but they too had been rendered weak, to the point that Tsunade's forces could not afford to do much more than focus on their defenses. With the chaos brewing around them, the Kazekage had decided that they were too weak to involve themselves in foreign affairs. Not until it was clear which party would be victorious, at least. Jiraiya could respect the shrewdness of Temari, especially after he had first seen her as a young and inexperienced kunoichi. In the end, the only thing about the whole chaos that mattered to Jiraiya was the fact that he couldn't expect any reinforcements from the other villages. And if what Tsunade just wrote him was right, the Konoha Council was about to get a majority vote in favor of ignoring Iwagakure's proposed alliance, opting to invade the country after Kumagakure had decimated Iwa's forces. While Jiraiya agreed that it was unlikely that Kumo would succeed with their impetuous assault on Iwa, it was foolish, cowardly even, of Konoha to exploit that moment of weakness. Even against a crippled Iwa, Konoha would have to sacrifice a great number of forces if it wanted to end the war victoriously. Those idiots refused to see that they'd need all the shinobi they could muster, if Zetsu succeeded in reviving the Jubi. So it was imperative that Jiraiya would find Zetsu, that he created a window of opportunity for them to stop Zetsu before the creature could unleash the Jubi on the world. All the petty grievances would be rendered to waste if that being rampaged through their world. Sadly, while they had united against Amigakure, the villages were now more divided than ever before. Jiraiya, a small toad popped into existence. Kosuke. I bring reports from our scouts. The red toad put down a collection of scrolls. I'll warn the Nidaisen game, two great sage toads, that they'll have to reverse summon you. So pack your stuff. Fine, Jiraiya muttered, before the toad disappeared again. If Pa and Ma are going to summon me, I'm sure they found something with regard to Naruto's location. Damn. That means I'll probably have to exploit the second weakness in Zetsu's plan. It would have been nice if I could have stuck with the first option, but as things are now it would be a mistake to fight him head on. Daily training with Tenten and Seimata had improved Ajisai's mastery in Pretapath drastically, to the point where even Konan seemed somewhat satisfied, although Ajisai found it very hard to figure out whether Amigakure's Tenchi-sama was satisfied or not. Devapath was more difficult. Ajisai could push things away, or pull things towards herself, but lacked the destructive force that Konan said she'd need against Naruto. Still, she slowly improved those skills, as her chakra reserves grew by the day and her control over her chakra developed at an astounding rate. As such, Konan had chosen to expand their training to the other paths as well. Animal path was easy for her, as if her body somehow remembered what it had done while pain had controlled her. Ajisai couldn't explain it, but was glad that she at least had one thing in which she excelled. Because Asura path was not her forte, to put it mildly. The first attempt to transform her arm into a weapon had ended in Ino being forced to call for Tsunade's aid. Luckily, the arm had been fully functional the next day, so Ajisai didn't really suffer much delay with her training. After that, Konan had kept it simpler. Ajisai used that path to transform her own skin into armor. While that worked for small patches of skin, Konan had said that it would be a good method to improve her chakra control. Ajisai found it a rather hellish training method. Thinking about hell, Ajisai was a bit conflicted by Konan's orders with regard to the abilities of the human path and the Naraka path. Ajisai was to improve her chakra control before even thinking of trying to use these two paths, Konan had said. Personally, Ajisai thought that the Naraka path would be extremely useful, but apparently those abilities were extremely dangerous if one didn't have perfect control over her chakra. Likewise, human path was dangerous as well, although mostly for other people. Konan, however, had said that the cost of learning this path did not weigh up against the benefits. Human path was extremely useful when gathering information, but during battle it had always been one of Pain's least useful abilities. Still, Ajisai knew she subconsciously did use the human path to some degree. Sometimes, when she physically touched someone, she got faint impressions of the emotions of that person. She knew Swaren was filled with worry. She knew that Konan was hiding her grief and sadness. And she knew that Ino's kindness was genuine. But is my training enough? I do feel stronger than I ever expected myself to be, but Naruto-kun is so much stronger. Doubt gnawed at Ajisai's resolve. She wanted to rescue him, more than anything, but when Konan talked about fighting Naruto, Ajisai couldn't help but feel some doubt. It didn't help matters that Konan was feeling doubt as well, even though she tried to hide it underneath her mask of stoicism. Not that Ajisai had mentioned that to her, though. No, in that contrast her insight felt too much like a breach in another's privacy. Konan-san, a voice sounded, although it took a few seconds for Ajisai to locate where it came from. Yes? Konan didn't seem surprised by the little toad as far as Ajisai could see. What is wrong? Fukasaku-sama asked me if I could inform you about the meeting. If you are willing, they are waiting in the office of the Hokage. The little green toad spoke at a pensive tone which surprised Ajisai. Obviously, the creature knew more about this meeting. And whatever it was about, it made the toad sad. Again, Konan barely reacted. She nodded, after which the toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Konan told Ajisai to continue training, and right after she dissolved into a cloud of paper, drifting away on the winds, heading towards Tsunade's office. What's going on? Swaren was on the lookout whenever she was awake. A sensor as skilled as her didn't fail to notice even something as small as that toad. Where is Konan-sama going? Hokage's office, Ajisai frowned. I'm not sure what is going on, but it sounded like bad news. I guess we'll hear about it soon. Trying to shut out all distractions, Ajisai turned her focus at the boulder which she was supposed to lift from the ground with the ability of her Deva path. All these strange exercises sometimes made her wonder if Konan had a good idea of how she was to attain her skills. Then again, Konan had said that only someone with the Rinnegan would be able to directly teach another person with the Rinnegan. In any other case there was always a certain amount of confusion, as the teacher would never be able to fully comprehend the student's Rinnegan. Thus the instructions were, at some level, flawed. Then again, this wasn't an issue unique to the Rinnegan. It was always difficult to translate the actions of other, when the teacher themselves weren't able to replicate those actions, into instructions for someone else. The uniqueness of the Rinnegan did increase the problems which that hurdle created, though. But it's not like I'm going to give up due to such a stupid thing. I'm going to free Naruto-kun, no matter what. Then he has chosen the worst place possible. For us, yes, Fukasaku agreed. Having heard what Ta-boy can do, we decided to not go any closer. Which is for the best, Jiraiya sighed. Zetsu controlling Naruto is already bad, but if we give him too much time to prepare for our arrival, things would be even worse. He has the home field advantage anyway. He has, Tsunade-sama, but he would have had that anyway, Konan shrugged. Naruto can turn any environment into his advantage, after all. He has proven that in the battle for Amigakure. Yeah, but this is worse than I anticipated. What about the inhabitants? It couldn't be that the whole village sided with him, can it? Tsunade scowled. After what happened earlier, that would not make any sense to me, but Zetsu's schemes have been strange before. There were no more living creatures in the area, Shima spoke up. She and her husband sat on a tiny seat atop Tsunade's desk, while Jiraiya and Konan had taken seats in front of the desk. At least, before Jiraiya had started pacing around. He wiped out an entire village? Tsunade couldn't resist herself and opened one of the drawers of her desk. Any of you want some as well? No, thank you, Konan declined politely. None for me either, Shima croaked. And he's not getting either, she interrupted Fukasaku before the male toad could speak up. Alcohol is bad for his old body. Ma. A grim smile crept on Jiraiya's lips. I guess that's two things that'll never change. Pour me one. Two glasses seemingly appeared out of nowhere, and Tsunade moved the sake bottle to fill them both. Here, she shoved one to Jiraiya, while immediately downing and refilling the other. Sake is no solution to our problems right now, Shima grumbled. We should focus on how to get Ta Boy free. Well, we can scratch out the option of infiltration or ambushing, Konan remarked dryly. He's not going to move from there, no, Jiraiya grumbled. So that leaves us one question, how many shinobi can we muster? Do we have any allies left that I am not aware of? You know darn well that we don't, Tsunade muttered, ignoring the female toad as she poured herself a third glass of sake. With the clan heads trying to overrule me in the council, I can't even guarantee that the full force of Konoha can come to our aid. Shouldn't you inform them about the whole mess? What do you think I did? The Hokage exclaimed angrily. That I just sat there while those idiots were spouting nonsense? I told them that Zetsu took Naruto, but they refused to believe me. Worse, there are multiple reports, obviously false, that Naruto was seen leaving Amigakure voluntarily. Those morons think that Naruto abandoned us willingly, after Akatsuki was defeated, and that I'm too fucking emotionally unstable to deal with it. Calm down, Haim, Jiraiya put up his hands in an attempt to placate her. When Kirigakure is facing civil war, and Kumagakure is at Iwa's throat, did you really think Zetsu would neglect to weaken us? Of course he had his schemes in place. We rallied everyone because of the threat of the Jubi, but our victory in Amigakure has made it pathetically easy for Zetsu to plant the false belief that this threat is gone, simply by creating problems which seem far greater and urgent. Zetsu has everything he needs, Konan agreed. So he waits in the shadows, until no one can stop him. He turned a defeat into a victory. This whole ruse has been the perfect way for him to cover his tracks, after all. But rather than thinking about what we cannot change, should we not focus on the matter at hand? Smart girl, Fukasaku smiled appreciatively. Yes, we need to find a way to stop Zetsu, before Tajubi returns. Top problem is Naruto-chan, Shima continued her husband's train of thought. He's Ta biggest threat to us. How's Ta girl doing? With Ino keeping her healthy, Ajisai is training relentlessly and I have to admit that her growth is impressive, Konan reported, although everyone could hear the but that was to follow. So she ain't strong enough yet, Fukasaku scowled. Darn it. If we cooperated with Jiraiya-chan. Shima muttered. We wouldn't be strong enough, but at least we'd be able to halt him. It isn't enough, Ma, Jiraiya sighed. We'll need more. It is pointless to throw Jinan or inexperienced Chunin at him, but the aid every Jonin who is able and willing would be most welcome. He didn't look at Tsunade, to her surprise, but at Konan. Can you gather Ame's elite shinobi, Konan? Not without being forced to eliminate the troops left by Konoha, Konan said stoically. I highly doubt they would allow me to take control of Ame's forces, not while Konoha is preparing to use Amigakure as their entry into Iwa's territory. That's not necessarily true, Tsunade smiled. I left Shikamaru in command, flanked by Kurenai's squad. If I sent Ino with you, Konan, then you should be able to recruit the necessary forces without eliciting conflict. In the contrary, it's even very well possible that Kurenai and her team join our cause. Her team is close to Ino, and was always close to Naruto as well. I'd say it would be for the best to take Swearin along too, Jiraiya suggested. It will be difficult to guide a group of shinobi without a good censor. We don't want conflict with Kusagakure, nor can we pass through Iwa's territory. And obviously our own lands are a no-go too. Understood, Konan nodded. What about Ajisai? I'd like to. I know you care about the girl, but if you don't mind I would like to take over her training. I'll take her to join the rest of our forces before the attack, don't worry. She'll need to get stronger, and fast, if we want to have a chance. What are you planning, Jiraiya? Tsunade was suspicious. Surely you haven't been holding something back on us, have you? Nope, Jiraiya lied casually. Not with regard to her training, at least, he added, just to be sure. That part was true. Sort of. Luckily, Tsunade bought it, or at least accepted that she couldn't waste more of her time on the matter. Then I'll try to gather whatever Jonin are willing, without openly defying the decision of the council. It's a delicate balance, and I'd rather not risk internal conflict. Ugh. I bet Shizune is going to scold me again, because this mess is my own fault. Tsunade couldn't remember that she had ever signed the necessary documents which had granted the council so much more authority during time of war, nor that she had agreed to widen the definition of time of war, but that was no big surprise. During her years of depression, in her inebriated state, she had encountered plenty of documents which she had signed without bothering to read them. She hadn't cared at the time. Nor had she been sober enough to be able to read them. And now she paid the price. Annoyed by her past mistakes, she didn't even notice Jiraiya's expression when he left her office. Nor did she notice the worried glances of the elder toads before they returned to the sacred mountain they called home. Finally. Took you long enough. Too long, Black Zetsu growled. Why are you so much weaker than Naruto-kun himself? No Senjutsu, remember? Oh yay, I remember, or you'd risk losing control of him. It is more annoying that the Kyuubi has nearly completely withdrawn itself into the seal. So you have to waste time on unraveling this seal too? One of the many white Zetsu that had gathered replied. Black Zetsu, covering the right half of Uzumaki Naruto's body, stood in front of the ominous Geto Mazo, with a dozen white Zetsu gathered around him as servants. Depends. How much time is left? At their current speed? A day for the group from Omegakure, 2 or 3 hours more for the group from Konoha. None from the other villages? There's no movement in Sunagakure, our plans in Kirigakure are going splendidly, and Kumagakure is still wasting its troops on Iwa's defenses. Most of their troops have left their ships now, but they still haven't pushed Iwa into a retreat. So no, there won't be more arrivals. That would be too easy, Black Zetsu said pensively. Expand your territory, look for groups who might take the other way around. Perhaps there are some who risk going through the Sengaku no Hakaba, Mountain's graveyard, in order to blindside us. K. Aye. Yes, boss. After the cacophony of replies died down, and the white Zetsu scattered, Black Zetsu walked over to take a seat. The seal which held the Hachibi back had not been extremely strong, quite unlike what Zetsu had expected. Considering the mastery that its Jinchuriki was rumored to have had, Zetsu had expected that the Hachibi would have been the most difficult one to extract. Instead, he had spent 2 days less than anticipated. A good thing, because the extraction of the gobi had taken over a day longer. It is a shame that things didn't go as planned. Madara could have done all of this in days, rather than weeks, Black Zetsu scowled, but when he looked at the Geto Mazo, who had 8 eyes open now, his foul mood lessened. Soon, Black Zetsu would see his mother again. Soon, his purpose would finally be completed. For her return was the sole reason of his creation. Black Zetsu idly wondered what he'd do after he was reunited with his mother. Perhaps he could ask her for a true body? When she created him, it had been more of a spur-of-the-moment sort of thing, but once she returned. Yes, a real body would be nice. He chuckled, looking up at the tree that put even the Geto Mazo in its shadow. How fitting that it was here, that Zetsu had chosen this specific place to bring back his mother. And Zetsu wasn't thinking about the countless corpses that were scattered, no. He did note that the white Zetsu had eaten their fair share already, though. But what made this place so ironic, to Black Zetsu, was the massive tree standing in the center of this village. Then again, how could they know? It's been such a long time. Even the Bijou have no knowledge of it. Although Hashirama seemed to have noticed how different it is. Why else would he grant a Bijou to a village that only ever produced one extraordinary shinobi? Zetsu pondered. That man's abilities with Mokuton had blindsided him, and had in no small way hindered his plans. Madara had been the perfect tool, if not for that fool. But Zetsu had come so close. And then that Itachi came along, Zetsu's entire plan had stood at the brink of total failure. And all that because of the shadow that Madara had cast over his clan. The fear for a new Madara had always spurred the other clans to distrust the Uchiha, who in turn had grown sick and tired of being isolated and discriminated. It had been so perfect, Zetsu had barely needed to manipulate anything for the conflict to arise. Perhaps this was what had led him to lose his focus, what made him overlook Itachi. The complete extermination of the Uchiha clan had been the price. A whole clan, One he had spent centuries of effort on, all slaughtered in one night. Not once since the moment of his creation had Zetsu felt so powerless. It was ironic that it was an Uzumaki, a clan related to the Senju, who had allowed him to salvage his plans. In a twisted sense, Zetsu felt like Naruto was Hashirama's heir, and not just due to his Mokuton. The boy had been the same sort of naive dreamer. Although he had become more ruthless than Hashirama had ever been. Looking up at the tree, Zetsu could only wonder how many problems that Senju could have caused if he had understood the true nature of this particular tree. Would he have founded Konoha here, instead? Or would he have stayed as far away of it as he possibly could? Zetsu himself knew that he'd choose the latter. The white ones weren't so sensitive, but Black Zetsu felt the disgust nearly overwhelming him. Then again, the tree held less of a grudge against the white ones than it did against him, so it only made sense that he disliked the tree more than the others as well. The traitorous son and his children had destroyed most parts, but somehow one of the shards had survived, somehow it had remained hidden for centuries. It must have been a case of random luck that led the first human through the complex maze of tunnels that led into the hidden valley in which the tree stood. The last living remnant of the Shinju, even though it was merely a fragment, a pathetic shadow of the peerless thing it once was. For this shard belonged to the god tree that had produced the fruit which had been consumed by the woman who Zetsu called his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Old and mighty as the tree had been, it wasn't very surprising that a part of one of its roots had survived and grown into a tree of its own. Weak and fragile in comparison to what it once had been, but a reminder of the transgression of Kaguya. And Black Zetsu, the embodiment of her last will, felt unnerved by the tree from which his mother's power had originated. Unfortunately, it was impossible to ignore the tree. Takigakura's mighty tree still held a weak and distant echo of the power of the Shinju. Even after all these centuries, it still held its unique effect on the water, which could drastically increase a human's strength if consumed with the right concentration. Although Takigakura's hero water had the same effect on people that the Shinju also had, the complete drain of life force. Zetsu didn't care about the water. It was the effect tree had over the bijou that had drawn Zetsu here. Yes. If the tree hates me, it hates the bijou even more. Even as a fragment, it still holds some of its original will. It is ironic that no one ever considered how a weak village such as Takigakura had been able to keep the Nanabi in check, while even the 5 mightiest villages struggled whenever their Jinchuriki failed to contain their beasts. Then again, I did eliminate all those who did ask too many questions. It was unfortunate that Kakuzu had not executed the mission that Zetsu had given him, back when he and Naruto had been sent to capture the Nanabi. Zetsu had expected the man to slaughter Takigakura, down to the last infant. It was slightly annoying that Zetsu had been forced to use Naruto's power to do that. Mokuton did grant the perfect ability to dispose of large numbers of weak opponents, though. Those that are approaching aren't weak, Zetsu scowled. Jonin and the stronger Chunin, those had been sent towards Takigakura. I wonder why Jiraiya hasn't shown up yet. I am sure it was one of his toads that I sensed last week. It is unfortunate that he didn't decide to attack me on his own. Disposing of him while there are a few dozen Jonin around him would force me to waste too much time. Zetsu sighed. There was little time to waste. It wasn't ideal, but Mother would understand. If he waited for all of the Kyuubi's chakra to be drained from the seal, the Jubi would not be ready by the time which Jiraiya and the others attacked. And without the Kyuubi, the Geto Mazo was rather fragile right now. 8 bijou resided in the husk now, but without the last and mightiest of them, the amalgamated chakra would remain highly unstable. I'm not going to collect all 8 again. This time I will succeed. Ugh. Why did that accursed woman have to destroy Madara's corpse? Black Zetsu swore that he would make Konan suffer for the sheer amount of annoyance she had caused him. Isn't there more I can do? I haven't seen you perfecting that move, so why would you want to learn something new? But it doesn't even have a thing to do with my abilities. What happened to the times when students still had faith in their teachers? He sighed exaggeratedly. Poor old me, I try to teach you a jutsu that only one person in the world still knows, and still you doubt me. Why, if you hadn't been such a cute girl, I would have refused to keep teaching you. This is not the time for these antics, Jiraiya-sensei, the orange-haired girl said that latter with such contempt that Jiraiya snickered. You're my godson's fiancé, right? I guess you'll need to be a bit of a hard-ass if you want to live together with that kid. Jiraiya's smile never really reached his eyes. You disapprove? What? Of you? Why would I? He asked in genuine surprise. Sure, I would have liked to get to know you a little better, but I haven't really gotten much of a chance to get to know Naruto either. I might be his godfather in name, but I haven't been allowed to stay as close as I wanted. What's that supposed to mean? Ajisai frowned. Why wouldn't you be allowed to stay near your godson? Because of his parents, Jiraiya sighed. He was raised as an orphan, with his parentage been kept a secret, but Naruto is the son of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. The latter was also known as the Yondaime Hokage. Although I might add that Iwagakure knew my old student under different names, considering the large number of their shinobi who have perished at his hands. As Minato's teacher, I was told to keep my distance from Naruto, so that no one would discover the secret behind Naruto's lineage. Or Naruto-kun would have gotten countless enemies because of his parents? Exactly, Jiraiya nodded sadly. Konoha was in chaos because the Kyuubi had just attacked the village, so no one really paid too much attention to one little baby boy. Minato had already kept Kushina's pregnancy a secret, both because of his enemies, but also because Kushina had been the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Pregnancy is a risk to female Jinchuriki, as their seal weakens. So, everything happens because her seal failed? I do not know, no one does, Jiraiya grimaced. Minato was a master at Fuinjutsu, and I can't imagine that he made a mistake. Hell, I was so confident in that everything would go well, that I was out of the village and on a mission when everything went wrong. When I got back they had already decided to keep Naruto's true identity a secret. With his blonde hair, they put him in the care of the Yamanaka clan, which is known for that hair color. Still, those who were close to Minato and Kushina had to keep a distance to keep Naruto's cover perfect. But, couldn't you have? There must have been a way for you to. To do what? To meet him once in a while? Jiraiya shook his head. No, Naruto was an impulsive little brat, who spoke before he put his brains to action. The risk of exposure was too great. So you tell me, would you put your personal interests first, or would you put Naruto first? I'd put Naruto-kun first, Ajisai frowned. Whenever I was in Konoha, I snuck into the Yamanaka compound and watched how he was doing. And when he was a Genin, I slowly introduced myself, with the idea of taking him in as my apprentice once he was ready. Unfortunately, he disappeared before it came to that. Yamanaka compound? So Naruto-kun grew up with Ino? Ajisai wondered. Ino spoke of him as if she knew him extremely well, but never really told how they met or anything. It's too painful for her to talk about it, I suppose. Those two were practically inseparable, the Toad Sage chuckled. Even when they were toddlers, she was already bossing him around. Although Naruto had an excellent skill at getting under her skin and somehow escape without incurring her wrath as well. Unfortunately for her, things went differently. As you are well aware of, he smiled at Ajisai. I guess I should at least have expected as much from my godson, but nevertheless I'm proud that the kid has such a good taste. Now I see why Ino warned me about your perverted nature. Ajisai looked at the Sennin with a deadpan expression that made the old man only laugh harder. But how do you feel about him, girlie? How far are you willing to go for him? I love Naruto-kun, Ajisai huffed, as if that explained everything. I've heard many people talk about love, yet still back away when they needed to jump to the defense of those they loved. I'll do whatever it takes to free Naruto-kun. After that. We'll have to see what happens after that. You want to jump to marriage right away? Jiraiya teased successfully as well, considering the blush that crept over the orange-haired girl's face. You've got my blessing, girlie. I wondered how you'd deal with everything that has happened to you, but I guess Naruto chose more wisely than I did, because you're strong. Not strong enough. Ha, I'm not talking about combat ability. Your mind, Ajisai, that's what makes you truly strong. Without willpower no shinobi would ever be truly strong. A willingness to sacrifice yourself for the sake of something greater, for instance, or the willingness to rise above yourself, there are many forms of willpower. That's idealistic, Ajisai muttered, being more of a realist yourself. But no matter how badly I want it, I need more power if I want to free Naruto-kun. Why aren't you training me? You promised me that you'd make me strong enough to do it. Naruto means more to me than you know, Jiraiya sighed. Trust me when I say that I want you to be strong enough to free the kid. There is nothing I want more than that. Was he playing with her? All he did was show her a set of 3 chakra control exercises, which resulted in the spiraling sphere of chakra which she now held in her hand, while he was busy writing and reading. Oh, and he had her practice with the Preta path, whenever she became too exhausted to continue with the Rasengan. Reversing the flow, however, seemed a rather pointless exercise to her. She asked, but he kept writing. Worse, he refused to explain why the stuff he was writing was so important. He had promised her to make her just as strong as Naruto was, but even though this Rasengan jutsu was rather destructive, it wasn't even nearly enough to close the gap in power between her and Naruto. And yet Jiraiya persisted that the Rasengan was pivotal for the later stages of her training. Except that. You are aware that there is only one day until Konan-sama reaches Takigakure, right? We'll need to leave soon, even if the toad you sent with Konan-sama will transport us there. I know we're running out of time. But it doesn't mean that I won't be selfish enough to stall this a few hours more, sorry. The sad glint she saw in his eyes, if only for a fraction of a second, shocked her. She had wanted to protest, to force him to teach her something, but that look in his eyes stopped her from doing such. That did not mean she didn't grumble in annoyance as she walked back to the little clearing which now served as her training field. She had pretty much destroyed the areas where she had trained previously too many Rasengan, but this one was still relatively unscathed. A sign of proper chakra control, Jiraiya had called it. Hey, Kurama? Yes? The fox sighed. After all these centuries, I wonder. Do you think mankind is evil? Evil is a human concept. It is futile to think about it. Is it? Naruto frowned. Now that I'm about to die, I wonder. You wonder whether you are good or evil? The Kyuubi chuckled. Stop trying to break your head over that question. It is a waste of time. Your human labels of good and evil are entirely subjective. People act, and these actions can be interpreted in many ways. What is good in the eyes of some might be considered evil by others. There is no easy answer. Says the fox that claims he can sense negative emotions in people. That is not the same as good or evil, Kurama sighed. The fox slumped down slightly, closing his eyes, and sighed once again, deeply. My ability to sense negativity is difficult to describe. Let's take nature as an example, considering how familiar you are with it. Okay? Naruto raised one eyebrow, wondering where the enormous fox was going with this. Would you consider a hawk killing a mouse to be evil? No, of course you wouldn't. The hawk needs to feed, and preys on mice. It doesn't kill mice because it holds anything against those rodents. It merely kills them to survive, or to feed its offspring. There is no negativity involved, yet conflict is a natural part of life as they know it. The hawk would just do what it is born to do, just like humans kill their cattle, or feed of the products grown from their soil. So what would you think of a man killing another man? Good? Evil? Without knowing the circumstances it is hard to say, so let's assume that this man kills the other because he is hungry, and the other hoards food to survive the upcoming winter and denies anyone but him entrance to that supply. You could still consider the murderer to be evil, by your human standards, even though his act wouldn't necessarily be one brought forth by negative emotions. Wait, you're truly suggesting that negative emotions and evil are different things? I am. The act itself could be one out of an urge for survival, similar to that of the hawk example earlier. The bottom line is that survival always results in conflict, as resources will be limited. On the other hand, if a warrior fights for a just cause, would you consider him to be good? What if this soldier hates his enemies, and causes unnecessary suffering? In that case the act of murder would involve negative emotions. It is a malicious action that serves no purpose other than inflicting as much suffering as the perpetrator can inflict. That would still be evil, though. To you, perhaps. But I have seen many cultures in which such a soldier would be praised as a hero, as an example to the people. His actions may be justified and seen as good or right to do, as he did the thing that benefits the most, or simply because he was the stronger fighter. Different cultures, or even different generations, have different perspectives on things, including on what they consider to be good and evil. You humans entertain yourself with the idea that there are two opposing extremes, with some variance in between, which define your actions. But there is no universal definition of such things. As is the case for any language, mere words, including their ever-changing meanings, are man-made. There is no absolute truth, no absolute good or evil. Then what do you sense? The desire to inflict pain, Kurama sighed. Regardless of their cause, regardless of cultural standards or customs, this is the one thing that I know. A hawk kills in order to satisfy its hunger, or to feed its offspring. A man, however. There are so many reasons mankind uses when it tries to rationalize its own relentless violence. And that doesn't even account for the fact that it is often their own suffering that causes people to inflict pain on others. But the mere idea of evil implies that there is a fluid morality. I've seen it happen many times. Warriors are sent to a war with the idea that their enemies are evil, and that killing them is good. On both sides of that armed conflict the warriors believe the same. Tell me, who is good, and who is evil? I told you that there is no easy answer. You humans try to define and categorize things as if everything acts according to some kind of universal law, while reality shows you something wholly different. The irony is that you often squabble over the differences, eventually resorting to violence in order to determine whose perception is right. Then peace. The absolute peace you dream of is something your kind cannot achieve. As said, conflict over limited resources will always remain. And beyond that, there will not be peace as long as humans keep deluding themselves and interpret reality through the filter of social constructs that you call morality. It should be obvious to you that reality cannot be twisted and bent to fit those wishes. Reality isn't shaped by social constructs. You have seen this by observing nature, when you look at things as they are irrespective of human perception. It is why I say I sense negative emotions, rather than rely on your ever-changing concept of evil. Your concept will never have a fixed definition, as humanity always changes the rules by which you play whenever it suits your needs. Take your laws, for example. Do you think that what is considered to be legal in this day and age was also considered legal 2 centuries ago? You're basically saying that good and evil. Hell, that morality itself is nothing but a lie? It isn't a lie. Lies are meant to deceive others. Mankind's habit of defining and categorizing, of simplifying everything to a level where it is comfortably understood, it might be misguided and ignorant, but not necessarily meant to deceive. Kurama allowed himself to smile a little. You are not a pure and innocent being, and know well enough that the world isn't as simple as you would like it to be. Unfortunately, it isn't all bad. In spite of everything you had to endure, your heart is not ruled by malicious intent. Ultimately, your emotional attachments kept you from going astray, even if your sanity hung in the balance at times. Yet you managed to calm down when facing death. That makes you better than the old man's 2 sons, or anyone I've seen pursuing peace. You are neither naive nor despairing, but found a balance. She really has her heart at the right place. Jiraiya smiled while Ajisai returned to training. Everything so far had gone as planned. Even better. The true gambit was yet to come, though. Tsunade's attention was turned to her village, as she attempted to slow down the faction that craved war. Her idea had been that they would fall in line in case of emergency. If something went wrong, if there was a clear sign that no one could ignore, she would be able to unite her village. Too late, Jiraiya thought. Then again, in his opinion it didn't matter one way or the other. Defeating Naruto through force was no true option anyway. With Konan, Swearin, and Ino having gone to Amigakure, in order to gather as many skilled shinobi as they could, Jiraiya had focused his attention to his own schemes. Teaching Ajisai had been part of that. Preparing her for the gamble he intended to make. The speed at which she had mastered the Rasengan was simply preposterous, although it remained to be seen if she would manage to integrate denser forms of chakra into the jutsu as well. Oh well, there's no time to teach her that. It is already a miracle that she mastered the basic Rasengan within days. Minato would have been astounded. Let's hope the girl will indeed become his daughter-in-law. I bet he would have approved without a moment of doubt. Kushina would have been harder on the poor girl. Kushina has always been a rougher around the edges, and something tells me she would have been a rather overprotective mother. She would have given Ajisai a run for her money at first, and then loved her with all her heart. Jiraiya smiled at the idle fantasy of Naruto's parents meeting Ajisai. Perhaps it was that dream he had dreamt last night, that made him feel that way. He couldn't say. Minato had always been like a son to him, and his death had left a wound that had never healed. Now that Jiraiya thought about it, he realized that everything had been against him. An orphan chosen due to his talent as a shinobi, a team which eventually had left him behind, one by one, and students who had all died before him. At times he wondered if everyone he got close to became cursed for some reason, or that he himself was cursed. With a sigh, Jiraiya wondered if this gambit of his wasn't complete idiocy to begin with. Then again, Ajisai was more Konan's student than his, so perhaps this time he wouldn't fail? His influence was kept to a minimum this time, so perhaps Ajisai wouldn't suffer the same fate as all those before her. He hoped. I can't let her be another entry in my long list of failures. Nor can I let Naruto be there. She can succeed, rescue him. I'm pathetic, Jiraiya grimaced. This isn't how the tale of the gallant Jiraiya was supposed to end. Writing all these stories. It would all been for naught if my own story remains a waste of time. Suddenly he saw himself sitting in that kitchen again, a kitchen in a building which was long gone already. As were the people who had inhabited it. But sometimes memories of those times seemed so vivid, perhaps due to the strength of his longing, that they almost seemed tangible. Come on, don't say that, the male voice of his student had shaken him from that depression, many years ago. I thought it was great. Each chapter really seems like a page out of your own life, sensei. It almost reads like an autobiography. Minato had praised the first serious work that Jiraiya had published, The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. He himself had thought that it had been too pretentious, yet for some reason it had really touched Minato and Kushina. Although they were of a minority, considering how low the sales numbers had been. These had been nowhere near the last installment of the Uchiha series. The way the protagonist refused to give up, even at the end. That was really cool. He's just like you, sensei. Minato had disagreed with Jiraiya regarding the criticism on the novel. It had embarrassed Jiraiya, he remembered, when Minato had spoken those words, because that book had indeed been written with his own experiences as a source of inspiration. Sensei, I was thinking. We want to raise our child to be a shinobi like the one in your book. That's why we've decided to name him after the main character in your book. What do you think? Even if he thought back at it, Jiraiya still couldn't truly believe that Minato and Kushina had honored him that much. He, the man who had failed so many, had been given the honor of being their unborn child's godfather. Worse, the name Naruto was one which he had randomly came up with, simply because he had been eating ramen at the time. Though, this might have been the reason which had convinced Kushina to like the name, considering her obsession with the food. Naruto is a beautiful name. When Jiraiya closed his eyes, it was as if she was standing right in front of him again, just like in last night's dream. The woman had been radiant, at the time still blissfully unaware of the terrible events that were to unfold. What had it been? A month before she had given birth to Naruto? Hiruzen had given him a mission which would take him away from Konoha for a while, which had been the reason why Jiraiya had visited the family. If only he had stayed, if only he had been in Konoha that day. You're a man with true skill, an example we should all follow. I can't think of a finer shinobi than you, Minato had said when Jiraiya had been amazed by the fact that he was to be the child's godfather. That's right, Jiraiya pondered. I named him Naruto. And in spite of everything that was done to you, you still became a brave and honorable shinobi, just like the character in the book. Just like your parents. Just like Minato and Kushina wanted. You endured everything they threw at you, and never gave up, no matter how bad it got. You were tempted so much to give in to all the hatred you must have felt, and yet you persisted. And I'm supposed to be your teacher, your godfather. I can't give up just like this. Because the student's ninja way should be the master's, too. Right, Naruto? To never give up, to do everything within my ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable opponents, that was the choice I had to make. Jiraiya looked at the scroll in front of him. He couldn't see a single flaw in it. Every array of the seal was perfect. Likewise, he knew every aspect of the jutsu that was recorded in the scroll. Tsunade would be furious, but it wasn't like she would know that he had stolen a kinjutsu right out of her desk. Not when he had personally designed the safety measures, back when it had still been the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, once she would find out, it would already be too late. Naruto. You're my godson, you vowed to create a world of peace, just like I wanted, but I'm sure that you'll succeed where I have failed, I know it. The rest is up to you. Jiraiya smiled fondly as he saw his godson's fiancée fall to one knee, before she immediately continued. No, not just up to you. Minato had Kushina, and you'll have Ajisai. Perhaps that's why I always ended up failing. Oh well, not that I can blame her, it's rather my own stubborn heart that still can't change. Even though I know she never saw me as anything more than a teammate, I still can't stop loving her. It was a pity that the straightforward solution was doomed to fail. There were no alternative options left. He sighed. There wasn't any time left for regrets and self-pity. He'd have to finish his letters first. Chapter 23. Kinbu. At which point, I got torn out of her, the gigantic fox sighed. I can't really remember what happened afterwards, except that I was surrounded by pesky humans who tried to attack me, and then that accursed father of yours transporting me away. Do you hate them? Naruto wondered. My mother held you captive in her seal for years, and my father imprisoned you in mine. Yes, he was the one who sealed me into you. But that's not the real reason why I hate that man, Kurama scowled. The reason why I hate him is because he sealed only half of me and you, while he took my other half down with him. He what? Naruto stared up at the fox. You're only half? How? How can that be? I thought I told you that I have little interest in your little human ninjutsu. The last one who drew my interest was Senju Hashirama, as I also explained. How he managed to do it is something beyond my understanding, but Namikaze Minato somehow managed to summon the Shinigami itself. That's how that bastard managed to tear me asunder. I am a being that consists of chakra, after all. Yeah, but to tear you in two, it just sounds ridiculous. Naruto sputtered. Though, after your history with mankind, I can see why he would think that you're just a mass of hatred and all. HMPF. Even I have standards. Even if I had been whole, I wouldn't have killed you. Not immediately, at least. I might have turned you paranoid, though. It was fun when Mito thought that my ability to sense negative emotions was a gift of mine. It wasn't until she nearly lost her sanity and began to live as a recluse, distancing herself from all the negative emotions that surround your disgusting race, that she realized the bitter truth behind that ability. It sounds a bit like what the Ichibi did to Gaara, Naruto remembered. It hurt that he had been involved in the death of his friend, after having been involved in saving his soul earlier. It was one of the many things he'd never forgive Zetsu. Shukaku always had a bad habit of turning his Jinchuriki into insomniacs, until they reached the point that they enjoyed murdering everyone. A rather vulgar method. Then again, paranoia didn't really turn out to be as effective as I hoped, either, Kurama sighed. Uzumaki Mito still got old enough to reach the point of dying of old age, at which point she transferred me to your mother. And paranoia didn't really work on her. Why not? Naruto blinked. Was Kachan that strong? Fear and anger can be suppressed by other emotions. In her case, her love eliminated my chances of escape. A silence fell between man and beast, as both remained lost in thought for a while. Within this empty realm there was little else to do than talk, about the history of mankind, of the Bijuu's view on humanity, of what Kurama knew about Minato and Kushina, and more. Naruto was surprised when he realized that their goals didn't conflict nearly as much as he would have expected. He had wanted peace, and Kurama wished to lessen the amount of negative emotions he felt in the world. Naruto had called the fox his friend and he meant it. The Bijuu were treated horribly, and Naruto agreed that mankind was rather foolish as it stumbled on in its violent ways. If not for Kurama's misfortune, Naruto would have felt little more than indifference about their impending end. As for him, it would only be a reunion with those he had already lost. Still, it would take a lot of time until Zetsu could completely unravel the seal. Or had they been miscalculating? Hey, Kurama, Naruto squinted with his eyes. Why is your left tail glowing like that? What's with this building? Ajisai frowned when she looked at the decrepit old ruin. A swirling symbol was still visible, but judging by the condition that the building was in, she couldn't imagine this was still the property of an existing clan. Then again, identifying clan symbols was a basic skill which any shinobi should have, as it was a fast way of identifying your opponent. If she hadn't seen this symbol before, she would have been quite sure that it was a dead clan. After all, Jiraiya wouldn't have taken her to this place without a good reason, not when the time to travel to Takigakura was drawing close. She was quite sure that he knew as well as she did that her strength was insufficient. It made her anxious, insecure the very idea that she had to face Naruto. Even with the Rinnegan, she knew that he was too far beyond her, way too far for just a short period of training to close the gap. And yet, Jiraiya did not panic. What did he know that she didn't? Follow me, Jiraiya spoke up calmly. Where are we? The bearer of the Rinnegan could see the remnants of barriers which still shielded the ruined building. They probably prevented people from detecting it too, if she had to guess. After all, why else would there be such a building so close to Konoha with no one having claimed it yet? She couldn't recall seeing any other ruins while traveling past the borders of the village, at least. This is a building that belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki? Ajisai frowned. Is this Naruto-kun's home? No, Jiraiya chuckled. Thank the heavens he didn't know about this place. There wouldn't have been anything preventing him from entering it, had he been aware of its existence. That would have been disastrous. Why? You'll see. The two entered, with Jiraiya having to bend over in order to get through the half-collapsed doorway. Ajisai, being smaller, had fewer troubles. While not squeamish about these sorts of things, she wasn't too happy with all the cobwebs that decorated the interior of the old building, making her move with care in order to keep her orange hair free of spiders. Jiraiya, in front of her, was faring much worse. He sneezed, and apparently that was the point where he got fed up with all the webs and dusts. Muttering a jutsu, a gentle gust of wind blew through the building. It dislodged a few planks, but it was soft enough to avoid any more damage. I usually use that jutsu against skirts, Jiraiya grinned, obviously proud of the perverted usage of that futon jutsu. He wasn't fazed by the deadpan he got as an answer. What are those masks? Ajisai wondered, as she looked around in the main hall of the building. They were radiating with different sorts of energy, and most of them seemed far too ominous for her to even want to get near to them. Ah, I take it your Rinnegan can see some of the seals that are behind the masks? The man tilted his head in mild surprise. So it enables you to understand seals to some extent too? Shame. I could have taught you some interesting tricks if I had known. Oh well, it's too late for that now. Not that we really had the time, though. Wondering what he meant, Ajisai took another look at the masks. It wasn't like she could see any seals on them, rather more like there was some strange sort of intent that she could discern from them, as if she could see why they had been made. Are you willing to rescue Naruto, no matter what? Jiraiya asked her seriously. Of course I am, Ajisai frowned. I told you that I would free Naruto-kun, no matter the cost. I know it must sound weird, coming from an old fart such as me, but hearing that makes me prouder than I could possibly tell you. Jiraiya smiled, closing his eyes. He had resigned himself to his fate. There were no easy ways to defeat Zetsu, not while the Geto Mazo was nearby. In a worst-case scenario, Zetsu could even let the statue swallow Naruto's body whole in order to let it consume the Kyuubi. Fighting Naruto head-on was no real option either, not when Naruto had defeated Nagato. No, the direct way would lead to failure. To reach victory, to free Naruto and stop the Kyuubi from being spawned again, different measures were needed. I knew Minato and Kushina well, and I know they would feel the same way I do. They would have loved you as their daughter, Jiraiya continued. I suppose I should see you as my goddaughter. Of course, you'd first need to free Naruto in order to marry him. Jiraiya-sama, what are you? Here, he abruptly handed her the large scroll he wore on his back. You'll find everything there. I've added descriptions next to the relevant storage seals, by the way. I've left a few letters in the scroll, and I'd like to ask you to hand them to the people they are addressed to. Some are things that need to be handed over to old contacts that I owe something, other documents contain information that might be critical. And of course there are a few personal messages. I suppose I should warn you to be careful when you give the one I wrote to Tsunade. She has a rather nasty temper. Why can't you do that yourself? Ajisai froze up. The logical part of her mind had reached the inevitable conclusion, but she didn't want to accept that. Victories are reached in various ways, Ajisai. Apart from the letters, everything else in the scroll is my gift to you and Naruto. Jiraiya walked towards the wall where the masks hung. First I need the mask of the Shinigami. He grabbed a particularly evil-looking mask. This is one of the forbidden jutsu that the Uzumaki clan kept from the world. And not without good reasons. These masks are Naruto's property, so let him deal with them after the war ends. But always keep in mind that their usage comes at a price, even if the rewards are equally great. Destroying them might actually be the best option. With wide eyes, Ajisai watched as Jiraiya put the mask of the Shinigami on his face. The Shinigami of the Shiki Fujin had to possess Jiraiya's living body to make it come to the mortal plane. As her Rinnegan transcended the normal rules of life and death, Ajisai could bear witness to the Shinigami's arrival. She watched in horror as Jiraiya moved his body, in perfect sync with the Shinigami behind him, cutting open its stomach and allowing 4 masses of chakra to escape from the belly of the Shinigami. At that point, Ajisai still did not want to realize the terrible price that Jiraiya would have to pay for this act. Jiraiya, one of the blobs of chakra spoke up, confusing Ajisai. Slowly but sure the blobs began to change. Their colors too, as if they were people? Sarutobi-sensei, Jiraiya spoke with a strained voice. It seems we meet one last time. Hiruzen? The green human-shaped mass of chakra wondered. What is this? We've been freed, brother, the blue one answered. Obviously that man knows the jutsu as well, and freed us from the Shinigami. That is correct, Nidaime-sama, Jiraiya bowed weakly. I wish I had more time to speak with you or the Shodai, but alas. Time has become even more valuable than it already was. Why did you do this, sensei? The yellow and orange one seemed distraught. Why did you sacrifice yourself like this? To free you, Minato, Jiraiya chuckled. How could I leave you to this horrible fate? Jiraiya, why would you go this far? What is happening? The brown one seemed to think ahead of the situation. Of the 4, this one was the smallest. As time passed, each form became more distinct, until Ajisai saw 4 men standing in front of Jiraiya, 4 men that were well known, as they each were a vital part of the history of the shinobi villages. Akatsuki has taken Naruto, and they intend to use him to revive the Jubi. Jiraiya held up his hands when the 4 past Hokage all asked their questions. There is no time for questions, I'm sorry. In short, Naruto was taken, both for the Kyuubi which is sealed within him, and the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai that will likely enable him to control the Jubi to some extent. In order to free Naruto, I will need the other half of the Kyuubi, Minato. I sealed it because it was too powerful. The apparition of Namikaze Minato hesitated. I thought. For Naruto to be able to control it, the Kyuubi's power would need to be cut in two, or else he would suffer the same fate as Kushina did. I've heard that they've become friends, somehow. Jiraiya simply smiled as he left the 4 men stunned once again, not that anyone could see that, considering how he still wore the demonic mask through which he had summoned the Shinigami. As unlikely as it sounds, the Kyuubi is the only one who can overpower the restraints they've placed on Naruto. So you've been planning to use that girl? The Nidaime nodded at Ajisai. I won't survive this jutsu, Jiraiya shrugged. And Ajisai was always the most logical option, both when looking at her motivation and in terms of her combat ability. She is the strongest choice. Her eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped towards Ajisai. Have you found another child with the Rinnegan? Those are transplants, Hashirama somehow knew or sensed. Saru, is this another one of your students? He pointed at Jiraiya. He is, the oldest looking of the 4 nodded. Although he is nothing like Orochimaru. But it is obvious that his intentions are completely different from your other student, Saru. So I think that it would be better to leave him be. His time is running out, after all. If I had another choice, I would have taken it, Jiraiya agreed with the first Hokage. I've prepared the seal. He rolled out the scroll on which he had drawn the seal that he had been working on for the past days. Minato. If you can pour the chakra of the Kyuubi in here, and Ajisai, can you hold your right hand onto this circular seal? What are we doing? Ajisai was at a loss now. Before I died, I split the Kyuubi into 2 halves, Minato explained. I sealed one half into my son, while the other is sealed within me. It would seem that Jiraiya-sama wants you to use that chakra in order to somehow free Naruto. With your Rinnegan, you should be able to subdue the Kyuubi until you can transfer it to Naruto. There is even the chance that the prospect of reunion will be tempting enough for the fox to voluntarily aid you. This is why I had you practice on reversing the flow of your Preta path. Rinnegan or not, this is a dangerous gamble, Jiraiya. I have faith, Jiraiya smiled proudly. She's my godson's fiancée, after all. Fiancé? Of your... Wait. Fiancé? Naruto? Minato, ghost or not, stumbled in surprise. How? How did that happen? How old are you 2 now? Minato, this isn't the time for that talk, Jiraiya chuckled weakly. Please keep concentrating on the seal. Oh. Yes, of course sensei, the Namikaze said sheepishly. But if I may ask. I met Naruto-kun while he stayed in Amigakure, Ajisai explained. I was assigned to be his attendant, aiding him while he trained. I admired him, not for his strength, but his personality. Still, he didn't really seem to understand people, and he saved me from a man who was chasing me, and after that I gathered the courage to. Well, we got together, she blushed slightly. Sadly, we couldn't stay together, as he had a mission elsewhere. I died, was revived, and now I'm trying to free Naruto-kun from Zetsu. Died, Minato muttered, flabbergasted by the amount of bizarre news. He had last seen his boy when Naruto had been a baby, and now that he returned for this short amount of time, he found out that Naruto was engaged to a girl who had died and somehow had been brought back to life. It seems you two have faced a lot of hardships. I hope you'll succeed in freeing him. I wish I could have seen my son. But I am happy that I have seen my future daughter, he smiled. When I finally see Kushina again, I'll at least have some good news to tell her as well. While Minato had been feeding the Kyuubi's chakra into the seal, and the seal began to spread over Ajisai's right arm, the 3 remaining Hokage had been standing behind Minato. Each held a hand on his back, feeding him what little residual chakra they had, extending his stay. Hiruzen had been the first to begin to fade, forcing him to say a sad farewell to his student. Jiraiya had bought their freedom, but at a terrible price. Tobirama was soon to follow, and eventually even the mighty Hashirama ran out of energy. The Rinnegan is a thing of legends. It grants the power to shape the world into the wielder's vision. Or destroy it. Your eyes. I recognize them. They have been changed completely, but they still possess shards of chakra from my old friend. Those eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. His wishes were not to the benefit of this world, Ajisai. But whatever the origins, they are now yours. Use them wisely. I hope you can go where I failed, and bring peace to this torn world. Good luck, Hashirama bowed to Ajisai. And Jiraiya, I thank you for your sacrifice. Who knew the mighty Shodaime Hokage was so talkative? Jiraiya grunted, clearly reaching his limits now. Minato, are you almost done? If not for the restrictions imposed by the seal, I could have transferred it faster, sensei. I know, but I'm running out of time. Push. And Ajisai. Brace yourself, Jiraiya warned. I made safeguards in the sealing array that guides the Kyuubi's chakra into the seal on your arm, in order to protect you from the massive flow of chakra. When those safeguards fail, it'll be uncomfortable. True to his word, Ajisai began to feel the pain soon after. The seal glowed an angry red, and her arm felt as if it was dipped into a pool of boiling water. Clenching her teeth, she willed herself not to let her suffering be heard. In front of a person who had already died, and one who was dying right now, she felt like her own pain was rather trifling. Whether it had been seconds or hours, Ajisai couldn't tell, but suddenly the influx of chakra stopped. It is done, Minato muttered sadly. Sensei, I'm sorry. If I had known that this. It is fine, Minato. This was the choice I had to make. Jiraiya took off the mask. Blood was tickling down from the corner of his mouth, smiling as the man which he saw as a son faded to the afterlife. I failed so many times. But this ending is a little better than what I thought I was capable of. I freed you, sensei, and the others. I gave Ajisai the means to free Naruto. It was a chance to atone for all my mistakes. I think this is a pretty honorable death. Yep. Pretty darn honorable. Wait. Ajisai panicked. What am I supposed to do? You're not a Jinchuriki, not by the proper definition of the word. The seal is weak, but strong enough to isolate the Kyuubi until you reach Naruto. In this short amount of time, there won't be enough time for its chakra to merge with your body. So, transfer it. Once Naruto is stronger, he'll free himself. You can give him the means to overpower Zetsu. I believe in you, Ajisai. Ajisai wanted to protest, but she saw how the figure that hovered behind Jiraiya was dragged into the Shinigami. The lines that covered her arm twisted and twirled, until it resembled its swirl-like symbol of the Uzumaki clan. As if it solidified, Ajisai could sense the massive chakra that was pushed behind it settle down. It was odd that it didn't struggle against her. Slowly, Jiraiya's eyes closed, and his body moved forward. She could only stop him from toppling over, but by then she already knew. She knew why the Shinigami had disappeared. She knew what the Shinigami had taken away. One day before the final battle against Akatsuki, Jiraiya of the Sannin passed away. With his death he freed his precious student, his teacher, and two more unfortunate souls who had fallen victim to his old friend's schemes. With his death, Jiraiya of the Sannin had paved the way for Ajisai to free Naruto. That was why he had been willing to pay the ultimate price. The Shinigami had consumed his soul, ending his life, in return for freeing those it had held before him. The four who had been freed had passed on, but his soul was now trapped within the Shinigami's stomach. Locked away, he was unable to enter the Pure Land, unable to follow Minato, or all the others he had lost throughout his life. And despite it all, he died with a smile. They've arrived. Both groups. Yes, but they're waiting. For someone. Jiraiya isn't there yet. Calm yourselves, Black Zetsu grunted, annoyed by the influx of information coming from the various white Zetsu whom he had sent to scout out the enemy. How many? 40, I think. Plus Konan. Tsunade of the Sannin is with them too. They know that I'm controlling Naruto, so they will have to have something up their sleeves if they seek a direct confrontation like this. It's quite annoying, actually. If only they had waited for a bit longer. I suppose I will wake the Geto Mazo. With Naruto's Mokuton and this remnant of the Shinju, I'll suppress its berserker state until it is powerful enough. As for them, without Jinchuriki on their side, those morons won't stand a chance. And if they enter Takigakura, I won't need to bother suppressing it either. So, even if Jiraiya and Tsunade show up together, they can't fight both the creature and Naruto. And if they wait too long, I'll offer Naruto to the new Shinju, allowing Mother to return. You're so smart. A true genius. They're always at a disadvantage. So devious. The true voice of our generation. Just shut up and prepare for the attack. Should we collapse the entrances? No, not yet. Let them enter first, and then destroy those tunnels. But then they'd be trapped in here, wouldn't they? A trapped enemy is a desperate enemy. With the creature in front of them, their morale will be broken swiftly. They would break faster if they would have to fight Mother, several white Zetsu cheered. Mom's the greatest. Their small group of shinobi had set up camp near a river. The surrounding forest had become a bit ominous, considering that their enemy would be able to use the trees against them, but they had little choice in the matter. They had to take this path in order to reach the entrance of Takigakure. She just hoped that Zetsu wouldn't try to delay them by collapsing the tunnel system. Entering Takigakure by forcing their way through the mountain would be arduous, a waste of time which they could not afford. Then again, there was a reason why Iwa had never succeeded in conquering Takigakure. And it wasn't just because the entrance to the village was difficult to find. That sort of knowledge was known to too many people to remain hidden from a proper spymaster. Sighing, she returned to her tent. She hated this situation. They had been a bit earlier than originally anticipated, and while she had asked Shima to warn Jiraiya, he and Ajisai had yet to show up. Tsunade-sama, a female voice startled her. She silently berated herself for being so lost in thought. Konan, she looked at the de facto leader of Amigakure. What's wrong? I thought that we avoided conflict. The people of Amigakure are usually stubborn and hot-headed. The embodiment of the opposite of hot-headedness spoke. I've convinced my people to let go of those grudges. You're not doing Zetsu's job for him, are you? You've already killed one of your own, Tsunade sighed. Then again, that fool shouldn't have tried to assault Hinata and Neji, just because he had a grudge against the Hyuga clan. I thought his fate would have been a good example to the others, but alas, Konan shrugged dispassionately. What I wanted to ask, however, is why you are here. Here, instead of in Konoha? Tsunade saw the younger woman nod. This is where I need to be. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, it is my responsibility to act in the best interest of my village. In this case, even though those fools from the council do not realize this yet, this place is decisive in regard to the future of the village. And if they use your absence in order to start the war they've been advocating? Let them, Tsunade sighed. It is irrelevant, either way. If we succeed, and we free Naruto and stop the Jubi from being resurrected, we can stop that foolish war easily enough. It isn't like there is anyone in our village, nor in Iwa, who can stop Naruto, let alone Naruto when he's flanked by Jiraiya and me. Alternatively, if we fail our mission, those hostilities do not matter either. If the Jubi is truly as strong as the Kyuubi said, and Zetsu turns it against the hidden villages, there won't be anyone able to stop it. It might sound like a cliché from one of Jiraiya's crappy novels, but this is truly the place where the fate of the world will be decided. Considering how he stopped Nagato, Naruto would indeed be a force the world would have no choice but to listen to. Much like my grandfather. Worse, he will have Ajisai at his side, Konan smiled mildly. Did Shima say anything about the time when Jiraiya-sensei and Ajisai would arrive? We will need the two of them, and if we stay here for too long. Even if our sensors have yet to spot Zetsu, I'm certain that he knows where we are. Still, there is that tiny chance that we might surprise him. And the longer we wait, the smaller that chance becomes. Shima was guarded, Tsunade muttered. The way she dodges my questions didn't sit right with me. Then again, I can hardly try to force her to speak up. As tiny as she is, that toad is far stronger than anyone would ever suspect. We cannot risk losing the help from the toads, Konan nodded. Still. The flap of the tent went open, and Konan fell silent. Tsunade-sama, Ino panted, having rushed to get there. Ajisai has arrived. Good, Tsunade smiled. With her and Jiraiya here, we can. No, Ino interrupted. Only Ajisai has come. Start hour. What? Tsunade frowned, looking confused at the blonde girl, but Ino had no answers either. Konan, judging by the slight crease in her brow, had no idea either. What is that old pervert doing now? The Senju muttered. We can't afford to waste time now. She barged out, with Konan and Ino in pursuit. The gathered shinobi gave wide berth to their agitated Hokage, and she heard some of them whispering worriedly. She couldn't exactly blame them. Tsunade had experienced the difference between herself and Jiraiya, and since he had told her how his strongest jutsu had been barred during their fight, considering how the toads had been furious that he had turned against Konoha, Tsunade knew very well that he was their strongest warrior. Yet he still had admitted that Naruto was stronger. Why was he absent? Why had only Ajisai been summoned? Why had Shima been so hesitant to answer Tsunade's questions? What plan did Jiraiya have in mind? Where is he? Tsunade ignored the pleasantries and cut right to the main subject, when she saw Ajisai talking mutedly with the elderly toads. Why isn't Jiraiya here? Had she been a little less impatient, Tsunade might have noticed that Ajisai carried the large scroll which Jiraiya always had with him. Tsunade-sama, she spoke softly. She opened the scroll and unsealed something. Jiraiya-sama asked me to give this to you. She handed her the letter that Jiraiya had prepared. A letter? Tsunade scowled. Why couldn't he tell me? He is dead. Himself, instead of, Tsunade continued, before she realized what Ajisai had just said. He. What? Jiraiya-sama is dead. Ajisai's voice was strained with emotion. Why? Because this was the only way he could think of salvaging the situation, Fukasaku said dejectedly. Shima and I tried to talk him out of it, but we couldn't stop him. Perhaps 'cause we, at some point, saw that he was right, Shima croaked in the same sad tone of voice. Jiraiya-chan knew we couldn't beat Zetsu as we are now. So he sacrificed himself in order to give ta girl a fighting chance, Fukasaku continued when his wife fell silent. Ajisai-chan now holds ta power to free ta boy. Jiraiya-chan was right. He knew Zetsu would know that we'd be coming. That he'd have ta Jubi waiting. Or else, Zetsu would just let Naruto-chan be eaten by the statue. We couldn't find any conventional way through which we'd be victorious, Shima sighed. But Jiraiya-chan saw ta alternative. He's ta only one who could do it. Just as Ajisai-chan's ta only one able to bear ta burden. He freed the other half of the Kyuubi, Ajisai clarified, seeing Tsunade's distraught look. With its aid, my power can match that of Naruto-kun. With it, I will free Naruto-kun. But. No. This cannot be, whether she was Hokage or not, she couldn't care about appearances right now, she just let the tears flow. Tsunade had so many friends and loved ones already, and now, just after she and Jiraiya had come to terms again, he died? It is true, Jiraiya-chan used ta same jutsu which Minato-chan used. He freed Minato's soul, and ta part of ta Kyuubi which Minato-chan sealed away, at ta cost of his own life, Fukasaku sighed. Please read ta letter, Tsunade-chan. We need to move to ta attack now. Jiraiya-chan wouldn't want us to waste ta chance he bought with his sacrifice. In a daze, Tsunade barely realized that Konan was the one who guided her back to her tent. She didn't notice the defeated looks in the eyes of the shinobi who had been present. She just sat down, and stared at the letter which Jiraiya had written. Tsunade. There are many things I wish to tell you, but unfortunately I will not be able to. I suppose you might even be angry enough, because of what I did, that you don't even read this. Still I want to tell you why I did it. The Shiki Fujin has been a kinjutsu from the Uzumaki, one that Minato knew due to Kushina. Even your grandmother, Mito, either did not know or refused to teach this jutsu. Perhaps Kushina wanted the same, but you know how convincing Minato could be when he felt like he had to be. Just as much as how he always prepared for the worst case scenarios. True to his promise to Kushina, Minato kept that secret mostly a secret. Mostly, as it did end up in the scroll of forbidden jutsu. That is where Sarutobi-sensei learned it, as he used it against Orochimaru. That is also where I learned it, as I stole the scroll from your office not too long after sensei died. For the worst case scenarios, I told myself. Although I'd be lying if I didn't say I did it to free Minato and sensei from the belly of the Shinigami. They didn't deserve such a fate. By comparison, my mistakes have been far worse. And unlike them, I have no one waiting for me in the afterlife. My mistakes, and let that be clear to you, are mine. I said I forgave you for what you said back then. When we thought that Naruto had died, we both lost hope, we were both devastated. We both lost too much to cope with another loss as bitter as that. We both said things we should not have. If I had not been so stupid, I would have gone back to you the day after, and talked it through. Instead I lost all hope and became a wanderer without any aim or direction, until I met Konan, who led me to Nagato. They gave me purpose again, as I wished to leave the world a better place for those after us. I wished for a world where broken people such as us would not exist, as the wars that scarred us wouldn't be prevalent in the coming generations, but in the end it was all just a mistake. Whether Nagato lied to me or if he deluded himself, it is irrelevant. I should have known better. Even if I had the best of intentions, I did the wrong things. The blame is mine, and it is my burden to atone for. That's why I resort to this jutsu. I will sacrifice myself so that Naruto may be free. I lay down my life, not only for Minato and Sarutobi-sensei, but for Naruto, for Ajisai, for you, for everyone. If everything goes as I have planned it, Ajisai has the other half of the Kyuubi trapped within a seal which she can easily release. All she needs to do is get into physical contact with Naruto, provided that his half of the Kyuubi wasn't already completely extracted from him. But within this time span, that should not be possible. At most Zetsu will have taken a portion, but not all of it. So when Ajisai fights, make sure she gets close to Naruto. When the two halves of the Kyuubi reunite, Naruto should be powerful enough to free himself. If Zetsu struggled to control Naruto when he only contained half of the Kyuubi, I doubt he'll manage to maintain control when the Kyuubi becomes whole. Of course, this is a great gamble, with grave risks. Do not let Ajisai near the Geto Mazo, or, in a worst-case scenario, the Jubi. If she loses her half of the Kyuubi, all would be lost. This, my sacrifice, needed to be done. Fighting Zetsu head-on would have been a mistake. And even if we were able to fight against Naruto on equal grounds, Zetsu could just throw Naruto into the stomach of the Geto Mazo. That would slow down the absorption, yes, but would nevertheless herald the return of the Jubi. No, a sacrifice had to be made in order for Naruto to be freed. I gladly give my life for that. Our job is to help the next generation, and set a good example for them. And for that I've gladly laid down my life. It's what makes us old guys cool, you see. We set out to save the world, all those years ago when we were merely Genin. Now I'm sure that it will be saved. But not for me. Do not mourn for me as you did for Nawaki, Dan, or Naruto. So if I can make one last request, it would be to ask you not to waste this opportunity. Live. I gave my life so that you could live yours, not so that you can drink it away. Look out for those kids for me, will you? Jiraiya. Outside the tent, Ino and Shizune exchanged looks, but chose to give Tsunade a little time and space to process this terrible news. A bit further, Sueren was fussing about Ajisai. I'm fine, Sueren, I told you that already. I know, but your arm. It looks wrong, Sueren insisted. Even if it is just temporary, that much chakra crammed into a seal like that, it is dangerous. It barely feels stable. Of course it is dangerous, Ajisai smiled sadly. But Jiraiya of the Sannin gave his life for it. Do you really think that his sacrifice isn't capable of holding half of the mightiest bijou ensnared for a day or two? Besides, if the Kyuubi had wanted to, I'm sure it could have caused more problems. The fact that it has not would point out that it is either weak against my Rinnegan, or that it prefers to help me. The latter seems more likely to me, to be honest. But why? Why would such a demon even want to help you? If every story about the Kyuubi was true, I doubt Naruto-kun and he would have been friends, Ajisai disagreed. The strange vibration her seal suddenly gave off almost felt agreeing to her. Apparently, Sueren had seen it too. She was too good a sensor not to notice it. So did Konan, judging by her sudden appearance and slightly raised brows. I'm fine, Ajisai repeated. But how is the situation here? Bad, the female toad croaked. Shima and Fukasaku had kept themselves from the exchange so far, having silently conversed with each other instead. Ta statue has been growing stronger and stronger, while Naruto-chan is getting weaker. You said I shouldn't worry too much about that, Sueren pointed accusingly at the little toad. Because the seal would last for a few days longer. It was hardly anything your worries could have changed a thing about, Fukasaku sighed resignedly. Ta fact that we can feel Ta statue growing stronger at such a rate is an indication that Zetsu is at least able to access and transfer part of Ta Fox's power. But if the Kyuubi was extracted, Naruto-kun would die, Ajisai gasped. Why? I thought Zetsu needed Naruto-kun for his Mokuton. Perhaps, perhaps not. We don't know how strong the Jubi is. Even Nagato wasn't sure how powerful the combination of the 9 would be, Konan stated. Even he had doubts whether or not he would be able to control that vast power. So, it is important we strike before Zetsu can finish. Looking around, Ajisai saw many of the shinobi standing in groups, silently discussing amongst themselves. It seems like morale isn't all that high, she frowned. The announcement of Jiraiya-sensei's death could have been brought with a bit more subtlety, Konan said calmly, with a solemn expression that made Ajisai cringe a little. Do not worry, Ajisai. Sensei would not have wanted me to waste time on emotions. Not when the life of his godson is in the balance. And yours? Mine? Ajisai blinked. Jiraiya-sensei was, In spite of his unusual behavior, no fool. He wouldn't have gambled everything on you, if he had not trusted you completely. Jiraiya-chan was not Ta type of person to make such decisions on a whim, Fukasaku agreed. He knew that a straightforward battle against Naruto-chan would end up in failure, even if we are stronger than Naruto-chan. Did you think we couldn't stop him, after he spoke of his plans? We've known Jiraiya-chan even since he was a young tadpole, girly. Yet even we couldn't think of a better plan, no matter how it pains us. The idea that a man whom had only recently gotten to know her would place such an amount of trust in her was strange to Ajisai. At first she had thought that he was just a weird, yet kind, old man, who cared for her because she was the fiancée of his godson. Yet, for some odd reason, he seemed to have entrusted her with far more. Why? What had he seen in her, while she couldn't even fully believe in herself? And these two old toads, who both could boast centuries of life experience, why did they share his opinion? Even Nagato, Pain, had sacrificed what little had remained of his life. Why? Sure, she had inherited the Rinnegan, and her body was perfectly adapted to the dojutsu as well, but Naruto. He was still so far ahead of her. Why did they all think she stood a chance against him? It wasn't like Ajisai doubted her resolve. No matter the odds, she would do everything she could to free Naruto. But regardless of that resolve, there remained that thorn of doubt that was stuck in her heart. The awe she had always felt when she was near Naruto. The overwhelming difference between them. No matter how he had told her the opposite, Ajisai had always felt inferior due to that difference in strength. She idolized him, in a way. She was shaken out of her thoughts when the camp suddenly started to move. Tsunade had barged out of her tent, her eyes still red, tears still visible on her cheeks, but somehow the woman gave off an aura of pure determination. "Everyone gather up," the Senju roared. "I know everyone is upset by the recent news. Losing Jiraiya is a harsh blow. But he gave us the key to victory," she pointed at Ajisai, who was starting to get a little uncomfortable. "With Ajisai at our side, even if we have only few allies gathered, we must ensure victory. If we lose here, if we allow ourselves to fall, what do you think the consequences will be?" Murmurs were the answer she got from the gathered shinobi. "There are those who were too blinded by other conflicts to answer our call. Even within my own village there were those who rather followed their own self-interest. But we stand here," Tsunade continued, radiating a murderous intent that made everyone remember why she was one of the Sannin. "Unlike those short-sighted idiots back home, we did not allow the enemy to fool us into the false belief that Akatsuki was defeated. If we had done as they did, no one would have tried to stop the return of the Jubi. And if we do not stop this, both Konoha and Amigakure will fall, just like every other hidden village. If we fail, if we hesitate, our world may be lost. Do you want this? No. Then we attack. For Jiraiya, for our villages, for our families, our friends, and for everyone and everything we love, we will be victorious. We must. Even if it takes the ultimate price, we cannot let this thing devour our world." The words of the infuriated Hokage were still ringing in her ears. While the others entered to Kigakure the normal way, with Doton specialists ensuring that the tunnels wouldn't collapse on them, she and Konan had taken the alternative approach. Steep and high, the hollow mountain that hid to Kigakure had an opening on top. For Konan, this wasn't much of a problem. She just separated into many sheets of paper, floating in the winds. For Ajisai, well, she already knew why Nagato had considered the Deva path as the strongest of the Rikudo no Jutsu, 6 paths technique. Altering her own gravitation came at the cost of some chakra, but floating, almost flying, through the skies gave her a feeling unlike any of the other jutsu that she had learned in these past weeks. A feeling of freedom, a feeling which almost negated the worry that controlled her thoughts. Of course, she could have just summoned the giant bird, and used that to enter to Kigakure. But that was a method that was rather unsubtle. Zetsu travels by ground, and we know that Naruto is strongly connected to the earth and whatever grows on it, Konan had said when they had planned the assault. The sky is ours. It is unlikely that Zetsu would fall for it, but if we can get the element of surprise, we need to exploit whatever chance we can possibly get. As such, Tsunade and the gathered shinobi acted more or less as a distraction, while Konan and Ajisai attacked from the other direction. "Don't get distracted, Ajisai-chan," the purple toad on her shoulder croaked. Shima and Fukasaku sat on one shoulder each. When the time was there, they'd call in reinforcements, and the full might of Myobakuzen would descend upon Zetsu. "I'm sorry," the orange-haired girl muttered. Worry about Swearin and Ino had distracted her from her flight for just a second. The short hesitation had made her flight a bit bumpy, which Shima didn't exactly appreciate. When she vehemently denied it, Ajisai had a suspicion that the female toad was afraid of heights. Or perhaps it was that they were flying, she couldn't say. The view beneath her was stunning. Past the highest peak of the rocky formation that hid Takigakura was a sight at the massive tree which put the entire village in its shadow. In fact, if one didn't know that it was hidden underneath the canopy, one could easily overlook the entire village even from this point of view. All that she could see were the green leaves of the tree, which blended perfectly with the trees atop the surrounding rock formation. Conan's papers fluttered in front of her, leading the way. She heard Shima warn her to stay away from the branches, to not disturb even a single leaf. They didn't want to alert Zetsu, in the unlikely case that he didn't already know that they were approaching. Carefully, Ajisai went lower and lower, until... "That's ta thing we expected," Shima noted sadly. "Your censor friend noticed it too. But to see such a thing. I can never get used to such cruelty." Corpses were littered throughout a village that consisted of demolished, moldering, or still burning buildings. Trees had grown through the ruins, forming a sort of wall. Behind the wall. "Well, hello up there," Black Zetsu looked up. Still parasitizing on Naruto's body, the black creature covered half of the person who loved Ajisai. "To think you gave Nagato's eyes to the very girl whose death led to his undoing. But do you think your little ragtag group of fools is going to change anything, Konan?" "We will stop you, Zetsu," Konan declared, white paper wings holding her steady within the air. "We will free Naruto, and end this madness." "Will you?" Black Zetsu chuckled. "I'm sorry to say, but it is too late for that." All of a sudden the chakra signature of the Geto Mazo, which had been growing at a steady rate during all this time, vanished. Literally vanished. Both toads on Ajisai's shoulders gasped, but that sound fell into nothing when the beast itself roared. Tsunade, Swearin, Ino, and all those who had gathered, they came out of the tunnel system that gave entrance to Takigakura, only to find out that they were all too late. She swallowed away her fear. Now Ajisai knew that she had to see whether she had truly become able to fight Naruto as an equal, for all the others would have to struggle against the 10-tailed monster. The titanic creature roared with a deafening sound, announcing its return into the world. After all these centuries, the Jubi had returned. Chapter 24. Bloom. A few years ago, she would have thrown a tantrum over it, but right now it mattered little. Her clothes were soaked, her hair a mess, but it was all irrelevant. The accompanying ninja that had an affinity for Doton Jutsu were keeping the tunnel intact, but no one wanted to linger here longer than necessary. The idea of having a mountain collapsed on you was plenty of motivation for everyone to run as fast as they could past the waterfalls, through the water, along the tunnels, until they now reached their destination. Chakra was filling the air, and she could see Swearin next to her feeling very uncomfortable. Then, all of a sudden, that massive chakra signature disappeared at the moment they reached the end of the tunnel. Yamanaka Ino had to blink, blinded by the sudden light after having adjusted to the darkness of the tunnel. The first thing she noticed was the tremor. It was as if something massive was stomping on the ground. It was an earthquake-like shaking of the ground. What was this? Why couldn't she feel a speck, drop, or particle of chakra? Ino didn't know. She blinked again, and saw an enormous blur. Everyone around her had come to a halt. Then, something roared. It was a terrifying sound that shook Ino's resolve. "Are we supposed to fight this thing? How?" she thought, feeling dismayed when she saw it. The tree that put Takigakura in its shadow was nothing less than enormous, far taller than even the cannon that Naruto could create. But the monster next to it. Had they been too late? This thing didn't fit the description of the Geto Mazo. 10 tails? Is this the Jubi? She swallowed. For a moment she feared the worst, that the Kyubi had been extracted from Naruto, and that the boy had perished. "He's there," Swearin tapped her on her shoulder. Ino looked at the direction that Swearin had pointed, and yes. With a heavy heart, Ino recognized Naruto. His right half covered in a black substance, due to Zetsu's possession, but the other half was unmistakably Uzumaki Naruto even from this distance. Thank God he's still alive, Ino sighed, before she realized that their task had become even more daunting than it already was. She reviewed their plan. Konan was mostly useless against Naruto's Mokuton, a fact which she was well aware of. However, her abilities were perfect for eradicating the large numbers of white Zetsu that they had expected. Tsunade and a select group would aid Ajisai in defeating Zetsu/Naruto, while the others would focus on the Geto Mazo, especially by keeping the statue away from Naruto, hoping to prevent the scenario where Naruto would be swallowed whole. Sadly, all those plans could be thrown aside now. The appearance of the Jubi meant that they had to focus on fighting that unknown entity, leaving Ajisai mostly alone in her struggle against Zetsu/Naruto, though not completely alone, if Ino had a say in it. The Jubi howled and its single eye turned to the gathering of shinobi. It moved, but at that moment the mighty roots of the Takigakura's great tree shot up and bound the creature. For a moment, Ino had the foolish hope that Ajisai had already succeeded in freeing Naruto. He did have his arm lifted, but it seemed that it was still Zetsu who was in control. Why he kept the Jubi tied like that was something Ino couldn't understand, but she could not really complain. Just when she stepped forward, intending to go to Naruto, the Jubi gave another deep and low roar. It struggled, in vain, to escape the tree's hold. Then its skin just seemed to bubble. A host of smaller creatures, some as large as a human being, others still tall as a building, spawned from the Jubi's skin. Shit. The route towards Naruto and Ajisai was cut off by a legion of the Jubi's spawn. Well, that's our cue, Ma. Fukasaku hopped off of Ajisai's shoulder. Let's get this war started. You go, Pa, I'll hand Ajisai-chan a bit of chakra before I join ya, Shima croaked. Not too much, though. I'm not going to turn her into stone, ya daft old fool, Shima snapped. Go. Bunta and Ta others need to be here. My summons will aid you, Ajisai declared. Animal path, Kushios no Jutsu. She poured in a large amount of chakra. Not as much as a neutral observer would expect her to, though. No, unlike the regular summoning jutsu, the Rinnegan's animal path was far more efficient. When all was said and done, it took only a fraction of the amount of chakra, in comparison to the cruder forms of summoning which normal shinobi used. Still, it took a fair amount of chakra to summon a panda, an ox, a rhinoceros, a centipede, a chameleon, and a multi-headed dog all at once. Especially when considering that each of these creatures was strong enough to battle the boss summon of the Toad clan. For a moment, Ajisai considered keeping the chimera-like chameleon back to use it against Naruto, but she knew it was pointless. The creature could offer invisibility against most enemies, but Naruto, due to his link to nature, would surely be able to sense it. And through him, Zetsu would spot it as well. While Gamabunta, Gamma Hero, and Gamaken leapt over Zetsu/Naruto, Ajisai's summons simply barged past him. To her annoyance, Zetsu seemed more amused than worried. Even though the ensemble of giant animals tore right into the army of the Jubi, there seemed to be nothing but a gleeful smile on the right side of Naruto's face. The left eye, Naruto's own, just stared at her dully and lifelessly. That blue eye. It completely lacked the vibrancy which it normally radiated. It hurt Ajisai more than she wanted to admit. The knowledge that she had died, that she had been turned into a puppet, one that had been turned against her lover, she knew that it was true. She knew it, and had accepted it, she thought. Seeing Naruto for real, seeing how he was controlled by Zetsu, seeing how he was enslaved, it was something that no knowledge could have prepared her against. Her head had already accepted it, but her heart had been slower on the uptake. Ironically, the thing was beating wildly at the moment. You're awfully calm, Zetsu, Konan remarked. Even though your control over the Jubi isn't exactly perfect. Ah, of course it isn't. After all, it hasn't reached its full power yet, Black Zetsu smirked. A hungry beast is always difficult to restrain. Although such problems are temporary, I assure you. Why are you doing this? Ajisai blurted out. Why would you do this to Naruto-kun? We all have people we hold dear, don't we? But for now, I think I will have to thank you, girl. With Nagato dead, and Konan interfering before I could take his eyes, I thought I had lost the Rinnegan. And here you brought them back to me. Perfect. Zetsu didn't waste a second. Roots shot up from the ground the moment he stomped on the ground, well, the moment he made Naruto stomp on the ground. Shinra Tensei, Ajisai hissed. It wasn't all powerful, but the push was more than strong enough to destroy the roots. I see you've picked up a few tricks in this short amount of time. Impressive. Very impressive. It took Nagato years before he was able to switch between the paths so smoothly. Whatever compliments Black Zetsu would give, the gesture was undone by the callous way in which he said it. I wonder what other ways you can think of to stall. An explosion cut him off. Konan, still flying, had launched an aerial attack. Dozens of tiny paper birds flew at Zetsu, exploding before the parasitic entity fully realized what happened. Chance. Ajisai saw the cloud of smoke that obscured Zetsu's vision, and knew that she had a chance. Without a second thought, she rushed forward. All it would take it getting a hold of Naruto, and she'd win. She hoped. Her ripple-patterned eyes widened when a trunk-like nose appeared through the smoke, and she collided into a wooden dragon. The dragon screeched and tried to bite her, but a simple substitution jutsu left the dragon chewing on a log. Where is he? Ajisai scanned the area, but wondered if Konan, who had kept her distance, had seen anything. Underground? Probably. You seek, while I deal with that dragon. Ajisai nodded, and moved away from the woman she had idolized for years. This battle wasn't just a battle about strength. Defeating Zetsu with power was useless, after all. This battle was something completely different. Ajisai didn't delude herself with thoughts that she could have mastered her dojutsu to a point where she surpassed Nagato. No, she knew she was weaker than Nagato. She knew that Naruto had defeated Nagato. But for this battle, those things didn't matter. I don't need to fight him. All I need to do is to transfer the Kyuubi to Naruto-kun, she reminded herself. But to do that, I first need to get a hold of him. In spite of all its abilities, the Rinnegan wasn't like the Byakugan, and could not see through objects in the same manner. Perhaps, if she had had more time to learn more jutsu, or explored more aspects of the paths she had yet to master, she could have known a way. But it was pointless to worry about those things now. Hidden somewhere underneath the surface, Zetsu could strike from any direction, without her seeing it coming. Oddly, he just rose from the ground, creating some distance between himself and Ajisai much nearer to the Kyuubi, who was still held down next to Takigakura's giant tree. Banshu Tenin, Ajisai raised her hand, wanting to pull Zetsu towards her. You honestly think I would fall for that? Zetsu mocked her. Certainly, your mastery over the Rinnegan was unexpected, but after being blown away once, I'm not going to allow you to do that twice. The unspoken question on his end, however, was why she wanted to pull him towards her. Was it possible that she knew Preta Path as well as Deva Path? Still, Zetsu saw no harm in that. Human Path, on the other hand. Black Zetsu knew he was practically impervious to most attacks, even though he was quite powerless by himself. But the extraction of one's soul was something even he would not survive. Still, the usage of Human Path would leave her wide open to a counterattack from his side. It would be suicidal. Why do you care so much about a boy you've only known for a few months at most? The people of Omegakure always chose their partners based on strength. A logical notion. It makes me wonder why a person such a Naruto, of whom I made sure he was educated in such a way that he was a more logical thinker than the bumbling fool he was before I took him in, was led astray by you. You are merely an unremarkable kunoichi. Naruto didn't think like that, Ajisai denied. Nor do I. Really, Black Zetsu smirked at the girl, whose irritation was growing. He couldn't care less what Konan was doing to the little dragon he created. It could take some punishment, and all it really served for was for Konan to waste her explosive tags on it. Then why do you like him so much, that you are willing to go this far for him? You really do not understand Naruto-kun, Ajisai smiled wryly. He was torn by pain and sadness, yet he managed to free me from mine. Behind his pain there was still that same warm and gentle person, hidden, perhaps, but he was still there. You claim that you changed him, but you're mistaken. You may have changed the outer layer, but the real Naruto was always there. He was the first source of comfort and hope I had in years. He dragged me out of the gray and colorless world I was living in, not because of his power, but because of who he is. That's the Naruto I'm fighting for with everything I have. TSK, love always makes people so delusional. It is not even funny anymore. After seeing this sort of stupidity for all these centuries, Zetsu raised Naruto's hands, and the trees followed. Let me show you how absolute my control is, foolish little girl. With an exasperated growl, Konan saw that after she finally took down the annoyingly durable dragon, Zetsu had spawned 3 new 7-foot-tall wooden demonic statues. Dragons were a pain to deal with, but the Gozan's Myo-O would release, the one who subjugates the 3 worlds, were even more annoying. Chaos. That was the only word she could find to describe the current situation. The assembly of shinobi was struggling to fight against the overwhelming number of diabolic creatures that the Kyuubi had spawned. Their number seemed never-ending, in no small part due to the fact that the Kyuubi kept creating new ones just as fast as they tore through. Several enormous toads displayed an absurd level of skill with their weaponry, disposing of countless crowds of the Kyuubi's spawn. At their sides, a host of the strangest possible creatures was even more effective. She could see that they were Ajisai's doing. The ripple pattern of the creature's eyes was an easy giveaway of that fact. A titanic ox used its sheer size and brute force to plow through the Kyuubi's spawn, seemingly unstoppable in its charge. To make things better, a winged — why on earth was it winged? Rhinoceros was at its side, its charge being just as brutal as that of the ox. In their wake there was a giant brown-colored dog. Or rather, a whole pack of them. Each time they met resistance strong enough to damage them, the dog seemed to split up and increase its number. Of course, there were some of the Jubi's spawn that were too big for the dogs to effectively tear down. This was where the giant panda came into play. It simply took whatever damage the largest of the Jubi's spawn could lash out, while the chimera-like chameleon revealed itself in their blind spots and destroyed them. Whatever remained alive after these monsters had passed couldn't count itself fortunate, though. A giant centipede cleaned up after its partners had passed, its poison annihilating everything in its path. The young Yamanaka had to admit to herself that she was awed by the display, as horrific as it was. Ajisai had spoken so casually about her ability to summon these sorts of creatures that Ino had somehow underestimated the havoc they could cause. Sure, Ino had seen the girl practice, summon the individual creatures. But to see them hunt as a pack was something. It gave the blonde hope for a better ending of this battle. Still, these creatures had started their assault on the opposite end of the horde of the Jubi's spawn. They approached the gathered shinobi, yes, but since Ajisai and Konan had landed closer to Takigakure's mighty tree, and thus closer to the Jubi itself, the spawn's reinforcements came from behind the summoned creatures as well. Led by an unleashed Tsunade, who summoned a colossal slug of her own, the gathered shinobi did their best to fight the stream of monsters. They pushed further and further, with their Hokage destroying multiple monsters with one swing of her fist, yet Ino could only feel worried that they were merely exhausting themselves without truly inflicting any harm. The forces from Amigakure were vicious in their thirst for vengeance. They saw Zetsu as the one who had set them up, who had used their god for his own dirty schemes. They showed themselves to be as effective as the shinobi from Konoha. Kanahagakure no Sato was far stronger than Amigakure, both as a collective and as individual shinobi, not just in terms of numbers, but also because the village has higher standards and better training. But Ame's fury was not to be underestimated. "This is bad," she heard from her side. Tenten wasn't really accustomed to her new blade. Same Chan provided her with a bounty of chakra, and was even willing to rejuvenate Tenten's friends. But recovering her chakra didn't mean that Tenten couldn't physically exhaust herself. "Yes, it is," Ino admitted, although she felt a little annoyed that she was far less effective against these monsters than the brunette. Seimata seemed to be made to tear through monsters like these. It almost made her wonder just how old the weapon was fighting this monster its original purpose. The Yamanaka turned, looking at the blue-haired girl who stood next to her. "We're not going to get through this in time, are we?" A worried frown accompanied by silence was the answer she got. "Hinata, we need to do something." I know. But I can't see a way through," Hinata muttered dejectedly. "Perhaps Neji Niazen might." "That's bullshit and you know it. Your eyesight goes further than Neji's." Ino wasn't willing to waste any time on pleasantries. This wasn't the place, nor did they have the time, to be nice. She knew better than most that Hinata was a sensitive person, who didn't like such a direct approach, but with Naruto's fate on the line Ino wasn't willing to keep playing nice. "I asked you along for a reason. Can you see Naruto and Ajisai, or not?" "I can see them," Hinata nodded. "They're fighting. Konan-san is with them too, trying to slow Zetsu down while keeping her distance, but Ajisai-san is." "How is she holding up?" "Not good," the Hyuga admitted. "Do you have a clear sight on Naruto-kun?" Ino urged. "It's important that you know with complete certainty that you can keep your eyes on him for a few seconds, without interruptions. Can you do it?" "Yes." "Swearin, Tenten, Neji, Lee, you guys cover us," Ino ordered. "Shika, you and Choji stay close and act as a second line of defense." "What are you planning, Ino?" Shikamaru could barely suppress his annoyance with those orders. "In case you didn't notice, those things are swarming us." "Shut up and just do as I say," Ino growled. "We need to win this." Two waves of paper crashed into Zetsu, blinding him for a moment. Konan had seen Ajisai taking out two of her sealing cards, which she used for her unsealing technique. The Banshu tenon that followed failed yet again, making Konan scowl a little. Their strategy depended on the success of the seal which Jiraiya had given his life for. The great gamble. But if Ajisai was too obvious in her strategy, there was a risk that Zetsu might find out. Not wasting a second after Banshu tenon failed, Ajisai summoned a giant crustacean. Zetsu was visibly annoyed, and sent the last remaining wooden demon at the creature. Its poisonous claws struck the crustacean, but lacked the power to pierce its reddish shell. By contrast, the crab-like pincers of the crustacean made short work of the demonic automaton courtesy of Konan's many explosive tags weakening it. "Rog," Zetsu growled out in frustration, lacking the finer control which Naruto himself had. He was unable to capture the elusive Konan, while Ajisai kept finding ways to break his jutsu. Ajisai ordered her crab-like summon to execute the Suten, Homatsu Rappa, water release, wild bubble wave. A large volume of foam-like bubbles were spit out by the crustacean with such a force that it blasted Zetsu's attack apart. Not just that, it was also another smokescreen, once again obscuring Ajisai from Zetsu's view. From her point of view, Konan could see how Zetsu used the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai to anchor himself into the ground. This time, however, Ajisai had chosen a different strategy. Deva path always functioned by making the user the center of the gravitational effect. Ajisai, however, deliberately circumvented that aspect of the path's power, and used Banshu Tenon on the anchored Zetsu in order to pull herself toward him. If Zetsu won't come to Ajisai, then Ajisai had to go to Zetsu. Caught off guard, it actually worked. Ajisai held him in her left hand, and brought her right hand towards a part of Naruto that wasn't covered by Zetsu. Only for him to turn to wood. A wooden statue which burst into several branches which trapped her, forming a solid prison. Of course, the arm with that she had held Zetsu was still stretched out. And that arm was targeted first by the gleeful Zetsu. Before Ajisai fully realized what was going on, she heard a loud snap, and the power in her left arm fleeted away. My arm. She disbelievingly stared at the broken limb. Your choice to fight up close was a mistake. Zetsu rose from the ground. I wonder why you'd resort to such crude methods. Preta path is annoying, but nothing I can't break free from. Human path is a bigger threat, but it would leave you completely defenseless. All I needed was a little clone to lure you in. Now give me those eyes, girl. No. It was the first time during this battle that she had resorted to this jutsu. Zetsu frowned when he saw the chakra swirl around her, light blue wisps converging into one spinning orb. But that wasn't why the parasitic creature began to feel unnerved. He couldn't be bothered with Konan's attack, simply raising a wooden wall to block it, but no matter how much chakra he pumped into the prison he created to contain Ajisai, it couldn't resist her jutsu. Bubbles of black and purple chakra leaked out of her right arm, merging with her Rasengan. The power behind the jutsu was far too much for Zetsu's little prison to tolerate. The failure of the jutsu was an annoyance in itself. Zetsu wasn't really keen on having to waste too much chakra, as he personally had to spend chakra on manipulating Naruto, who in turn had far greater reserves. If Zetsu had to fight for too long, the balance would inevitably tip in Naruto's favor, which would be bad. Worse, however, was that Zetsu recognized the demonic chakra that had caused the Rasengan to transform into what could effectively be called a small Baijudama. The result of the silent agreement from a certain fox. The Kyubi? But that is impossible. Zetsu jumped back, not wanting to be caught in the explosion of Ajisai's jutsu. On the other hand, it would explain why it felt so much weaker when it was sealed into Naruto-kun. I thought it was his Uzumaki heritage that caused the boy to suppress the fox. But in truth, it somehow got split? How? To do such a thing. Hagoromo needed the Rinnegan for it. So how did this happen? It is impossible to see every variable. That is the danger of thinking that you can plan out everything, Zetsu, Konan spoke up, surprising Zetsu. Having backed off from Ajisai, he hadn't noticed how she now hovered behind him. Her ability to fly was truly a thorn in his side. She had nearly killed him with that in Amigakure, before, and now she nearly succeeded again. Foolish woman, if you hadn't spoken up you might have succeeded with your surprise attack, but instead you gave me the time to defend, Zetsu taunted. He needed her to make a mistake, and humans were usually easy to goad into a trap. It wasn't meant to be an attack, though. The smirk on his face vanished as Zetsu came to a stop. He wanted to move Naruto's body but for some reason he couldn't. That's right, asshole. Now you lose. Ignoring her broken left arm, Ajisai had put her right hand on Naruto's chest. Zetsu panicked slightly, fearing what human path might do. Instead, he felt the flow of Preta path, but it was reversed? Ino? Naruto blinked at the arrival of this unexpected guest. He and Kurama had been silent for most of the time, more or less just waiting until Zetsu would be finished. Words no longer had served any point, as everything they'd wished to say had been said. Man and Bijou had been locked up together, yet as time had passed they had become more than just allies out of convenience. They had begun to respect each other, not merely for something as trivial as power, but for who they truly were. Kurama, what's she doing here? He looked up. I felt another foreign entity invade your mind, but this one wasn't hostile, Kurama lazily opened one eye. Ino stared at it in awe, not even realizing that the enormous nine-tailed fox had shrunken quite a bit, the effect of having its chakra stolen by Zetsu. The fox was curious why Zetsu had suddenly stopped, though. Perhaps this new arrival knew? "And Naruto-kun," she stammered. "You're alive?" "No. No, of course you are, I mean, you're conscious?" She corrected herself. "Depends on how you'd look at it," Naruto frowned. "We've retreated into a deeper level of my mind, where Zetsu can't get to us, but that bastard is still in control of my body." "But what are you doing here? What is going on? How could you get in here?" "We're here to rescue you," Ino gave a slight, but proud, smile. "What? But Zetsu is in control of my body, he's dangerous." The Jinchuriki gestured into the empty realm in which they had ended up. "Look at where he forced us to go." "But we have a plan," the Kunoichi shook her head. "No, Jiraiya-sama had a plan. And Ajisai is going to rescue you." "Ajisai?" Naruto fell back, too shocked to keep standing up. "Aohi-chan? But she died. I saw what pain did to her." "Yes, she died. But pain resurrected her. So don't give up hope just yet." She reached out to her former boyfriend, helping him up. "She's waiting for you." "Oh, and Kyubi?" She looked up to the intrigued fox. "You should get ready. I promise you, if you get me to where Zetsu is, and help me distract him for a few seconds, you'll become whole again." Now there was an incentive that could stop Kurama from feigning sleep. Naruto, on the other hand, was muttering she's alive? While staring into nothingness, dazed and confused. After several moments of silence, where Kurama was just staring up, the fox turned his attention at the boy down at his feet. Naruto had suddenly changed, losing whatever mental balance he had found in their desperate situation. Then again, Naruto had admitted that he hadn't really been bothered by the prospect of dying. And now all had suddenly changed. Kurama knew that the main reason of why the boy had surrendered himself to their likely fate had been the death of that girl, the girl who now suddenly was said to be alive again. The prime reason for longing for the afterlife had suddenly become the boy's reason to stay alive. So, why wasn't he happier? Why wasn't he as energetic as Kurama had expected him to be? Did he doubt the blonde girl's words? Whole indeed, Kurama chuckled, not as darkly as he had once done, but friendlier. Although someone who didn't know the fox could have easily been fooled. "Can you feel that, Naruto?" "What?" "It is the presence of my other half." The fox bared its fangs in a wide grin. "And my other half resides in your proverbial other half." And here I thought fate had no sense of irony. "Since when did you believe in fate?" Naruto grumbled. I can't believe it. I saw her, Kurama. I saw what pain made of her. Yet you doubt when you hear that she's brought back to life? You, of all humans, should be aware that the Rinnegan is capable of extraordinary things. I told you about the moon, didn't I? Kurama looked down at the frowning human. TSK, humans and their pathetic memory spans. The man I regard as my father, the Rikudo Sennin, was the last known wielder of the Rinnegan. He created the moon on his deathbed, shortly after he released me and my brethren. Ah, yes, you told me, Naruto blinked. But to bring someone back from the... Wait, didn't Pain keep one of his paths back during our battle? The one that was heading towards the path that you took down first, Kurama nodded slowly. Perhaps that one had the ability to bring people back from the death. And Pain himself had the abilities of all his paths. The young Jinchuriki began to chuckle. It might really be true, Ahi-chan might really be. Something rumbled, and Kurama looked up again. He too, began the smirk. True indeed. Come on, let's take back your mind from that filthy parasite, the massive fox laughed. I can feel my other half, it somehow is starting to slip into your body. Impossible, Black Zetsu rasped. You reverse the flow of Preta path. And now you lose, Ajisai gave him a determined glare. I can see the chakra churning, she smiled. Naruto's chakra was bright, while that of the Kyubi was a dark orange, nearly red. It was rapidly overpowering Zetsu. First that Yamanaka interfering and now you. Do you annoying pests truly think that you can stop me? You will never prevent Mother from. Zetsu struggled to remain in control, but in front of the might of the complete Kyubi he fell short. Zetsu had always been a manipulator, not a fighter. Naruto fell over while fighting against those overwhelming odds. If he had not been so terribly close to his goal, Zetsu might have realized that it was in vain, but with his mother's return literally minutes away. The dark matter leaked from Naruto's right side, and the only thing preventing Naruto from collapsing was Ajisai's hand, which still had a firm grip on his shoulder. She did not relent, continuing to push the half of the Kyuubi which Jiraiya had sealed into her arm. Isolating it in that arm may not have the most stable option, but it also had the benefit that she wouldn't perish from the bijuu's removal. She was not a proper Jinchuriki, after all. Of course, Jiraiya had warned Ajisai that this solution wasn't exactly stable, and that it was likely that the creature would struggle for freedom. Except that it hadn't. Whether it had willingly cooperated, or if the seal itself had still been too strong for the Kyuubi to create problems, Ajisai couldn't tell. The fact remained that the Kyuubi had only aided her, instead of acting as a burden. Damn, that hurts, Ajisai heard his strained voice, and without realizing she held her breath. Was this Naruto? Was Zetsu truly gone? She couldn't see Zetsu anymore, so. During battle a shinobi has to be prepared for everything. Always expect the unexpected, this was the maxim which the teachers at the academy had repeated over and over again. It was easy enough when applied in theory, but in practice. The real world was always so much more difficult than how the books made it appear to be. Of course, even seasoned shinobi could make the same mistakes. It wasn't just a mistake that rookies made. To be stunned. The battle had been difficult enough as it was, trying to break through the hordes of the Jubi's spawn. With the toads, slugs, and the variety of monsters which Ajisai had called forth at their side, the battle had slowly turned into their favor. Seemingly. Of course, whatever progress they made was soon enough lost, as this was a battle of attrition more than anything else. A battle of attrition against a creature of which they couldn't even sense the limits of its power. Hinata wondered why the others never seemed to realize that they were merely a distraction so that the real fight could be fought elsewhere. That crucial battle. It had been won. And now they were facing something even worse. Without Takigakure's mighty tree holding down the Jubi, the massive creature now roamed freely. Its spawn sped back to their creator, merging with whatever material posed as its flesh, returning the energy they carried. Expect the unexpected, a shinobi never shows his emotions, and all those hollow phrases could all go down the drain when faced with a creature that defies reason. Certainly, its sudden release hurt the morale of those she saw around her, more than it had done when they had first seen it. Exhaustion contributed, no doubt. Idly, she wondered whether they had truly had success, or if they had merely made things worse. She didn't need to see Ino trying to get back to her feet, back from her trip through Zetsu's mind, nor did she need to see how Naruto and Ajisai were doing. Even from a distance, her Byakugan allowed her to see it all. Her cousin nodded, and he led his two teammates towards their Hokage. They'd need to change their strategy now, and while the majority of their clan had sided with those who preferred to wage war against Iwagakure and Kumagakure, Neji and Hinata were the only Hyuga that Tsunade had at her disposal. Of course, there were the likes of Swearin, skilled censors, who could keep the Hokage informed of the status of the battlefield as well, but there was nothing as good as a Hyuga. That much pride did stick in her, even if she wasn't as bigoted and arrogant as the vast majority of the Hyuga clan. No, Hyuga Hinata could see very well that there was no room for arrogance and foolish pride in this battle. Naruto was liberated, but at what cost? The Jubi was growing, its emaciated humanoid form growing thicker and broader, akin to the difference between a scrawny teenager and a muscular adult. Swearin-san, could you take Ino-san away from the front lines? She turned to the green-haired Kunoichi from Amigakure. She exhausted most of her chakra while distracting Zetsu. I'm fine, Ino muttered, although her failed attempt to stand up told a different story. From this range, even augmented by my Byakugan, it is obvious that jutsu has cost you too much chakra. Hinata shook her head in disagreement. I cannot see Zetsu, but I'm not certain whether he has died. Right. So, you should focus on recovering your chakra, in case your jutsu is needed again. He won't be able to take over Naruto-kun again. Ino grit her teeth, annoyed that her body didn't do what she wanted it to do, namely continue to contribute to this battle. Although she could have realized, if she had taken the time to think about it, that her actions had tipped the scales. She was the one who had paused Zetsu, allowing Ajisai to transfer the other half of the Kyuubi. There is still the Jubi we have to deal with. Swearin leaned in and picked the exhausted Yamanaka up from the ground. You guys should join Tenten-san and her team. Will do, Shikamaru muttered. Come along Choji, it seems your clan's jutsu are going to be important against a big creature such as that. I don't know if I. Choji, you kick that thing's ass, Ino scolded, although not with any ill intent. She just wanted to give the gentle Akimichi a nudge. Hinata couldn't say she was surprised by that, considering how Ino had always taken the central role in her team when it came to keeping everyone motivated. She herself looked at Kiba and Shino, who both nodded. They showed more confidence than she felt, if she was honest with herself. Although, when she looked closer, she could see in the nearly unnoticeable movements of the both of them that they were just as afraid as she was. A shinobi never succumbs to his or her emotions. Yes, well, the one who had written that textbook had obviously never been in a situation like this. Even seasoned jonin were shaking in their sandals right now. There was an odd moment when the surreal feeling was only processed by some remote part of his mind. It was as if the crippling pain he felt in the right side of his body was something that someone else suffered. At the same time his stomach felt like he had swallowed a bottle of liquid fire. Fire that, as he thought about it, began to spread through his veins and muscles, even his very bones felt like they became brittle under the monstrous pressure. Was this his death? Was this, when he thought he had finally succeeded even when all the odds had been against him, the moment where he still ended up in failure? No, the simple answer came from within. He hadn't failed. It had been successful. Blinking when he tried to open his eyes, which seemingly weren't adjusted to the bright light of day, he attempted to gauge his surroundings. Some kind of humongous crustacean stood close, its pincers definitely seemed big enough to snap him in two. TSK, that petty crab wouldn't stand a chance. The condescending chuckle that followed reminded him of his own power. Yeah, a mere summon would not be enough to halt him. Still, that summon. Those chakra receivers were quite familiar. And not in the good way. Needless to say that he stumbled back when he realized who stood in front of him. Orange hair, purple eyes with that eerie ripple-like pattern, it was enough to put him on the wrong track. At least, for a moment when the tears that blinked underneath the legendary dojutsu, and the impact of the body that now hugged him tightly. A He-chan? Naruto could barely believe what he was seeing. Naruto-kun, she didn't look up, but her one-armed hug only got tighter, desperately clinging to him. Now that he looked closer, he saw her broken left arm. He saw her shaking shoulder, as she cried to his chest. "You're hurt." "I'm fine," she sniffled. "You?" "Better than I ever thought I would be," Naruto couldn't help but smile brightly. They stood amidst a ruin of a village, filled with the remains of the slaughtered population, while an allied force of shinobi was facing the monstrously strong Jubi. Half his body felt like it was broken and reshuffled, and yet he had not felt this happy since before he had left Amigakure. So, what else could he do? He carefully avoided touching her injured arm, and lifted her from the ground with a hug of his own. "I thought you were dead," he swallowed away his tears at least, he tried. Ever since she had wriggled her way through the emotionless shell that he had created before he regained his memories, she had been able to affect him. From a logical point of view, he had even worried that her hold over him was too great. Since he had his memories back, things had only worsened. To the point where he didn't even realize how irrational he could act. With his memories back, however, it all made sense. Ajisai kissed him on the cheek. "I was dead, but Pain Nagato brought me back. I was given his eyes, and..." She trailed off, suddenly a bit self-conscious about her changed hair color. "Do you know what my favorite color was before Zetsu screwed me over?" "Eh?" "Orange," Naruto smirked. He put her down, much to her displeasure. "Give me your hands, Kurama wants to repay his debts. He seems to like you quite a bit." "Don't make me sound like a softie, meatbag, I'm only doing it because I owe her," Kurama growled from inside the seal. "And you should hurry. The Jubi seems to be preparing an attack. That flower-like thing that is budding on his back is bad news. Rein in your emotions and focus, because the battle isn't over yet." "You're right," Naruto answered out loud, leading to him having to repeat Kurama's message to Ajisai. "And he insists that you give me both hands," he relayed another message. "Extracting his other half from your right arm practically destroyed your tenketsu there. He'll fix it, though they'll stay sore for a while." "Well, a bit of pain is better than not being able to channel any chakra through my arm," she smiled happily. "How are we going to beat that thing? Mokuton has been strong against every bijou in history, and with the full might of Kurama behind it." Naruto shrugged. "Best odds we could possibly get. She and the crab are with you?" He nodded at Konan. "She helped teach me how to wield the Rinnegan," Ajisai grimaced. It was a little underhanded perhaps, but Naruto had deliberately distracted her at the moment he channeled Kurama's chakra into her arms. The broken bone setting itself was not a pleasant feeling. And the tenketsu of her right arm. Ajisai wondered when Kurama would consider something to be painful, because this felt worse than just sore. "Rinnegan." I wonder what kind of dojutsu that thing has. A red Rinnegan with Tomoe through it? He remained pensive for a few moments, half-heartedly waiting for the Kyuubi to fill in that blank. And where is Zetsu? Try to focus on the Jubi first. After all the effort that parasite put into keeping control over your body, Zetsu should be completely out of chakra, so you can hunt that accursed thing down at a later time, Kurama advised. As for what the Jubi can do, I do not know. The Rikudo Sennin managed to defeat it, but was unable to kill it. He sealed it within himself. He said it was the most difficult battle he ever faced, but nothing about what it could do. Only that the world would end if it should return. Naruto recounted the words which Kurama had spoken earlier. Ahi-chan, you and Konan should join the others. Together, you'll stand stronger. Ba-chan, Ino-chan, and all the others will need our help. What about you? She tried not to let it show, but Ajisai was displeased that he didn't want her at his side during this battle. I'll try to bind its movements. Hopefully my jutsu are able to drain it of some of its power as well. Though, Kurama mentioned that the Jubi won't let me do that at my leisure, and he'll probably try to kill me while I try to bind it. That's where you and the others come in. I don't think I can win this without you, he smiled at his orange-haired girlfriend. And you drop this, he threw something small at her, before jumping towards the Jubi. Bewildered, Ajisai looked at the object that he had just given her. It was a familiar wooden ring, one she had been missing ever since she had been brought back to life. Whatever challenge lay ahead, she felt all worries vanish as she put her ring back where it belonged. I love you too, Naruto-kun, she muttered under her breath. Let's go. Konan nodded, and the two of them rushed off towards the gathered shinobi. Well, he had been warned. Kurama definitely had warned him twice. Before, it was only half, only yang, but now it was so much more. Complete, balanced, both yin and yang combined, Kurama had grown vastly more powerful than before. The fact that the Bijou had been forced to survive as only half of himself had only led to him getting stronger. The fox had seen injured humans struggle, gaining strength from adversity, but up till now he had never understood. Until Minato, there hadn't been anyone who had managed to truly injure a Bijou. Proud of his overwhelming power, Kurama had never realized how weakness could make a mind stronger. Perhaps it was this pride that had enabled that accursed Uchiha to enslave him, Kurama could but guess. It was irrelevant now. He was a whole again, more aware of his true strength than ever before. Even with the portion that Zetsu had stolen to fuel the Geto Mazo, Kurama knew he had surpassed his old self. The true question was, is it enough? Cooperation was no strange thing for them anymore, especially not after Pain, where Kurama had covered as an impromptu strategist. That was where the two had fully realized how devastating their combined power could be. It was for that reason that Kurama had repeatedly warned the Jinchuriki. We've grown stronger. Thanks for notifying me, Captain Obvious. Oh wow, is that sarcasm I hear? How surprising, Naruto rolled his eyes. I did tell you that I'd go all out on that ugly son of a bitch. Yes, after which, I told you not to overdo it, Kurama retorted. Even if Naruto couldn't see his inner fox, the tone of voice was enough to convey the deadpan expression. Now that you've created something of equal size, why not focus on tearing that bastard down? It's not like I deliberately tried to show off, Naruto sighed. Oh well, I might as well add a few dragons while we're at it. Sure. Why not waste all of our chakra while fighting an opponent whose reserves completely overshadow ours? Think, brat. We've got to be more careful. Okay, no dragons, Naruto scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. Entering Sage Mode had not taken much time. It was surprising how much easier it went now that their combined reserves had grown so much. Greater reserves drastically reduced the risk of losing control over the gathered amounts of nature energy. Still, Naruto had not expected that Senpo Mokuton, Shin Jusuman Cannon, Sage Art would release, the true 11-headed cannon, would be affected as well. If possible, the 11-headed cannon was even larger than before. Naruto stood atop its head, amidst the 11 heads that adorned its crown. Tuning out the influx of sensations, of the suffering around him, Naruto looked at the Jubi and was bemused by the thought that it suddenly didn't seem as huge anymore. Oh, it was still larger than the cannon, but it was a completely different view than from down on the ground. From down below, the Jubi looked down upon you and you thought there was no chance in hell you'd ever be able to harm it. From up here, things suddenly did not seem as impossible anymore. It was a foolish notion, yes, Naruto knew it all too well. The overwhelming difference in power could not even be expressed in words. Senjutsu sharpened his senses, made him better a sensor than practically any other shinobi, and yet Naruto could not sense the limits of the Jubi's power. It was almost as if he tried to sense nature itself. There was endless, boundless amounts of energy. The chaotic flow of it made it only more difficult to get a grasp of the extent of its power. Bind its movements and try to suppress and drain it, Kurama repeated. Not bothering to respond, Naruto commanded the cannon forward. The Jubi howled in response, as if it answered the challenge. Oddly, it first turned around, biting the giant tree of Takigakure. Before he could finish the thought, the tree began to shrink. The bastard is absorbing the tree, Naruto growled. Mokuton Haijutsu, Jukai Katan, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. Trees rose up around the Jubi, creeping up, trying to bind it. It was merely a small inconvenience to the creature. Perhaps it was underestimating Naruto, perhaps it simply wasn't any smarter, but the fact remained that the Jubi stayed put until the cannon had closed in. Mokuton, Hote no Jutsu, Naruto grunted, clapping his hands together. Several gigantic wooden hands erupted from the ground, moving up and grabbing the Jubi. As they held it, the massive hands of cannon also took a hold of the creature. Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu, would release, would dragon technique, he added, spawning several dragons which sank its chakra-draining fangs into the Jubi. Senpo, Myojinmon, Sage Art, Gracious Deity Gates, the Jinchuriki followed up immediately after. Wooden gates, Crimson Torai, fell down from above. Naruto had used the attack before, to immobilize the Kyubi. It seemed it was just as successful at binding the Jubi. A gate fell on each of its 10 tails, and several even greater gates held down its torso and arms. How'd you like that, bastard? Naruto panted. Whether Kurama was complete or not, an onslaught like this consumed insane amounts of chakra. Naruto felt that his sage mode had already run out, and created a wooden clone to keep control of the cannon. He had to take a few moments to refuel, even though Kurama urged him to hurry. Something is off. This is too easy. I know, Naruto frowned. But its flesh is strangely wood-like, perhaps that's why my jutsu have a stronger effect than you expected? A creature this powerful, no matter how mindless it has acted up till now, should not be bound this easily. It should have tried to evade, or tried to break free when the restraints were weaker. No. This isn't right. That was the only word she could use to describe what she saw. With her dujutsu, she could easily see the insane amounts of chakra that had been used in this fast combination of jutsu. Especially the red gates, or whatever the things were that pinned down the Jubi, they were awe-inspiring. The Jubi howled and struggled weakly, but seemed unable to escape. Perhaps our plans were a bit premature, Ajisai smiled proudly, idly touching the ring that once again adorned her finger. He was definitely the most impressive man in the world, not just because of his power, but because of his will. And yet, he was a gentle soul, in spite of everything he had gone through. Ironic, Ame's society is focused on strength, but I fell for him because of his personality. That didn't mean she wasn't thoroughly impressed by his power, though. On the contrary, she had respected that in him from the moment she first met. No, when I first met him, he wasn't dressed, Ajisai smiled at the memory. Him opening the door in his birthday suit was not something she had expected at that point at all. All she had seen at that time was an attractive, naked young man, whom she was ordered to guard and show around the village. At that point, she hadn't even known that he was part of Akatsuki, nor how strong he truly was. When she realized who he truly was, though, she had feared his reaction. She hadn't been respectful enough, and considering the behavior she had been used to from people from his caliber. Well, Nagato had declared himself to be a god, for one, while their previous leader, Hanzo, had cut down anyone who even dared to look at him the wrong way. Not Naruto, though, he had insisted on being treated as an equal, and if she used honorifics it only annoyed him. Looking down at her ring, she couldn't believe that he had fallen for someone as mundane as her. I'm worthy to be his partner now, she thought, with more than a little pride. While she was well aware that he thought of it as nonsense, gaining the Rinnegan had given Ajisai the feeling that she was closer to him. No matter what he'd say, she knew she had been inferior to him. It was a pattern of thought that was too deeply ingrained for her to simply ignore it, but now she felt differently. But first things first. Looking at the assembly of creatures that she had summoned, that now stood around her, she wondered how they'd dispose of the Jubi. Naruto held it down. While the forces of Konoha and Amigakure quickly moved to surround it, they'd use whatever jutsu they had at their disposal to immobilize the Jubi, and if possible, aid Naruto's dragons in draining the Jubi's chakra. Attack, she ordered, Even though a simple thought would have sufficed. These summons were linked to her after all. Tuning out their sight had been the only thing that she had needed to train on a little. It was quite disorienting to see things from multiple points of view simultaneously. You humans are truly annoying. You. Ajisai turned around to see Black Zetsu rise up from the ground. Yes. Me, Zetsu smiled viciously. Suddenly the whole world turned and shifted, in a nauseating shift of her surroundings. Chakra pulsed and convulsed. Her senses had blackened out for a few moments before she finally caught herself again. When she realized where she was, she stood atop Naruto's lumbering cannon, and to her dismay the Jubi was gone. What? What is that tree? Ajisai gasped. Where did that tree come from? Chapter 25. Deception. Are you certain that this is the right choice? Inoiki couldn't help but wonder if the trust he had in his oldest friend hadn't led him astray. His daughter had followed their Hokage, while he had joined the rest of the Konoha's forces. Why? He could argue that he did this because he was the leader of the Yamanaka clan, but if he was honest with himself, he'd rather be with his daughter. Sadly, this was one of those many cases where his duties were outweighing his personal wishes. Do you think we should instead trust a letter sent by a girl who isn't even officially leading her village? Shikaku snorted. No. You know very well that I would not go to war if I could avoid it, Inoiki, but this situation is too perfect an opportunity. Kiri is too divided to interfere, Suna too weak, so who is to stop us from exploiting the war between Iwa and Kumo? Those fools started this by themselves. I know that you act under the presumption that there is nothing left that could threaten our village, Inoiki sighed. But what if Tsunade is right? Do you still trust her capabilities? Her temper was always a weak point in her character, but to blatantly disregard the council and rush off with a force of her own. Well, she made her decision. She chose to chase ghosts over doing her actual duty, proving that her critics were actually correct. The unusually talkative Nara couldn't muster much respect for the Senju. Her quest showed me that we should reconsider her position. I wonder why she just did not accept that, and persisted with those fantasies that he was kidnapped. After all, there have been multiple witnesses who have seen Naruto leave the battlefield, as well as those who have seen him travel through Hai no Kuni. But why would he have done that? Why? Shikaku turned to look at his friend. He already stated clearly enough that he didn't particularly care about our village anymore. All we need is for him to keep out of this. For too long, we have suffered the equilibrium between villages. For too long, our shinobi have fought and died for nothing. Today, we have a chance to shatter that equilibrium. Two villages are at each other's throats, weakening each other. Who is to stop us from swooping in and taking out two of our competitors? It is logical, Inoiki spoke the last word as if it were dirty. The logical thing to do, for sure, but is it right? What is right or wrong is determined by the victors, the Nara shrugged. Morality and ethics are subject to cultural influences and personal opinions. They aren't somehow magically fixed entities. And even if it is wrong, who cares? It will be decided by history, and those who are victorious write that history. You would go through with this plan despite knowing that it is wrong? There are too many grudges between our villages. Even if that greenhorn who thinks herself to be a cage believes that peace is as easily attained as just offering it to the others, the both of us know that there are too many grudges on both sides to ever accommodate a lasting peace. And do I need to mention that we have a shot at ending Kumagakure's greed? They have been hoarding power for decades, just ask Kyoshi about that. Do you want them to snatch away your daughter, Inoiki? The only feasible path to a lasting peace is for us to eliminate our competitors. An idealist might say that we should give Iwa the benefit of the doubt, but a realist would know that my words are true. Now is the time for Konoha to rise to dominance, and to put an end to this long struggle for power. Tell me, does that make me evil? Shikaku questioned. Even if it does, in my opinion it is worse to waste the opportunity we have been presented. If we act now, our children and all the generations to come do not have to suffer the pointless bloodshed we have experienced. For that, I gladly become a villain. Yamanaka Inoiki remained silent, not knowing what to say. Was Tsunade right, with her faith in Kurotsuchi? A lot would depend on how trustworthy that girl's promise was. Did she have enough sway over her village and her council to actually back up her words? The fact that she wasn't yet the official Tsuchikage spoke against her. Meanwhile, the good judgment of Tsunade was also something that could be put to discussion. Inoiki knew better than most, even if his daughter was rather tight-lipped about the matter, that the Senju was emotionally fragile. What should I say? Should I join the others, and participate in a war that brings peace, Or should I try to advocate for peace, knowing that this choice would most likely lead to more wars in the future? Inoiki looked at his friend. The Nara was going over the strategic map, revisiting his plans with the latest intel provided by the Sensor Division. Is it evil to sacrifice a few for the good of the many? Is it worse to act self-righteously, knowing that I would condemn many more to die in inevitable future conflicts if I refuse to dirty my own hands? This choice seems to be between the lesser of two evils. The whole thing was a mess, really. The tree, one of the most recognizable aspects of the village, was gone, while the village itself. All that was left was ruins. When he had first visited Takigakure, along with Kakuzu, the village was already not the most prosperous. Not that the village radiated an aura of poverty or anything, but the differences between a major village and a small one such as Taki were clearly visible. Of course, once Kakuzu had left the place, dragged away by Naruto, Takigakure had already been scarred. Right now, there wasn't a scarred village anymore. The battle had transformed the place into a crater, an ugly scar on the landscape. The Jubi, unable to break free, kept thrashing around. As a testament to its power, its tails destroyed the mountains surrounding the former village as if they were made out of cardboard. More than one white Zetsu was caught in the destruction, flattened by boulders that were tumbling down. Of course, those cowardly clones didn't dare to come close anymore. If they came too close to his chakra, Naruto knew what would happen to them. Especially now that Kurama was complete, his chakra was so full of life. Kurama's words, not his, that Zetsu would lose his consistency and turn into a tree. Kinda makes you wonder what those bastards are made of, he idly groused, while scanning the battlefield. Kurama was nervous, as the Jubi should have been able to put up more of a fight. Naruto agreed with the cunning fox, knowing all too well that it was wise to heed the fox's warnings. Things were definitely going too smoothly. The assembly of shinobi, in which Naruto saw Hitai 8 from both Konoha and Ame, was circling around the Jubi, firing jutsu after jutsu while his dragons kept sapping chakra from the creature. Still, even though he had recharged Sage Mode, Naruto could not sense the Jubi weakening at all. The logical conclusion would be that it was waiting for something. But for what did it wait? The white Zetsu clones were incapable of doing anything, and each of Akatsuki's members had perished. All except Black Zetsu. It irked him that he couldn't detect Black Zetsu. Standing atop his strongest jutsu, the Jusuman cannon, Naruto kept a close eye on all the players left on the field. Could it be that Konan betrays us? He wondered. No, the woman was leading the Ame Nin, and was attacking the Jubi with everything she had. On the other side of the Jubi, Tsunade was leading the Konoha Nin. She, too, seemed to be at his side. What other players were left that could change the game? Mito Guy? Nay, his taijutsu is impressive, but he's just a jonin. He's not the type to side with the Jubi, Naruto scowled. No, there was but one person with the potential to change the battlefield at this point. And she would never side against him. Naruto was willing to lay down his life for that. That means there's only one option left, Kurama growled angrily. Ironically, he did so at the very moment that Naruto detected Black Zetsu's presence. If he hadn't been looking in the right direction, he doubted if he could have sensed the stealthy bastard at all, but luck was at his side for once. I can make it. I gotta improvise. Senpo, Kawarimi no Jutsu, Naruto simply combined two jutsu, mashing them together on the fly. Ajisai was encased in wood, and she and Naruto substituted. It was nothing like the regular body replacement technique, but he had to improvise. You. Me, Naruto smirked when he saw Black Zetsu's startled expression. He stomped one foot on the ground, forcing his chakra through the earth. He wouldn't allow the evasive Zetsu to escape once more. Especially not after he dared to target a He-chan. Do you truly think you can stop the inevitable? Black Zetsu looked down, obviously noticing that Naruto had tried to cut off his escape route. Watch me, the Jinchuriki glared back. Senpo Mokuton, Cannon Riot, Sage Art would release, Cannon's hands. A replica of the left hand of the cannon shot from the ground, its speed surprising Zetsu, who completely failed to dodge. Before Zetsu fully processed what Naruto had done, the hand held his legs, its thorns piercing Zetsu's black flesh. You really are an unexpectedly great annoyance, Zetsu grunted, ignoring the pain he felt. But I have lived for centuries. Did you think that I would go down easily? You'll die, no matter how you'll try to squirm your way out of this one. The Jubi will grow. The tree will rise. And then the day of reckoning is upon your species. You dared to impede my exalted mother. And here I thought that your white half was the insane one, Naruto spat. Just hurry up and die already, you backstabbing piece of shit. It took much effort to get the Mizukage and Reikage to cooperate, but once I made sure the Hokage wouldn't do a thing to stop them. It was fun to destroy your clan, Uzumaki Naruto, Black Zetsu laughed. Naruto was starting to think that the parasitic creature had completely lost it, except for the fact that the fall of the Uzumaki clan sounded exactly like one of Zetsu's schemes and the Hokage had, willingly or not, played a part in that. The wooden hand of the cannon clenched, crushing Zetsu's legs. This didn't really accomplish much, considering how Black Zetsu had a rather fluid body, but it felt satisfactory nonetheless. Foon, Zetsu still chuckled. How delightful that you will be destroyed by the jutsu your ancestors guarded with their lives. Naruto choked and nearly lost his balance, when something oppressive connected to his body. He heard Kurama scream warnings, but could only watch with a morbid fascination at the intricate pattern that appeared underneath his feet. Now it made sense to him why Black Zetsu had disappeared for a while. He had been preparing this, and targeted Ajisai to seal. To seal what? The Jubi, Kurama cried out in panic. Stop that bastard. He's sealing the Jubi in you. I would. If I could, Naruto stammered. I can't move. His eyes turned to the Jubi, which had suddenly stopped resisting its binds. It's enormous. I focused upon the blonde Jinchuriki. But Naruto could not really keep his attention on what the Jubi did. He looked at his Moku Bunshine, and to Ajisai, disoriented, at its side. The rough jutsu he had used to get her to safety had apparently not gone without a hitch. Wordlessly, Naruto nodded at his clone, ordering it to move back and take Ajisai away. I might die today, but the tree will bloom, and your world will be rent asunder, Zetsu shouted with the last of his power. The chakra injected from the left hand of the cannon had spread, blossoming into a lethal poison, and after centuries of scheming, Zetsu's quest had finally come to a close. The parasitic entity died with a smile, knowing that he had succeeded, he had fulfilled his purpose. Naruto stumbled. All things faded from his sight. Sounds were silenced. Lights were dimmed. Smells evaporated. Only the chill of the Jubi's endless chakra crept through his body. With it, a voice came. It was a voice, so sweet and soothing, enticing yet commanding without tolerating any disobedience, a voice which commanded him to do something. Something. What was he doing? What was she saying? Why was he listening to her? Something left his body, something grew higher than any tree he had ever spawned. Its roots went deeper than anything he had ever felt. It was everywhere. He was everywhere. The world suddenly felt so small. So fragile. They weren't caught in the genjutsu, as they should be, but it mattered little to him to her. The sequence was of little importance now. All he needed, all she needed was to reclaim what was hers. Hers? Shin, Jukai Katan, God, nativity of a world of trees, he heard himself say, repeating what that female voice whispered him to say. Then, what little was left of his consciousness was dragged inside. The alluring voice drew him closer and closer. She had made fun of him. She had ridiculed him in whatever way she could get away with that he let her get away with. She teasing him, while he grumpily played his own part in their usual play, it had been how she had imagined herself to be doing this, for him to be there, at her side, giving her the guidance he had always given, the guidance she desperately needed, the guidance that she had always taken for granted. Regret, that was what she felt most during these days. It had numbed her heart, even if her mind was straining to cope with an overwhelming amount of information that she had to process, and decisions she had to make. She had always made fun of him when he made a fuss when nothing was going on, when nothing seemed to be going on. Only now, she realized that he had put so much effort into his duties in order to keep it like that, to maintain that facade, in order for the rest of the village to only have to worry about trivialities. For decades, he had ensured that Iwagakure no Sato endured. And now that task had fallen to her. It pained Kurotsuchi to admit that she was not ready for such a daunting task. There was just too much going on, all at the same time, for her to maintain her usually calm and easygoing demeanor. She was tired, cranky, and mourning. She was mourning the death of her grandfather, slain by the treacherous Reikage, but also the death of her father Kyuchi. Those self-righteous fools of Kumagakure actually had declared war upon Iwagakure. The very moment the war against Amigakure had ended, the very moment the word had spread that the Tsuchikage and Reikage had fallen in battle, the forces from Kumo had marched to their borders. The shinobi from Iwagakure had valiantly defended the borders, but although they fought on their own familiar grounds, they were at a disadvantage from the very start. Kumo's forces had been scattered over the nations, cleaning out the Akatsuki hideouts, but they had lost relatively few. Iwagakure, on the other hand, had participated in a battle where many had met their untimely ends. Due to the trickery of Zetsu and the betrayal of the Reikage and his Jonin, Kurotsuchi had lost many good men and women who could have given her the edge over the invading army. Instead, they had found themselves outnumbered and outmatched, fighting and retreating each day. It was a war in the trenches, quite literally, as they made Kumo fight for every inch of ground, and it had brought only misery to both sides. So many had died. And why? If anyone should have been outraged, it was them, not Kumo, as the Reikage had slain their Tsuchikage. I wish Gramps was still here, Kurotsuchi thought wistfully. He would know what to do, even in this mess. Then again, I doubt he would have approved of the letter I sent to Konoha. He would never have asked for an alliance. She firmly believed that Ryotenbin no Aniki would have found some way to avoid this mess. And if it had happened anyway, he would have put on a show and disintegrated a few squads. A good scare would have changed the minds of Kumo's shinobi. After all, what kind of idiot would willingly face someone with the Jinten Keke Toda? Yes, Kurotsuchi, acting Tsuchikage during this invasion, wanted her grandpa to still be alive. She wanted her father to be at her side too, grumpy and annoying as he could be. She wanted rest. I'm too tired. I should get some sleep, but how can I rest while all these men and women are risking their lives out there? They're depending on me to find a way out of this mess. She sighed deeply. Her eyes were drawn to the map, where the current status of the battlefield was drawn. How long could they maintain this, before the Kumo Nin would reach the village? How long would these invaders be able to keep pushing them back? Surely they would have to get exhausted at some point as well, right? A large figure rushed into her tent. Before she recognized his chakra, she saw his silhouette. It was the shield of the Tsuchikage, Akatsuchi, one of the best Jonin left in her army. And rather than wearing the grim expression he had shown during their attempt to thwart the invasion, he was now actually smiling. It was a tired and, literally, dirty smile, as if he had rushed straight from the front lines to here, still covered in dust and blood. They're here. Who is? They've used the setting sun, and whatever else they could, to hide their approach. Now they are rushing towards the left flank, Akatsuchi continued, ignoring her question. They should be hitting Kumo's forces as we speak. I might not be the Tsuchikage officially, but I'd like it if you at least answered my questions. Kurotsuchi tried to resist the urge to lash out against him. She was too tired and too worried to have an excess of patience. Konoha. Why didn't you say so immediately? She snapped, rushing out of the tent. To her elation, she saw chaos spread through the ranks of the Kumagakure shinobi. Squads of Konoha nin were surgically striking key points in the Kumo army. She had gotten a reply only 1 hour ago, stating that Konoha would send reinforcements. So, either the messenger hawk had been slow, or the message had been sent late. Anyway, Kurotsuchi was relieved to see that they had answered her request. Well, it was a plea, and she knew it. An explosion caught her attention. It was too close. What the? Her eyes widened. The Konoha nin had split into 2 large groups, one striking the Kumo forces, while the other half descended upon her own shinobi. Traitors, she cried out. You filthy, hypocritical, backstabbing traitors. Akatsuchi could not recall ever having seen the young woman this angry. While she was usually easygoing, she had been particularly angry when Datara had defected. But that was nothing like this. Right now, she looked as if she could exterminate the whole lot of their enemies with one glare. Kurotsuchi-sama, he instinctively used a honorific he'd never used for her before, we should call everyone back and organize our. The ground started to tremble, and suddenly a wave of strange chakra pulsed through the area. Some men stumbled and fell, spouting trees from their bodies as they died. This occurred within her own ranks, but she saw the same confusion within the Kumo and Konoha ranks just as well. Although she did not know, and could not see it, Shikaku was shocked to see his cousin undergo the same fate. He, however, quickly connected the facts, and paled. This was what had happened to the white Zetsu clones that had gotten too close to Naruto. This meant that pulse of chakra originated from the Jinchuriki as well. Worse was the fact that it showed how Zetsu had infiltrated their ranks. This particular cousin, Shikaku remembered, was the person who had provided the information that had convinced him that Naruto had merely defected, rather than being abducted like Tsunade had claimed. Across the field, the Kumo nin saw several of their men and women turn into trees, although none realized that these had all been particularly vocal supporters of this invasion. Unlike Shikaku, they did not realize that they had been manipulated. Granted, none were given the time to process the events properly. There weren't many strategists in the world that could outthink Nara, and Shikaku was the best of his clan for a reason. Not even Shikaku could have foreseen what was coming now, though. The earth stopped trembling. Enormous tree roots shot up, tearing open the soil. The attack was as sudden as it was devastating, and before Kurotsuchi could do as much as blink, many of the gathered shinobi had fallen victim to whatever jutsu it was that Naruto had cast. What Kurotsuchi did notice, however, was that the attack was completely indiscriminate. Akatsuchi protected her as well as he could, but there were too many. Everywhere roots shot up, entangling people, trapping them into cocoon-like shells. It wasn't until she fell victim to the jutsu herself that she understood why those who were captured in those cocoons did not break free. Even if they were not caught in any genjutsu, Shin, Jukai Katan was more than capable of subduing every living thing. Surely, it was more difficult to drain the targets of their chakra, and they would not be transformed into the loyal minions that the Zetsu were, but the jutsu did what it was supposed to do nonetheless. All over the world, the same thing happened. A pulse of chakra affected every white Zetsu in the world, causing the instant extermination of their kind. Each and every clone was hit, causing them to destabilize and sprout out as trees. All over the world, there were those who saw their friends, family, and loved ones change. Leaders saw their most trusted advisors turn into trees. Generals lost their best messengers. All throughout the social systems of mankind, there were many and important, yet unimposing, positions who had turned out to be spies. Such was the extent of Zetsu's infiltration. Not just Iwa, Kumo, and Konoha were thrown in confusion, but Kirigakure and Tsunade were affected as well. Tamari had been in the middle of a heated debate with her village's counselors when two of the elders suddenly turned into trees. Unknown to her, the impersonator of the daimyo of Kaze no Kuni, the only daimyo that had been successfully replaced by Zetsu, perished as well. In Mizu no Kuni, the time for debates had already been passed. The grudges and disagreements had grown out of control in the typical way for their nation, as the people were too hot-headed and vengeful for their own good. No matter how Terumi Mei had exerted herself, a civil war had proven to be unavoidable. However, aside from some early skirmishes, both sides were still regrouping and strategizing. The loyalists, who still believed in Yagura's doctrine, were outnumbered but knew that this did not mean much, as the rebels, who now ruled Kirigakure, had been victorious from their underdog position. Imagine the surprise when men and women on both sides suddenly turned into trees. Both sides briefly accused the other of this act, before the branches of the Shinju rose from the earth and gathered all over the world, people tried to resist, tried to escape the inevitable, before they were caught. Some lasted longer, like Mei or Tamari, while others were caught before they even realized what happened. Zetsu had done his work well, and in each army and group there was division and discontent. Distrust prevented allies from properly fighting side by side, which might have given them a slight chance at victory. Against Naruto's mastery of the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, however, all struggles soon proved to be futile. Tsunade, weakened to the point that it was afraid and defensive, fell. Kirigakure, torn in civil war, fell. Kumagakure, with the majority of its shinobi misguidedly invading another nation, fell. Iwagakure, already struggling to defend itself, fell. Even Konoha stood no chance. All fell before the might of the Shinju, all failed against the skill of Uzumaki Naruto. Only one remained, the last conscious and free human being, one who had seen all her friends and allies being caught by Naruto's onslaught, Ajisai. She, with her Rinnegan, had seen it happen. Naruto's clone had spent all of its chakra using the Jusaman cannon to protect her, and after it fell she was forced to rely on her own powers. Shinra Tensei was useful, without a doubt, and one of the strongest jutsu that existed. But the seconds she needed to wait after each usage was a glaring weakness. Why had this happened? Ajisai had seen Black Zetsu rise from the ground, seemingly targeting her, and then she had been moved to the top of Naruto's enormous wooden Buddha-like statue. Then all hell had broken loose. A truly enormous tree had risen up, one which put even to Kigakure's old tree, the one which the Jubi had somehow consumed in its shadow. The burst of chakra that came from Naruto right after that had blinded her for a moment, showing the downside of a dojutsu that could see chakra. Never before had she seen a chakra signature as potent as his. Naruto had always been extremely powerful, and was even more so since she had reunited the two halves of the Kyuubi. But right now his power was simply absurd. With her summons at her side, Ajisai slowly worked her way through the onslaught of tree roots that all tried to ensnare her in a cocoon, like the tree had done to all others she had seen. Tsunade, Konan, Swerin, Ino, She could not see any of them anymore, not even the toads. Every cocoon looked the same to her, the tree's chakra completely masking the signature of those within. I can't keep this up all alone. Ajisai didn't fail to notice that her own chakra reserves were slowly dwindling. Besides, to properly act, she needed to know what this jutsu was, what it was supposed to do to its victims. All she had seen was an enormous tree filled with an ominous energy, while its roots gathered all the shinobi that were nearby. Perhaps if I know the purpose of the jutsu, I can find a weakness in it. And if I can free people from it, they would be able to help me out. Alas, it was easier thought than done. Getting near those cocoons meant that she had to get closer to the thicker roots to which the cocoons were attached. Getting closer to those roots meant that the attacks intensified. Still, she had to take a risk. Playing it safe in this already desperate situation was no option anyway. What she found was that the cocoons were surprisingly easy to break from the outside, at least. Those trapped inside, however, seemed completely subdued. She had found a Konoha kunoichi, a jonin by the looks of it, who barely seemed to register Ajisai's attempts to free her. Ajisai could see how the chakra of the tree completely overwhelmed its victim, and if she was not mistaken it had slowly started to drain the kunoichi of her chakra. Ajisai could not tell for what purpose. She was not granted the time to investigate, and lost her summoned panda before she got out of the web of roots that had tried to trap her. Obviously, her actions had drawn attention. Her eyes only caught a hint of a movement before the sound of a crash entered her ears. Naruto. No, someone who looked like Naruto had noticed her. His skin and hair were as pale as white Zetsu, and a strange bone-like thing adorned his forehead. It somewhat resembled a Hittite, only without a symbol. What was even stranger was that two horns grew out of the bone thing. His eyes were closed, yet it did not seem to hinder him in the slightest. Before Ajisai even got a proper look at him, he had already planted a foot in her stomach, sending her flying. Ignoring the pain, Ajisai quickly scrambled to her feet. Shinra Tensei. More on instinct than with any conscious thought, she halted his follow-up attack. It did not seem to stop him for long, though. He now wore rough black pants, walked on bare feet, and had his torso covered by some sort of white robe. This robe had 6 black Magatama markings across the chest and 9 black Magatama markings in 3 rows of 3 on the back. Those symbols were odd, but they weren't what made his current appearance so odd to her. With her eyes, she could see that these clothes were not what they appeared to be. The pants and the robe were constructs of pure chakra. She couldn't tell why he'd create such a chakra cloak, but she could see that it would shield him from practically any jutsu. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Get back to your senses, please. She pleaded. She didn't understand why he was suddenly doing this. What had Zetsu done to him? Why was his chakra so similar to that of that monstrous tree? Ru, too? His voice was almost mechanical, as if he did not know how to use it. Do you even understand what I'm saying? What did Zetsu do to you? Are you giving up this easily? Ajisai whispered. Don't you even try to resist whatever it is that Zetsu did to you? Naruto raised his arms, perpendicular to his torso, and from his open hands 2 black blobs of chakra emerged. Ajisai tried to look past the empty expression on his face, tried to ignore that he still had not opened his eyes, and looked at those black orbs of chakra instead. It wasn't like she couldn't distinguish a single nature transformation in that chakra, but rather that she saw it all. Doten, Raiten, Futon, Katen, and Suten, she saw it all being balanced and merged in that black chakra. To any other person, that chakra would have formed a nigh unstoppable attack. Sure, Ajisai was surprised to see one of the black orbs fly at her, as she didn't expect anyone to use a chakra with such density for a ranged attack. But the abilities of Pretapath were always hungry, regardless of what type of chakra it was. The chakra-made robe flickered, destabilizing for a fraction of a second, while Naruto tilted his head. He seemed confused by the sudden disappearance of his attack. The momentary lapse of concentration showed that his chakra wasn't as strong as she initially thought. Well, it was still far too strong, that was obvious, but it was also strangely divided. Conflicted. Sigh, run, he strained to talk. She. Close. Darkness. As far as his eye could see, there was this endless and despairing darkness. Apart from all this nothingness, the only thing that he could distinguish were the branches that kept him in place. They tied him, bound him in such a way that he could barely move a muscle. The constant pressure of battling the white, gray and brown branches, which constricted him to the point that they seemed to be intent on tearing him asunder, was threatening to make him lose his sanity. He already was lost, or so he felt. A weariness, a mind-numbing apathy, had taken hold of him. Why was he here? What was he doing? Where would he go? All such questions had seemed important once, yet held so little meaning now. What did it all matter? Everything he did came crashing down in failure anyway. He'd lose whatever he gained, fall whenever he managed to stand up, and it all changed nothing about the world around him. It was. No, he couldn't think like that. Ajisai was alive again. Kurama depended on him. If he lost now, the Jubi would rise, swallowing up the poor fox who'd be condemned to a fate worse than death. Unlike the mortal soul, which would pass on to the Pure Land, Kurama's entire existence would be erased. The creature that he had once been a part of would reclaim him, absorb him until finally all aspects of the personality he had developed over the course of the last centuries. It was irrelevant. Duties, hopes, they were all just burdens, ties that kept him from moving. They were strings that made him a puppet in the hands of others. Everything which he had held important was just as futile as the matters of any other human. He, like any other mortal, was a lesser creature whose only reason to exist was to. Wait, what? Why did he feel like that? It's like there are two voices in my head, battling for dominance, he sighed wearily. He was tired. Caught in the crossfire between both opinions, he felt only his fatigue. He was tired because he had to keep resisting the branches that threatened to tear him apart. What the other two voices wanted. It all seemed so cumbersome. Indeed. Resistance is futile. No, do not give up. Think of Ajisai, think of Kurama. What would happen to them? What would happen to Tsunade, to Ino, to everyone? Foolishness. They'd all die eventually. It would be better for them if their deaths were to serve a higher purpose. I am nowhere. There's no escape from here. Not only that, but it's a burden to keep myself together. Why are those two opposing opinions even important to me, if I can't even do a single thing to liberate myself? Naruto groaned when the branches around his right arm tightened and threatened to pull the limb off his torso. And yet, I cannot allow myself to fail. I cannot fail Ahi-chan. I cannot condemn Kurama to such a fate. I must endure. Humans have always struggled to delay the inevitable. A female voice came from the darkness that surrounded him. Naruto recognized the voice, as it was the same which had he heard before he ended up in this. Whatever this place was supposed to be. Who are you? Naruto growled. Curiosity, even at the very end, your short-lived race never seems to lose that quality. Unfortunately, that curiosity by far exceeds your capacity to understand. The female voice sounded oddly disappointed. Perhaps that is why they turned against me. You will fail, Jubi. Your resistance is commendable. The voice regained the slightly amused edge it had before she spoke of those who had turned against her. But now it ends. Pride yourself in the fact that you managed to last this long, and rest. Live your dream. Your suffering has lasted long enough. Even if it was involuntary, the darkness that followed after her word grabbed a hold of his mind, and he welcomed it. Whether he was truly glad that it ended or not, he could not tell. His heart felt corrupted by the opposing ideals. The pain of the branches tearing at him was irrelevant compared to the feeling he had that his own mind had been invaded. Had he lost this struggle before it had even started? Blinking his eyes, he tried to shut out the annoying light. He stifled a yawn, though failed horribly at doing so. Reorienting himself, he noticed that the sheets were a mess, all sweaty and twisted around him. Obviously, he had been having a bad dream. It was a weird dream, too, although he couldn't really remember what it had been about. The elusive nature of dreams was a rather frustrating fact. Freeing himself from the entangled fabric, he walked towards the mirror. His eyes had grown adjusted to the bright light of the morning sun. His mood had improved a lot, simply due to the many songs of the birds outside. It sounded like spring, and the garden had attracted many birds who all sang their songs. It seemed perfect, and yet. Looking in the mirror, his hands absent-mindedly touched the places where he had expected to see scars. Weird. Why should I have scars? Was it that strange dream? He pondered. Turning around, he went to the closet and collected his clothes. They seemed a bit big, but his vantage point had changed too. For some reason his own height confused him. Why would my height confuse me? Things didn't seem logical. All that confusion was eclipsed when a woman entered his bedroom. Naruto-kun, you should get dressed, Yamanaka Ino kissed him. No, she wasn't a Yamanaka anymore. He remembered the day she had taken his name. Breakfast is ready, and you've got to go to your office soon. Stupefied, all he could do was stare at her. Her purple outfit left her midriff exposed, and seemed to be designed to accentuate her chest, an area where she had been very well developed. Motherhood had that effect on people, after all. Wait, what? Don't just stand there, silly, Ino smirked. I know I'm gorgeous, but save that for tonight. She blushed a little. Sakura-chan agreed to have Minato-chan sleeping over. You know how well Minato-chan and Sarada-chan get along. But it leaves the whole night for the two of us. I seem to remember you talking about a second? Yeah, Naruto didn't know why he had been confused. Why would the appearance of his wife confuse him? I'm sure Minato-chan would love a little brother or sister. His smile broadened. I'll make sure I finish the paperwork early. Or else I simply ditch it on Ba-chan. Don't anger Tsunade-sama. Uzumaki Ino stood on her toes and kissed her husband. I can't have you all injured tonight. I want my tiger to be in prime condition. I wouldn't mind getting the nurse treatment again, though, Naruto thought aloud. I'll stop teasing, he chuckled, seeing his wife being uncharacteristically bashful. Obviously she hadn't forgotten about that night either. I'll be down in a second. Good, I'll get Minato-chan out of bed. Although Naruto didn't let her get out of the bedroom without first playfully slapping her well-formed rear. Life is good, Naruto thought happily, finishing dressing himself. All he needed was his cloak, but that was downstairs. Along with the hat. Even after 4 years, he still thought of it as Tsunade's hat. He had married the girl he had grown up with, the woman he had always loved, and together they had their little loose cannon of a son. Uzumaki Minato, named after the boy's famous grandfather, had unfortunately inherited a deadly combination of the energy of his father and the inquisitiveness of his mother. Naruto was looking forward to the time his boy would pick up the noble art of pranking. Yes, life was definitely good. And yet there was something gnawing at him. What? He couldn't tell. Ino wondered why he was so pensive, but he couldn't explain it to her. As he walked to the Hokage's office, he was greeted by countless people. Their hero, their idol, he wondered why they saw him as such. It felt so odd that there were those who practically worshipped the very ground he walked upon, yet so good to know that he was acknowledged by them all. Why am I feeling so detached? Naruto couldn't put his finger on it. Sakura dropped by, giving him the reports of the hospital she led. Tsunade may have founded it, but she had decided that her pupil was better of leading it. At least, that was what the Senju had claimed. Everyone who knew her a bit better knew that she had simply pawned off the responsibility so that she could pick up her gambling addiction again. Oh well, at least she stays clear of alcohol now. That one drunken debacle was bad enough. Ino-chan threatening to keep Minato-chan away from her definitely had the desired effect. Naruto chuckled as he looked at the portrait of the former Godime Hokage. Tsunade loved sake, but that affection paled in comparison to the love she felt for what was practically her grandchild. She and Jiraiya definitely were complete suckers when it came to the blonde 3-year-old. Still, when his Jonin commander entered the office, Naruto was overwhelmed by a sense of wrongness. Sai gave it no thought, simply giving his report regarding this week's drills, acting as stoic as ever. While they had enjoyed peace for years now, the pale Jonin commander remained adamant that their forces had to maintain proper discipline. He had always been a bit too serious. At least, until Naruto pointed out that he still had some lipstick on his cheek. The former root operative was easily flustered, making it so funny to tease him. But why was it that the interaction with Sai felt wrong? Once he was alone in his office, Naruto looked down at his hand. A golden ring, practically identical in color to Ino's hair, adorned his finger. Why was I expecting to see a wooden ring? Why can't I feel you? The hunched-down form of Uzumaki Naruto, the Rakudime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, muttered to himself, referring to the tree against which he held his hand. Nothing. He couldn't feel a thing. The complete and utter lack of any sort of sensation coming from the tree made him feel empty. While he had trouble remembering, he knew for certain that there had to be some sort of connection between himself and nature. For weeks since he had had that odd dream, he felt disconnected. When I remembered that ring, I knew I had to feel something. But what? Why do I keep feeling so incomplete? He had woken up, got dressed, ate his breakfast, enjoyed the company of his lovely family, and then went to work. As the Hokage of Konoha, he definitely had a lot of responsibilities, yet his efforts were made fairly easy due to the peace that had been established between the nations. In the absence of wars and larger-scale conflicts, the shinobi had a rather peaceful time. Sure, there were the occasional ragtag groups of bandits or missing nin, but it was nothing they couldn't deal with. In fact, they hadn't lost an active shinobi in over a year. After dealing with the internal politics and paperwork of the village, he'd return home, enjoy dinner, and later, after little Minato was in bed and read his nighttime story, Naruto would turn to his wife. So what was wrong? What was gnawing at him? The world was perfect, his life was perfect, his family was perfect, so why did he feel so empty inside? His eyes suddenly spurred wide open, and his hands went to his stomach. He's gone? Naruto stammered. How? No, wait, he was never there. Was he? Shouting out in frustration, he unintentionally uprooted the tree in front of which he stood. Damn it, I really gotta restrain myself. The world made no sense. It was as if he had woken up from a dream so deep, that it felt as if he was still numb and wondering what was real and what was not. So many questions were left unanswered, so many things which had seemed obvious in his dream now seemed. What is this hole inside my head? Why does it feel like I'm lost in some kind of void? The sound of footsteps drew him from his musings. He ignored it, at first, but soon found himself unable to do so. She had let her son down, and he had rushed to his father. What's wrong, Minato-chan? He frowned, seeing the confused expression on his son's face. He's the one who is worried, Naruto-kun. As am I, Ino chimed in. You seem a bit out of it, today. Are you really okay? I should be, Naruto answered truthfully. His son had inherited his spiky hair, although with Ino's brand of platinum blonde. Those curious, big, blue eyes seemed to stare into his soul, and they hurt him, Naruto realized. Holding his son so close, yet doubting the reality in which he lived. It hurt. The love he felt for his family tempted him to just accept this all as real. But he couldn't feel the energy of nature itself. Kurama wasn't here. And that ring. Something was wrong with his ring. Why did he have a golden wedding ring, when it should have been a smooth, wooden engagement ring? Whatever future I have, it will be shared with you, Ahi-chan. His eyes widened when the memory entered his mind. Whatever future. It will be shared with Ajisai. Not Ino, not Minato-chan, but I really wish I could stay, Ino-chan. Naruto tried to ignore the tears that began to run down his cheeks. And Naruto-kun, what are you saying? Ino stammered. You're not. Why would you leave us? Why you can't? There are no lights to guide me home, but still. I need to free myself. Naruto kissed his son, who was affected by his parents' emotions even if the little boy didn't understand what his parents were talking about. I won't let you, Ino began. Ino-chan, Naruto looked away. I wish I didn't need to. This world is perfect. Minato-chan is perfect. You are as perfect as I always imagined you to be. My family, my beloved. I wish I could stay forever. This is all I wished for, before I then stay. But Ino-chan, they all depend on me. Who? No, it doesn't matter, Ino shook her head. We depend on you, Naruto-kun. I depend on you. I know, Naruto hesitated. I know you do. For you are not real. None of you are. What are you saying? Ino now cried openly. Please. Please stop it. You're breaking my heart. You are the world that could have been, had Zetsu not interfered with my life. This is a world where none of my friends have perished. This is a world where I didn't have to struggle with the burden that Kurama once posed. Naruto let down Minato, as the little boy wanted to go to his mommy. You are the dream I had when I was a boy, the perfect world. Naruto sighed, and turned his gaze to the village. But Kurama was there. Zetsu was there. Kakuzu was there. I lost my memories, committed horrendous acts on behalf of Akatsuki, and I met someone. My light in the darkness, the one who saved me from myself. Ajisai never really knew how important she was to me. How important she still is, Naruto smiled wistfully. I loved you, Ino, I really did. You were the love of my life, my old life. But things changed. I changed. You accepted that. He looked at his hand. I can still feel my ring, my true ring, the ring that I made when Ajisai and I became a couple, when I claimed her hand for marriage. No matter how perfect this illusion is, no matter how much I wish I could stay for a little longer, I still feel that other ring on my finger. No genjutsu in the world can rob me of that feeling. Ino said something, but he couldn't hear her anymore. He couldn't hear his son's cries, even though he saw the tears running down his chubby cheeks. It was as if the whole world was silenced. The wind through the trees, the bird chirping, the water flowing through the nearby canal, all those sounds had vanished. "I will never again lose myself," Naruto vowed. "You will never separate us again." The deafening silence was broken by the sound of breaking glass, as this false reality collapsed. It was the last he saw of his life that could have been. It was the last time he saw Ino as his wife, and Minato as his son. This was what could have been, had Zetsu not torn his life asunder. That dream had been destroyed. Letting go of it was something he had done before he had confronted pain, before Zetsu once more had tried to ruin his life. This life was something he had once desired, but he had changed, his heart had changed. So now, that dream of the past was shattered once more. He already had a new dream. "Whatever future I have, it will be shared with you, Ahi-chan." Chapter 26. Judgment. Defeat was no option, but the vexing fact remained that victory just seemed to be impossible. The gray-white colored Naruto she could see it wasn't Naruto himself who was in control was too fast and too strong for her to have any hope of victory. There was only one real reason why she was still alive, and that was because this Jubi-addled Naruto was exceedingly stupid. No, stupid isn't the right word. It is more as if he is acting on instinct, like an animal, Ajisai corrected herself. While she was hardly talented in the area of taijutsu herself, even Ajisai had little difficulty to discern that Naruto lacked any form or stance in his combat style. It made him unpredictable, yes, but also very sloppy, leaving plenty of opportunities for her to exploit. Not that it did much more than even the odds a little. Shinra Tensei. She counterattacked, just in time. With him moving at speeds where her Rinnegan could barely keep up, it was only at the last second that she managed to divert his punch. There was no time to distract herself with analyzing the situation, if a fatal attack could be expected every possible second. His lack of form or style gave her a bit of reprieve, but that would have meant little if he had continued to attack her at full force. Yet, for some reason beyond her understanding, he didn't seem to be able to fully use those black orbs, although she wondered how they had been able to dispel each of her summons, even the multi-headed dog, that was supposed to keep splitting in two each time one was damaged significantly enough. In addition, nearly none of her jutsu worked against the orbs, the sole exception being the chakra absorption by Preta-Path. However, if she switched to Preta-Path and he decided to attack with taijutsu, she'd be left wide open. It only took a fraction of a second to switch to the abilities of Deva-Path, but that was time she couldn't spare in this situation. So yes, she counted herself lucky that Naruto was so mindless. She didn't want to think about what would happen if he became intelligent, though. Deep down, she knew very well that she'd be a dead woman that same moment. Naruto roared out in frustration, before crashing down to the ground after he tried to get to his feet again. Once more he tried to get up, but Ajisai could see that something was going horribly wrong. The amounts of chakra that accumulated in his legs was massive, which led to his midsection bloating up like a balloon. What? Surprisingly, the mindless form of the Jubi-possessed Naruto didn't seem to have any clue about what happened to him either. Not willing to waste the chance given to her, Ajisai leapt back. Finally, she had some time to catch her breath. Only now did she realize how far they had strayed from where the Jubi had spawned that gigantic tree. Only now did she see how little was left of the entire area where once a village had been hidden. The very surface of this country had been altered by the events that had transpired here. Without any word or sign of warning, the upper half of Naruto's body suddenly extended. Like some kind of twisted from of snake, a scenario pulled right out of nightmares. Or, one that would induce nightmares. Gah! She dodged. Thank the heavens that he slowed down by the bulk of his body, she muttered to no one in particular. Fu, Ture. Naruto suddenly mumbled, almost causing Ajisai, in her surprise, to be caught off guard by the swipe of his claw-like hand. She still managed to evade, leaving him wide open for a counterattack. Rasengan. The attack bounced off his skin like usual, destroying her hopes that perhaps his bloated form had weakened him. In fact, Naruto could just as well have been stung by a mosquito, as he didn't notice the attack at all, even though Ajisai knew all too well that her Rasengan could easily pierce boulders. His lips kept moving, as he turned to her again. Vaguely, she heard him say "Sha-ri," although she had to hurry to create distance again. Just in time, she sighed. Shinra Tensei. The attack, the only one in her repertoire that had some effect on him, forced him back. At least, the snake-like, extended upper half of his body. The bloated midsection and legs remained unmoved. The chakra inside him kept struggling, though more and more of Naruto's chakra started seeping through. The battle for dominance that Ajisai had thought that he had lost, didn't seem to have ended just yet. Fu, Ture. A. G. Chan. The shards of the illusionary world fell, leaving him once again stranded in the familiar darkness. For a moment, for only the tiniest and shortest of moments, the return to the dark and illusion-less realm was a relief. The sight of his son, illusion or not, was still burned into his mind's eye. Such a pure and innocent child. It was hard to fathom that someone with as much blood at his hands as he could potentially give life to such an innocent and cheerful child. Alas, that momentary bitter-tasting sense of relief was immediately eradicated by an overwhelming amount of pain. His arms were only barely attached, only a few strands of white stuff. His torso was mostly torn apart too, only a few of those white wire-like things that still kept his upper torso connected to his hips. He screamed. It was maddening. As if the mental pain of what he had just seen hadn't been enough, especially following the way he knew he had been defeated by Zetsu, he now felt as if his very soul was torn apart. Scratch that, it didn't just feel like it happened. It actually was what was going on. Only a very remote part of his brains registered that piece of information. The vast majority of his attention was consumed by the pain and the desperation that it brought along. The light was dying now. His sight faded when he felt his face crack. The tears that had spread through his body now reached up there too. He had lost. The Jubi would break into the seal and consume Kurama, and then the world would depend on what little mercy that monster was capable of feeling. He had failed them all. No amount of pain inflicted by his torn soul could match the sorrow and regret he felt due to that failure. He had failed everyone. Tsunade, who had nearly destroyed herself in her grief, would perish due to his weakness. Ino, even if he had given up the idea of chasing her romantically, was still too important a friend to lose to his foolish mistake. Kurama would suffer a fate worse than death, only because he had failed to see through Zetsu's schemes, and Ajisai. As his head started to split in two, stifling his cries of pain, he still felt the tears running down his cheeks. Ajisai. She had been through so much. She had died, literally, and her corpse had been desecrated for Nagato's deranged plans. She had come back to life, and trained harder than anyone could have expected her, grown stronger than she could have ever dreamt of becoming, because of him. He could not allow his beloved to die. His current state brought hellish pain, but that sensation paled in comparison to the idea of losing her. He had failed Guren, grown apart from Ino, and sacrificed the innocent Fu for a pointless cause, but the thought of losing Ajisai once more. No. All he could see was the image of Ajisai, sitting on the edge of their treehouse, beaming with a content smile as if she was the happiest person alive. It was a smile he'd give everything for, a smile for which he'd sacrifice himself, in order to protect it. For she had been the one who truly brought him back to life, she had been the one who rescued him from a state worse than death, being an aimless and emotionless tool to Zetsu and Kakuzu. The Jubi no doubt wanted to turn him into such a tool once again. He would not allow himself to be reduced to that horrid empty state of existence. No. He had had enough of the schemes, the backstabbing, the hidden enemies that preyed on the power he held within him, and those who wished to obtain Kurama for their own ends. This was the end. No more. No. He roared, with all his might, until he could see nothing but a blinding amount of chakra. Everything he had, everything he could get from the vast sea of energy that nature offered, he used to overthrow the power that was invading him. Outrageous. It was the one and only word that existed for such blasphemous audacity. She had traveled, further than any of these little upstarts could imagine, to get to this place, only to have her efforts thwarted time and time again by this greedy and violent species. Humans. In hindsight, she wondered how she had ever considered mating with one of them. My naivety was staggering, she quietly accepted. She had just been liberated from 1,000 years of solitude, and she still voiced her thoughts aloud. Adjusting to an environment where she wasn't completely alone would take some time. But all these setbacks will soon be undone. Her infant child had worked tirelessly for nearly 1,000 years to undo the damage that its elder brothers had inflicted upon her. With her power scattered, her body sealed, and her essence locked away in a different dimension. The child had done good work to get her this far. It was regrettable that it had died in the process, laying down its life just before its plans came to fruition. Did she really care, though? No. That mongrel was something she had created in the tiny window of opportunity she had been given, shortly after she began to realize that her traitorous sons had found a way to defeat her. Demigods they might have been due to her blood, but still. The notion that she had suffered defeat seemed ludicrous to her. The creation of her Zetsu army had left her weakened, as the power of the Shinju had been exhausted in the process. The two had exploited that moment, fought valiantly, and eventually gotten the upper hand. Then, she was condemned to a fate worse than death, by her beloved children. It must have been their human blood which led to their repulsive behavior. This is clear, as my third child behaved itself far better, although it had only a sliver of my might. Now she stood in this sewer-like hallway. The damp and dirty environment was below her standard, to the point where her mere presence here felt like an insult. Yet, it had to be done. The last of 9 fragments of her power rested behind this place. It irritated her how slowly she could seep its power from the self-aware fragment. The QB, a mere beast, given shape by her son, dared to slow her down to this extent. No, that wasn't entirely true. The knowledge that she had inherited from her youngest child, the mongrel that had been the herald of her return, showed her how inadequate she was at the art of sealing. The ninjutsu that the violent human species had created was easily countered, but Fuinjutsu was something different, especially the otherworldly power she felt emanating from the seal that contained the QB. Not even she, a matriarch of the Otsutsuki clan, would dare to underestimate the god of death. While time held less of a claim on her kind than it did on the human race, she too was ultimately a mortal being. Although, after she had united her power with that of the Shinju, she was fairly sure she now stood outside the reason of time. Still, she had lost many centuries due to the insolence of her sons. It left her impatient. Annoyed as she was, she almost missed the sudden shift in the atmosphere. How can a single human be so tenacious? She asked herself, slightly impressed that the child had managed to break free from the various restraints she had placed on him. For a simple human, it should have been impossible. Unless his will is even stronger than my child thought. The potential of his genes seems to be greater than Tenji's was, she oddly remarked. Alas, he'll still have to perish. She abandoned the door which led to Kurama's jail, although from his perspective, words such as bunker or fortress would be more appropriate for the seal right now. Had it not been for the seal, Kaguya would have completely absorbed Kurama already. Down through the damp sewer-like hallway the pale beauty walked, until she reached the door to the hall from where the boy's energy emanated. It was peculiar how a mere human had such a complex mindscape, a subject she intended to look into at a later time. I will have to explore it, because each of the fragments still holds their annoying personalities hidden, deep down. I suppose I will have to break them, one by one, until they are truly dissolved into the combined power of me and the Shinju. The fact that there were minor changes in the boy's mindscape as his mood changed didn't elude her. It had been rather dark, only minutes ago, as if his consciousness had been on the verge of collapsing. In fact, it should have collapsed already. None had ever escaped the illusion of the perfect world. The dream which is rooted deepest within one's soul was something no living soul had ever wanted to escape from seeing fulfilled, in Kaguya's experience. Still, his soul is strange. Twisted, Kaguya mused. The mental damage I saw was extensive. Perhaps he did not truly become whole, despite having regained his old memories? I wonder how my Tsukiyomi would affect someone who holds 2 dreams in their heart. The illusion should have been perfect. She moved into the room, where the gentle glow had been replaced by a cold and clear light. The tropical forest which had once stood within this hall had apparently perished. It amused her. Your power is abandoning you, child, she stated loudly. Kaguya knew he was out there, somewhere, although she had yet had to see her opponent. You were in luck that I underestimated the consequences of your broken existence. Still, it is all futile. Why don't you yield, and end your torment? We may be adversaries, but I do admire the strength of your heart. Why don't you fuck off, she heard him utter in a low growl, after a few moments of silence. You are merely human, she chuckled. An insect cannot hope to overcome a goddess. You're no god of mine, Naruto bit back. You, Zetsu, pain. I've had enough of you delusional nutcases. You think yourself higher than anyone, yet all that you and your haughty ilk bring to the world is ruination. The chuckle died in her throat. The audacity of this human. Kaguya's eyes narrowed, all 3 of them, when Uzumaki Naruto stepped out of the lifeless forest that had previously obscured him from her vision. Had she not been enraged, Kaguya might have considered why she hadn't been able to see him sooner. She had her Byakugan activated, after all, but alas. Extending her arm, she shot out a bone. He'd be turned to dust for his words. Unexpected, she mumbled to herself, seeing how Naruto raised a wall of wood without any sort of movement from his arms. Considering how she knew through the knowledge distilled from the dark Zetsu that shinobi needed to channel their chakra and guide it through gestures with their hands. Hand seals, they called it. How primitive they still were. You think I'd just stand still and let you kill me? You must be even a greater idiot than I thought, Naruto taunted her. Quite successfully as well, as her hair shot up and strangled him. You know, there were a lot of reasons why I despised Kakuzu, but even after I've slain him I still have the feeling that I should have thanked him. Kaguya cocked her head sideways, wondering what the human was rambling about. Was it asphyxiation that addled his thoughts? A shinobi should never lose control of his emotions, or his enemy may exploit them as a weakness. Naruto gave her a shit-eating grin, before flipping her off. The action made Kaguya tighten the leash, until her snap and broke into pieces of wood? Shinrin, Naruto hissed, from somewhere behind her. Kaguya saw pale white branches shoot up around her, thick thorns growing from them. Each of the thorns was dripping with venom that seemed intent on only one thing, her death. Without a word, she pushed the branches aside, with nothing more than the power of her third eye. Manipulating the gravitational field worked, even within his mindscape. To rid herself of her stubborn enemy, she launched a barrage of hair needles. This time, she saw she had hit her mark. Is this supposed to be the power of a goddess? Naruto wondered aloud. His flak jacket was torn to shreds, and he tore its remnants off himself. The long-sleeved shirt underneath was, obviously, in no better condition, and joined the flak jacket on the ground. Or is this why you needed those cowardly illusions? You truly seem to be enraged by what you saw. Kaguya was mildly curious as to why. It was supposed to show a world in which all his dreams were granted. Nothing about that should elicit such a response, should it? You made me denounce a family I could have had. You made me leave a child that could have been real. That felt real. You toyed with my heart and my soul, Naruto growled. You and Zetsu have treated me as some kind of convenient tool, one that was yours to use and throw away. But guess what, you bitch? This tool will bring about your end. Only a fool would grow too attached to her children, Kaguya smiled wistfully. Only a fool would say such a thing, he bit back in barely contained rage. She watched her opponent carefully. His power seemed to keep increasing without end. Red pigmentation surrounded his eyes, and a dot within a circle was seen on his forehead. But, now that his torso was bare, Kaguya could also see 3 similar dots on his chest, in front of his spinal cord. These last 3 were connected to an intricate pattern of crimson lines that covered his entire upper body. Such big words about emotions. They can be a weakness, yes, but also a strength. Emotions can make a person fight harder and endure more pain than should be possible. But it could also lead to defeat. Your arrogance, for instance, gave me the chance to gather enough natural energy to completely fill out my reserves. It matters little, who. Before she could finish her line she saw how he threw a few chakra-laden red peppers at her. The flying objects changed into small clouds of biting red dust. Caught completely off guard, as she had expected him to launch some kind of big attack after all the chakra he had amassed, Kaguya dumbly looked at the small clouds. Until the dust reached her eyes, that was. Regardless of the difference in power, even she, a self-proclaimed goddess, was not able to stop herself from blinking. The burning sensation disrupted her sight, the irritation forcing her to rub her eyes and clean them of the offending matter. Time was not at his side. He knew that, yet at the same time he was acutely aware that he shouldn't rush himself. While he could feel how Kurama was weakening at a steady rate, the enemy that had just entered the forest hall within Naruto's mindscape was far too powerful to act hastily against. One slip, and all would be lost. The woman was pale and had pure white hair. In a sense, she was quite beautiful, Naruto had to reluctantly admit, as she seemed to shine as if the moonlight was trying to make her delicate facial features even more visible. Yet, in all her cold beauty, Naruto couldn't escape the thought that she seemed incredibly arrogant. The distant and detached expression shifted to mild annoyance once in a while, but generally just seemed dead set on looking down on all living things around her. Aside from her haughty demeanor, Naruto thought that the freaky third eye and the horns were detracting from her beauty as well. Beyond appearances, this woman made him cautious for the simple reason that she was strong, overwhelmingly strong, in fact. It was what had left him surprised to the extent that he, even in his rage, had stopped and kept himself hidden, when she entered the hall. From the power he had sensed, he had anticipated her to be some kind of monstrous creature. To see this deceptively normal woman being the manifestation of the Jubi's power was confusing. This state of confusion was short-lived, though, as Naruto still had the vibrant memory of his son in his mind. Little Minato-chan held within Ino's arms, looking at him, pleading with him to stay. That bitter memory filled the Jinchuriki with rage. The idea that someone had played with his heart in such a cruel way was unforgivable. Still, he had to tread with caution. Carefully stalling her, throwing her off balance with deliberate taunts, while gathering more and more natural energy. In this realm it seemed as if there was no limit to the amount he could gather. There was no corporeal body that had to sustain the immense strain of this energy, only his soul. Or is it because the Jubi is sealed within me that I can gather so much more energy? He wondered. He couldn't tell. He knew, however, that it would take time to gather the energy he needed, so he kept stalling her. Such big words about emotions. She seemed amused, clearly seeing how he tried to rein in his temper. They can be a weakness, yes, but also a strength, Naruto glared back. Emotions can make a person fight harder and endure more pain than should be possible. But it could also lead to defeat. Your arrogance, for instance, gave me the chance to gather enough natural energy to completely fill out my reserves. It matters little, who. Akai Chizio no habanero, red hot habanero, he whispered the moment she spoke up. The resulting cloud of pepper dust blinded her. It offered the perfect window of opportunity for him, so that he could put all his weight on offense without having to worry about defense. Shinra Banshu. All covering forests and 10,000 things, he couldn't tell if she had noticed how he had infested the entire place with fungi, but he did know that it was too late for her. Whether she was stronger or not mattered little at this point. The deadly cloud of chakra-laden corrosive spores already enveloped Kaguya. Die! Naruto snarled, forcing the majority of his chakra into the cloud, releasing all his pent-up hatred. The forest of pale and lifeless thorn trees decayed until only dust remained. The cloud of corrosive fungi swallowed up everything, turning and swirling around Kaguya. Beads of sweat ran down Naruto's head, but he was too focused to notice them. All that mattered now was her destruction. This woman, this manifestation of the Jubi, she needed to die. She needed to get out of his mind. My, such ferocity, Naruto paled when he heard the amused voice from the center of the fungi cloud. Yasugami Kushiki, 80 gods vacuum fists, she laughed hollowly. The cloud of spores burst apart as a multitude of giant fist-shaped chakra manifestations rushed at him. Before he had the chance to even consider his options, the attack struck. And again you stand up. If you keep this up, I might truly be impressed, the white woman said with a maddening mirth in her voice. Can you not sense the difference between you and me? You are powerful. Overwhelmingly so. But regardless of the extent of your power, it is finite, Naruto stated calmly, ignoring his aching body. You might exceed me in ability, but that matters relatively little in this place. You arrogantly waltzed in here, not knowing that this is the exact spot where I connect to nature. Nature, Kaguya scoffed. Plants and animals should grovel at my feet, yet you speak of it as if it is more powerful than. There is no limit to the energy of nature, not that I can sense at least. Naruto interrupted. That is why I have been able to endure each of your attacks. And being in this place, I could increase my sage mode far beyond my usual limits. Yet I still say that this petty power-up is pointless. Against the might of an Otsutsuki, it matters little how much raw power you might gather, child. The woman chuckled when she saw the slight look of confusion in his eyes. You must wonder how I survived that earlier attack of yours. I possess the ability to absorb chakra, rendering every attack of yours pointless. Now, why don't you give up? There is no shame in admitting defeat, not when facing the strongest being that ever resided on this pathetic planet. You speak as if you are not from this planet. Correct. My name is Kaguya from the Otsutsuki clan. My clan is not from this planet. Is that so hard to comprehend? Kaguya smirked. My sons tricked me and sealed me away, and scattered my power over your pathetic kind, but my youngest child set everything up for my inevitable return. So chakra. It is derived from you? Naruto's eyes widened. The bijou are 9 parts of the combined chakra of me and the Shinju, Kaguya nodded, set on completely demoralizing the young man who had persisted and resisted far beyond anything she had ever seen before. She needed to break his will. Of course, my wayward son decided to split that vast quantity of chakra up over even more targets. Where did you think all those bloodlines started, boy? You humans never had such power before it was stolen from me. So, do you honestly think you could ever hope to defeat me when your sole weapon is a power that belongs to me? Giving up isn't exactly my forte, Naruto growled lowly. Perhaps I should explain to you what the true history of this world is, she smirked back at the agitated Uzumaki. Do you even know that the Shinju and I are not one and the same? What is that supposed to mean? Naruto eventually asked, the reluctance in his voice making Kaguya smirk even wider. My clan, the Otsutsuki clan, planted the Shinju on this planet. Its sole purpose, contrary to popular belief, is merely the gathering of energy. Me and my kin use its fruit as nourishment. Fruit for the gods should grow on the god tree, don't you agree? She chuckled at her own joke. Naturally, the Shinju derives its energy at the cost of the planet and its inhabitants, but its effects are barely noticeable. It takes a full millennium to grow one fruit, so the drain hardly affects the living beings on a planet. So you came here to eat the fruit of the Shinju, Naruto deduced. Then why did you unleash the Jubi upon the world? Kurama told me about the damage it did, about how mankind had been on the edge of extinction. But of course I did that. As I journeyed, I saw what mankind did to itself and to the planet. What could I do, but draw the right conclusion? Kaguya frowned lightly, as if Naruto had made a stupid remark. I saw how humans pillaged the villages and cities of their enemies, how they enslaved, raped, and annihilated entire populations. I saw them drench entire battlefields with blood. And why? For imaginary gods, for valuables, for power, for... Their greed was their undoing. There were entire societies built on inequality between social positions where slaves and nobles continued an endless cycle of revolution and repression. Tell me, child, don't you agree that the world would be better off without your despicable species? No, but... So, even its last defender hesitates to call humanity good, the woman laughed cruelly. Priceless. Even my own sons, my flesh and blood, were blind to that truth. They refused to accept their divine heritage, opting to see themselves as humans instead. They thought I had succumbed to madness, and fought against me with all their might. And yet here you are. You don't have a drop of Otsutsuki blood within your veins, yet you see the truth they were blind to. Alas, if only I hadn't needed your body. Or? I'd have made you my servant, boy, Kaguya smiled at him. It was probably meant seductively, but by now, Naruto couldn't feel any sense of physical attraction to this woman. Even a goddess is not without desires of the flesh. But that matters little. My sons have shown me that half-breeds are unstable. Why else would they have maintained that the Shinju's fruit had corrupted their mother? Their human blood made them violent and treasonous, and it clearly addled their mental capacities as well. Mankind isn't all bad, you know. Oh? Why would you think that they are not undeserving of life? Mankind has its excesses in violence and cruelty, yes, Naruto admitted. But to balance out our bad qualities, we also have the capacity to do good. We create, care, love, and believe with proper guidance, we are capable of overcoming our shortcomings. Naruto silently thanked Kurama for the long conversations they had shared. TSK, idealism, Kaguya uttered the word as if it was a curse. Hopes and dreams change nothing, child. How disappointing that you'd. Humanity will never be without conflicts. But that is how nature works. Trees grow tall. Yet in doing so they put smaller plants in the shadow, their roots dig deeper and drink the water before the weaker plants can reach it. Nature itself is designed to rest on a foundation of competition. Without competition, in the complete absence of conflict, nothing would perish and nothing would grow or be born. The world would be stale, until it would finally begin to rot and wither away. Without change, how would we improve? Without making mistakes, how would we learn? You said yourself to be a goddess, so answer me that. It is barely an excuse for all the horrible acts I've seen mankind commit. I agree. Humanity must grow past this violence. It must be forced to see reason, and to abandon the never-ending spiral of hatred. In our desire to avenge the wrongdoings committed to us, we constantly create more strife. But if that cycle was broken, if our kind would see the errors of our ways, we would have a chance to evolve, Naruto reasoned. I've met a man who fancied himself a god, and he lectured that pain would force people to grow. He was only partly right. Pain does teach us valuable lessons. But without love, pain would be meaningless. We can't close ourselves off from the world because we suffer, as it would make us cruel and violent. But we can't completely open ourselves up either. Blind trust is too easily exploited, and a naive faith in the good of people would only prolong the cycle of conflict, as no problem would ever truly be dealt with. As eloquent as you may speak, you barely present an answer, Kaguya frowned. Balance is my answer, Naruto inclined his head slowly. Mankind is out of balance, has lost its connection to nature, and as such they can be more cruel and violent than any animal. The majority is simply blind, never realizing the truth about the world in which they live. They never see what nature truly entails, and are not constrained by those who do. Again about nature? The woman shook her head, disappointed. You wield so much power for a human, yet you still mean to say that you don't accept that you are superior to the rest? By right of power, you should have ruled this world, forced everything into peace. What am I but yet another little part of this world? Naruto asked rhetorically. I would not have been able to wield the power I possess if I had not accepted how limited I truly am. My power, my understanding, my heart. I am imperfect. Perfection is impossible for a mere human. Do you fancy yourself perfect, Otsutsuki Kaguya? Naruto chuckled. Because you are not. You do not comprehend nature, and just as many of my kind, you make the mistake of seeing yourself as superior to the world around you. You think you are somehow elevated above it all, separated, even though in truth you are just as much a part of the system as any other. You asked me why I persisted for so long. It is because, even if my power is greatly inferior to yours, I accepted that I am part of something far greater than myself. And that is what I want to show mankind, a lesson in humility and understanding, that we are not better than the world around us. It is also why I managed to withstand you for so long. And why I will win. You honestly believe that you can still be victorious? Kaguya was knocked slightly off balance because of that statement. I told you, your power cannot best mine. Even if you amass enough raw chakra to compete with me, it is still merely power that was stolen from me. Every jutsu requires chakra, yes, Naruto nodded. But chakra differs in structure and density. Some of my jutsu require the chakra that I naturally possess, while some need to be purely fueled with the chakra that Kurama gave me, such as the Shinra Banshu jutsu. Kaguya laughed at this. Naruto tried to remain calm and composed, even though his seething temper desperately wished to lash out against the woman. But he knew he'd have to be patient. My chakra is ineffective. What little I still have of Kurama's chakra is also ineffective, as she just showed me. So, there's only one gamble left. And if what she just told me is true. But I need more. If I try to solely do that jutsu with that, I need more. I can't rely on Kurama's chakra this time. You were so interesting, Kaguya finally uttered, having stopped herself from laughing at the Jinchuriki. But it turns out that you have no answers and no power. You follow a philosophy belonging to the weak, even if you are far above all other humans. You have disappointed me, Uzumaki Naruto. I even decided to be merciful and not end this fight the instant I entered this hall, as I thought that your stubbornness entertained me while I drained the beast of its remaining power. What's wrong? Can't find the words to refute my point of view. Naruto tried to stall her for a little longer. Can't handle the fact that there are no easy answers, and that solutions involve more than just forcing it with your power? A proper discussion would presume that we are equal, at some level. We are not, Kaguya smirked. Your life already belongs to me. I thought it would be entertaining to break you, but it turned out to be boring. Suddenly Naruto felt as if he was tied down by invisible and unbreakable ropes. Kanashibari no Jutsu, temporary paralysis technique? He wondered. A powerful pulse of Senjutsu chakra broke the jutsu, just in time to evade a spike of bone which Kaguya had just fired at him. Naruto gulped when he saw how the bone disintegrated the tree in which it landed. She really stopped beating around the bush. Damn. You broke free? She seemed mildly surprised. Very well, she dismissed what had occurred and summoned 10 black orbs of chakra. There will be no more evasion, boy. You seem in a hurry, all of a sudden. I have wasted enough of my time toying with you. It is time to retrieve my chakra. I might not be able to use Mugen Tsukiyomi, as I already ensnared everyone with the Shinju, but that is of no consequence now. Her previous smirk now settled for a more neutral expression. A cold and indifference expression, to be precise. I had intended to replace mankind with a more useful species, but after all that has happened it would be more fitting if I just wiped out everything. This miserable world needs to pay the price for what was done to me. She'll murder everyone if I don't act quickly, Naruto grimaced. Damn it. If she used the power of the Shinju to trap everyone, and has the ability to drain chakra, it would only be a matter of time until every living thing in the world will die of chakra exhaustion. Hopefully I have gathered enough chakra now. The 10 black orbs which Kaguya had created flew with breakneck speeds at Naruto. She didn't even bother to attack him from various angles, believing he would not be able to evade an attack this fast. And if he were foolish enough to try to block, well, there was nothing a Gotodama, truth-seeking ball, could not pierce. Or so she thought. Senpo Mokuton, Cannon Riot, Sage Art would release, Cannon's hands, Naruto muttered in relief, seeing that he had literally dodged the bullet. If he had been a fraction of a second later. Impossible, Kaguya glared with all three of her eyes at Naruto. Those orbs cannot be blocked. You revealed your own weakness, blabbering like an idiot, the Uzumaki chuckled. You wanted to end this. Let me show you the complete version of this jutsu. Senpo Mokuton, Shin Jusuman Cannon, Sage Art would release, the true 11-headed cannon, he shouted. The massive wooden hands which he had previously spawned now grew arms. The hands took hold of the ground, and from the very soil under Naruto's feet an enormous wooden Buddha rose up. Now was the time to see if his gambit would pay off. If all chakra originates from her, why does she not understand the power of natural energy? It would mean that she does not comprehend Senjutsu, had been his train of thought. And if she does not understand Senjutsu, a jutsu purely fueled by natural energy might stand a chance, right? Aside from that, I still have no idea why I knew how to exactly create the Jusuman cannon, or how I was able to use it with such specific abilities. So, where do the Senpo Jutsu come from, if not from her? And if it is not from her, might she be vulnerable against it? It was a shaky line of reasoning, but it was the last line of defense he could depend on. The palm of the left hand that brought death, while the palm of the right hand that negated all jutsu, the Jusuman cannon had powers, which Naruto still hadn't completely figured out how and why it had gotten it. The notes made by Uchiha Madara regarding Hashirama's ultimate jutsu had been quite different. The giant wooden Buddha statue sat in lotus position, seemingly perfectly at peace, but lashed out at Kaguya when Naruto directed it. As if swatting a fly, the two massive hands descended upon the Otsutsuki, the two palms aiming to crush her in between. What? Naruto blinked. He looked again, but no, she wasn't there. Behind, he grunted. Kaguya launched a barrage of bones at the wooden giant, but was caught off guard when the two hands of the cannon burst from the ground and captured her. I got her, Naruto gasped. She didn't. Wait. What the? The dozens of bones which Kaguya had shot out earlier had landed all over the torso of the Jusuman cannon. Due to the sheer size of the animated statue, it took some time until the effects of the corrosive bone became visible. With his eyes wide open, Uzumaki Naruto could only watch in horror as his last hope literally began to crumble away from underneath his feet. That was unexpected, a blood-covered Kaguya mumbled. The shoulders of the cannon had rotted away, and its mighty arms fell with a thundering clap onto the ground. It revealed that the Otsutsuki was harmed, with multiple cuts and her right arm dangling at an odd angle, but still very much alive. For a moment the self-proclaimed goddess needed to focus on her own body, healing the damage that Naruto had inflicted. She idly wondered what could have happened to her if not for her all-killing ash bones. Never would she have expected a mere human to be able to harm her. Her sons had been of her divine blood, thus it was to be expected that they had been able to seal her. But even they had only managed to inflict bodily harm when they used the Gutodama. That was a dangerous little trick, boy. All of Kaguya's three eyes were now directed at Naruto. The extent of her displeasure was painfully obvious. Not even a hint of amusement at Naruto's panicked expression could be seen or heard. The prey that she had been toying with all this time had just managed to harm her. Her earlier annoyance turned into a murderous determination. Not dangerous enough, Naruto spat, embittered by the loss of the cannon. In an instant, the woman lunged forwards and planted a fist in his stomach. With no laughter, no taunts, but rather in complete silence, she walked towards his slumped-down form. In the background, Naruto heard another part of the now immobilized cannon fall down, as the bones continued to turn the giant mass of wood into ash. Still, at this rate, it would take another few minutes before the giant would be completely scattered in the winds. To think that I had to resort to the Tomogoroshi no Haikotsu, all-killing ash bones, and still had to depend on luck for my survival. Ludicrous, Kaguya shook her head, now standing in front of Naruto. Not so divine after all? Naruto smirked weakly. No matter the odds, he didn't lose his defiant streak. It changes nothing about the outcome. You are spent. Yeah, but if I die now, my inner world would collapse. Naruto, out of nowhere, drew a wooden kunai. An inner world requires but one ego to sustain it. Kaguya swatted away the kunai before he could plunge it in his own throat. All the power you possess, as well as your body, will belong to me. But that does not imply that I will let you kill yourself, child. You have annoyed me, so I will personally end your existence. But before you die, you should know that I am going to pluck the Rinnegan from the corpse of that little girlfriend of yours. I am done with you. As she uttered that last threat, with more venom than Naruto had ever heard her speak, she drew one of her bones out of her own arm. So she wished to turn him to ashes. Not a pleasant prospect. Die, she hissed in his ear, driving the bone, as a thrusting weapon, right into his chest. The corners of her mouth tugged up slightly when she heard him groan out in pain, and she cruelly drove the bone even deeper. I thought. I told you. I don't. He glared up, ignoring the excruciating feeling of his chest slowly being turned to ash. I don't give up easily. Much to her surprise, he suddenly grabbed her by her wrists. As his sage mode had yet to run out, his physical power was still far beyond any other mortal man she had ever faced before. He had survived the impact of her Yasugami Kushiki, 80 gods' vacuum fists, what had already proven his strength to her. But why would he smirk with such defiance in his expression, when his body had already started to disintegrate? She didn't know. Not until she heard a voice behind her, rising up from the rotting remains of the Jusuman cannon. Senpo Mokuton, Cannon Riot, Sage Art would release, Cannon's hands. Unlike the statue itself, which was slow and cumbersome in spite of its overwhelming power, if Naruto merely created the hands of the cannon, the attack was as swift as it was lethal. In spite of his exhaustion and the horror he had felt when Kaguya had started to turn his trump card into dust, Naruto had not lost the ability that Kakuzu had hammered into him above all other, using his mind. From the moment Naruto had woken up from the near death that Zetsu and Kakuzu had put him in, from the moment he had basically lost his first life, they had put him through a horrendous cycle of training, what was basically just another name for attempted murder and recovery. From the very first moment, Kuno Mori of Akatsuki had been forced to adapt, as he constantly fought opponents who were superior in power. With all that training, being able to constantly adapt his strategy was a basic skill he had nearly instinctively mastered. So when Naruto saw that he was losing his Jusuman cannon, he knew he only had one alternative. He lacked the reserves to recreate the cannon, and lacked the time to refill his reserves. He couldn't fight her head on, so the only way out was deception. It was a dangerous gamble against someone who wielded both Byakugan and, as far he could see, a mutated form of the Rinnegan. If she had been on her guard, if she had kept her eyes on him as any proper shinobi would have done, she would have seen how he had sunken into the decaying statue. She would have seen that he had left a Moku Bunshine behind. But she didn't see any of it. I told you that you revealed your own weakness. Naruto glared at the two enormous hands that were clasped together with Kaguya in between. And I wasn't just pointing to the possibility that my Senpo Jutsu might work against you. It was your arrogance that blinded you, that made you fail to see me coming. The hands of the cannon clenched tightly, with the deadly thorns of the left palm piercing the white flesh of the haughty Otsutsuki, injecting the chakra that would bloom into a poison that would end her life, while the right hand's influence kept her from diverting her chakra into any form of counterattack. The hand even prevented her from draining the chakra out of the wooden appendages, the chakra through which Naruto controlled the hands. I hope the true gods will take pity when they judge your soul, Naruto growled. Not that you will receive any pity from me. He forced the hands so close to each other that Kaguya began to feel her bones break under the pressure. She cried out, not merely due to the pain, but due to the frustration she felt. Unlike her, Naruto did not play with his prey. A sickening squelch ended her torment in a manner that would have made Kakuzu proud. If these past years had taught him one thing, a lesson that his naive former self would never have accepted, it was that some people simply did not deserve mercy. Some had done things that put them beyond redemption. Sacrificing a large part of mankind and turning them into the living husks that were the Zetsu was one of those irredeemable things. And above all, you really should not have threatened a He-chan, you three-eyed bitch. Chapter 27. Reformation. He tried to see but. Hey, Kurama, you there? Yes. I'm still here, the fox spoke up after a few dreadfully silent seconds. For a moment, Naruto feared that he had been too late in defeating Kaguya, and that she had consumed all of the Kyuubi's chakra. He let out a deep sigh in relief. The fox sounded exhausted, but at least he was still intact. Shrunken, probably, but that would be fixed eventually. Could you help? Naruto asked tiredly. His body was brimming with chakra, but it was rather weird and difficult to control right now. I'm as blind as a bat. I just barely escaped a fate worse than death, and you're already hounding me? Pesky humans, Kurama sighed. Fine, I'll help you direct your chakra. Your eyes are gone, but considering your chakra currently exceeds the usual limitations, recreation should lie within my ability. Really? Naruto would have blinked if he had eyes. That sounds impos. When a bijou dies, it is capable of recreating its body after some time, remember? Ah, of course. Sorry, he thought sheepishly. He felt the flow of chakra change, and made an effort to not hinder Kurama in any way. Such was the trust he had in the fox, his friend, that he basically lowered every sort of defense. He knew that, if Kurama so wished, the fox could use that moment to instantly destroy the seal that kept the being imprisoned. But the Kyuubi refrained from doing so. Not due to exhaustion, not due to some sense of honor, not even because the fox respected the boy's current power, but rather because they trusted each other. After all the hardships they had gone through together, their bond had changed fundamentally, and they both knew it even if neither admitted it out loud. Open them, Kurama eventually huffed, sounding perhaps even more exhausted than before. Now I need some time to regain. I'd kill for some sleep. So hurry up and finish this. Thank you, Kurama. I'll make sure humanity will know the part you played in their salvation. As if I could give a rat's ass about that, the audibly cranky Bijou grumbled before cutting off the connection. Naruto lifted himself from the crater in which he had found himself waking up. The sense of awe he felt was instantly replaced by worry, as he saw the extent of the damage around him. Fuck. I've really gone wild, haven't I? Naruto cursed, desperately searching his surroundings for the chakra signatures of his friends, for Ajisai's, most of all. 9 orbs of solid black chakra seemed to distort his senses. The moment he became aware of them, he realized that he could change their shapes with a mere thought. What did Kaguya call these things again? Gato Dama, truth-seeking ball? Naruto touched one of the orbs, and made it change shapes. Changing one from a cube to a rectangle, he eventually settled on making it a flat saucer-like circle. Stepping on it, he used it to float up. This method of flying was a bit scary at first, as he didn't like losing touch of the earth under his feet, but he needed to get a better view of this battlefield. All the orientation points seemed strange to him. The last thing he remembered was standing in the middle of Takigakur, or at least the remnants of that village, where he was surrounded by mountains. This landscape, however, barely contained any mountain that was worth noting. There were plenty of scattered boulders, though. From his vantage point, Naruto finally noticed a familiar shade of orange. While he missed the color of lavender, he'd be lying if he ever said orange looked bad on her. Orange had always been his favorite color, even before Zetsu had warped him. Her Rinnegan required some more getting used to, though he wouldn't say that to her hurting her feelings was the last thing he wanted. But those eyes were things that he associated with pain, the enemy, so. With a little time that shouldn't matter to me anymore, I'm just glad she's still alive. Though, I'm not complaining that she lost those piercings. Why don't you stop rambling and hurry? Her chakra is nearly completely depleted, Kurama remarked, apparently unable to sleep. It might not be immediately life-threatening, but I'd say that bringing her to that big-chested cage of yours would be best. She's no longer my cage, Kurama, Naruto reminded the fox. You are going through with that plan? I might need some help, the Uzumaki admitted sheepishly. Like, a lot of it. Any idea on how to communicate it to the rest? Assuming that you mean to imply that you wish to converse with every shinobi when you use that vague the rest, I'd say leave them stuck in the Shinju while you fetch that Yamanaka girl. With her help, you should be able to reach all the souls connected to the God Tree. I suppose that could work. I do feel everyone, now that you say it. I did stop the Shinju from draining their chakra. It seems like it would be overkill if I weaken them even more. The shinobi population has already lost a great deal of chakra, and it appears to be a permanent decrease in their reserves as well. I don't think that weakening them too much would be healthy, though. Correct. If the shinobi lose too much of their power, the non-shinobi forces will try to usurp the position they hold, leading to new forms of chaos. But at least they are now weakened enough to diminish the consequences of future rogue shinobi. Yeah, we wouldn't want another organization such as Akatsuki, with shinobi that are capable of wiping out entire villages. Whatever. Once you free my brethren from the clutches of the tree, you don't need to worry. Even the likes of Pain would be mere ants for you to step on. I don't want that sort of power, Naruto scowled. I'm not Kaguya. Just go to your vixen, Kurama laughed at the boy's indignation. Though I would advise you not to impregnate her while the Shinju is still out and you are like this. Unless you want little Otsutsuki babies, of course. Kurama. The Jinchuriki blushed up a storm, in spite of his now pale skin. He really hoped his looks would return to normal after he took down the Shinju and extracted the Bijou from it. Ignoring the laughing fox, or at least trying to do so, the loud roaring laughter within his mindscape was rather hard to shut out in his current state of embarrassment. Naruto ordered his flying saucer to fly in Ajisai's direction. Legs? Check. Arms? Check. Torso? Check. All seemed to be intact. Well, mostly. She wearily thought. Seems like I was just in time with that last Shinra Tensei. Ugh. My reserves are really completely spent now. That was rather bad news. Whatever the hell had just occurred, it could not be good. In fact, she knew that he, though she preferred to refer to him as it at this point, had lost no power at all. The bloated form of what was the Jubi-controlled Uzumaki Naruto had tried to attack her over and over again, but in the form it had at the time, it was no longer fast enough. Apparently, self-destruction was the answer to it. If not for the Rinnegan, I would never have seen it coming. The way he kept amassing chakra was a dead giveaway to someone who could see chakra, so she had already kept her distance. But rather than some kind of big jutsu, what she had been anticipating, it had just kept gathering chakra until it reached the point that it destabilized and exploded, taking along a large part of the already mutilated landscape. Of course, that was not the end. She had used Shinra Tensei, pouring all her remaining power into the jutsu, in a desperate attempt to shield herself. It was too much and too fast to switch to Preta Path and attempt to absorb it. Such quantities of chakra would have destroyed every last chakra pathway in her body, even if there had been a chance to switch. It was very difficult to imagine that there had once been a thriving village in this region, that these very grounds had been fertile and filled with trees. Now, it just looked like some kind of apocalyptic landscape, as if a comet had struck down and wiped out everything. She was tired, so terribly tired. Her every limb trembled as she strained to get back up on her feet. She needed to be ready for its next attack. Though, she wondered whether her body could endure another. Perhaps it wasn't just her body that was exhausted. Naruto-kun, why didn't I go with you when you had to leave Ame? She mumbled near deliriously. I know you'd say I couldn't, that I shouldn't. Because it'd be too dangerous for me. But if I had gone with you, this wouldn't have happened, would it? You wouldn't have lost me. I wouldn't have lost you. Those last words were practically sobs, and tears blinded her already fuzzy eyesight. She didn't have enough physical energy left, nor was her spiritual energy enough, to keep herself together. Sadness, anger, frustration, it all boiled over and came out in tears. The once so stoic and reserved Ajisai had reached her limits. When she saw a blurry silhouette come down in front of her, she still continued, for Naruto, for that impossible dream they had held within their hearts, even if it had only been for a short time. She couldn't say she regretted the fact that she was about to die again. There was only one thing about her life that she wished she could change. I wish I could have lived at your side sooner, Naruto-kun, she cried. Rasengan. The blur only moved a few inches back, even though she had put all she had into that last attack. As usual, it remained completely silent. She had hoped she had at least done some damage, but knew that such hope was foolish. No ninjutsu seemed to have any effect on the Jubi, ever. The jutsu innate to the Rinnegan were an exception to that rule, apparently, but considering how her Deva path was still on recharge. Sinking to her knees, she resigned herself to her fate. Go on. Kill me. She took one last look at the wooden ring Naruto had given her, trying and failing to contain her tears. It's not like I. The Jubi Naruto grabbed her by her shoulders, silencing her. Convinced that it was about to finish her off, she squeezed her eyes shut. Wait, what's it doing? She felt warm, and its proximity was unusually close as in being in hugging distance. Well, the arms that held her close to it were a dead giveaway as well. Could it? It can't be. Can it? Why would I ever wish to kill you? The comforting voice of Uzumaki Naruto dragged her out of her thoughts, and made her open up the waterworks completely. Why, you fool? I know, Naruto awkwardly patted his crying fiancée on her back. I'm sorry for worrying you. But it's over now, Ahi-chan. It is finally over. I'm sorry that moi. Before he had managed to finish his line, she smacked her lips on his, resulting in a searing kiss neither would ever forget. Although, they at that moment, completely forgot about everything around them. The country around them had been torn apart by the Jubi, Shinju, and when Kaguya had tried to take over his body. Amidst this apocalyptic view, the two lovers only had attention for each other. As heartwarming as your reunion is, Kurama cleared his throat after gracefully having given his Jinchuriki a bit of time to enjoy the proximity, and taste, of his woman. You didn't forget about the entire world population being trapped within the clutches of the Shinju, did you? Ugh. Humans. Cut me some slack. Just keep your clothes on and hurry up. I suggest liberating the ones you need as your first priority now. Getting cubs can be done later, the fox sighed. And don't think I didn't notice what's on your mind right now. I'd rather avoid being the spectator of this peep show, thank you very much. Naruto blushed, and forced himself to end the kiss before he couldn't stop himself from ravaging Ajisai right then and there. Judging by her heated expression, her thoughts weren't too far from that point either. His blue eyes radiated a hunger he'd need to postpone now, no matter how it annoyed him. I love you, Ahi-chan, he squeezed her hands. But as much as I wish I could continue to kiss you, I think we have some friends who would like to get freed. At this, her eyes widened and her blush only intensified. I know, I nearly forgot as well, he admitted sheepishly. Can you absorb chakra? Why yeah? She stammered. Right after she felt a massive flow of chakra from his hands. I can use Pretapath, the orange-haired girl mumbled. How much? I don't know what limits I have in this state, he chuckled. I destroyed the ego of Otsutsuki Kaguya, the woman who was originally merged with the Shinju, and became the Jubi, but apparently I still have all the power. At least, until I destroy the Shinju and liberate the Bijou. You're going to give up that power? It is too much power for one man to have, he admitted earnestly. Even for me, the risks are simply too great. I already have too much blood on my hands to say that I'm a good guy. No, I'd rather be my old self again. It would be better for me, and better for the world at large. Besides, I promised Kurama that I'd free the Bijou. But before that, I'll shake up the shinobi world, and destroy the foundation of violence on which it was built. It is about time we ended all the wars, don't you agree? His carefree smile removed the shadow of doubt that his words had cast over her. Through the Pretapath she could feel his might, yet even she could not imagine how powerful he could be if she thought about how his sage mode could increase his current power. Despite that, he was willing to throw that power away, without any hesitation. Only you, Naruto-kun, only you. What? She leaned forward and kissed him, this time without deepening it. Let's go. Swearin, Ino, Tsunade, Konan. Everyone is waiting. Yeah, let's get it over with. If I stick in this form for too long I might just end up becoming as monstrous as the Jubi was. The carefree way in which he said it stood in stark contrast with the panicked look Ajisai gave him. These robes fit nicely, and these black ping-pong balls are useful, but you really think a human such as me could contain such power without being changed by it? I see, she swallowed. You're not going to lose your whiskers, will you? I don't know? He blinked, confused by the sudden switch in the conversation. Not to mention that the slight pout made him wonder why she suddenly found those whiskers so important. Why would it be important if I lose them? Well, just don't, she huffed, before dragging the white-clad Jinchuriki closer. They look cute. Naruto ignored the exasperated sigh within his head, and shortly after, closed off the connection when Kurama began to make gagging sounds. After all that happened, after all the time they had been separated, Naruto just couldn't resist kissing Ajisai. Whether or not his hand wandered down a little while they were busy wouldn't hurt anyone. After all, it wasn't like anyone aside from them was going to move by themselves. It felt so warm, so secure, yet all of a sudden that comfort had left her. It made her wonder what had happened to get her here. It was all so fuzzy and... well, the word blank came to mind. For her, as someone of a clan filled with mind readers, it was frightening to realize that she had a gap in her memories. What's the last I can remember? Focus, Ino, focus. She scolded herself. Let's see. Hinata-chan said she saw that we succeeded, that Ajisai transferred the other half of the Kyuubi, and that Naruto had been freed. Yes, after that we moved to attack the Jubi, but what happened after that? She groaned when the last remnants of warmth fled away, after which she was exposed to the chilly air outside the... Why on earth was I wrapped up in a cocoon? Blinking, as the cold air it had been so intoxicatingly comfortable within that darn cocoon got in her eyes, Yamanaka Ino took a moment to look around. Whatever she had expected to see, this was not it. A tree that was greater than any she'd ever seen before was looming over them, while her surroundings had changed completely. As if someone had decided to thoroughly redecorate the landscape. What once had been Takigakure was now merely a collection of craters. Yo, a calm voice greeted her from behind her. Everyone up? Yes, a polite answer came. Why yes, a second affirmative came, though this was the familiar, yet hesitant, voice of Shizune. What the hell did you do, brat? And there was her Hokage, Senju Tsunade, with her usual subtlety. Naruto? Ino jerked around, seeing the Jinchuriki with his arm lifted up in a greeting posture. His other arm was currently occupied, as Ajisai was practically glued to his side. Ino, Naruto smiled, though she wondered why his eyes showed a hint of pain. Little did she know that he, just by seeing her, had relived the cruel illusion that Kaguya had tried to trap him in. True, that life had been the dream of the Naruto that had left Konoha, years ago, but the current Naruto had a different dream, and thereby his reason to escape the supposedly infallible genjutsu. While ignorant of what had happened, Ino was well aware of the fact that things had changed, and had reconciled with that fact. There was no use clinging to times that had long since passed. She refused to become a person like Tsunade, deeming herself too young to end up being broken like that. You're free? Is it over? She ignored the fact that Tsunade, Shizune, Konan, and even Sueren were already trying to get back on their feet. She was too busy staring at the now white-clad and pale Uzumaki to bother getting up from the ground where the cocoon had opened. Yup, he chuckled. It's all over. It's not, Ajisai rolled her eyes. Don't lie, Naruto-kun. I'm not. The battles are over, Ahi-chan, he whined. You shouldn't count the fools that are going to go against our plan. I suppose you're right. At this point no one would be able to put up much of a fight against you, the Rinnegan bearer mused. Or me, she added cheekily. I'll destroy anyone who dares try taking you away from me. What are you two talking about? Tsunade narrowed her brown eyes, her shaky arms crossing underneath her impressive chest. What kind of plan? You'll see soon enough, Ba-chan, Naruto chuckled. If you and Shizune Nichan would be so kind and patch up Ino-chan. I'll be in need of her and her abilities, preferably as soon as possible. Where is the Jubi? Konan questioned, making Ino wonder why she herself hadn't thought of that rather important thing yet. The Jubi was, after all, the threat that could destroy the world. It couldn't have just gone up in smoke, could it? That's complicated, the smile of the Uzumaki faltered slightly. Let's say that part of it is dead, another part is out there, he pointed at the Shinju, while the other part resides within me. That is not very specific, brat, Tsunade scowled. But you beat it, right? Partly, Naruto again dodged the question. I know, he put up his hand, the one not held by Ajisai, in defense. I know it is frustrating, but I'll answer your questions soon. Though I suppose you might be even more frustrated when you do get the answers. Perhaps I shouldn't say a thing? What are you intending to do with all that power? Konan wasn't intending to let herself be distracted by the pale Jinchuriki. Like Ino, and like the others as well, she was confused about why his skin had become so pale. The change in clothing was peculiar as well, as he now wore a full-bodied black garment with black pants, gloves, and boots, over which he had a flowing white robe with 6 black Magatama markings across his chest and 3 more of the 9 like symbols on his back. Even his bright blonde hair had grown several shades paler. But at least his eyes were the same bright blue as they always were. Though for Konan and Sueren, unlike Ino, Tsunade, and Shizune, there was an unfamiliar glint of mischief in those blue eyes. The two of them had, unlike the Leaf Ninja, not known him from before he had died at Kakuzu's hands. Oh, nothing much. Just a complete reform of the shinobi world, he said offhandedly. I might need to take away the privilege of wielding chakra from a few hundred shinobi, but aside from that there will not be so much change. At least, not for you guys, who wish for peace. The warmongers, on the other hand, Ajisai smirked, will need persuasion. Yup, they're screwed, Naruto nodded. So if you'd please get Ino-chan back on her feet with full chakra reserves, then I'll convey that message to everyone. 5 blank stares were the answer they got. Naruto-kun, I don't think you clarified how you intend to connect to people. Nor to whom you'll be talking. Correct, Konan agreed with Ajisai. Everyone, as in. Everyone? Yes, Ba-chan. Everyone. You guys are the first ones I've freed from the Shinju, now that the God Tree is part of me. But everyone else is still trapped in cocoons such as those, he pointed up at the massive branches of the Shinju, where countless cocoons were still hanging. The Shinju caught every living being with a trace of chakra within them, which is basically everything alive. All I need is for Ino to help me communicate with them. With every shinobi in the world? The Yamanaka paled. That's impossible. May, don't freak out, Naruto waved it away. I'll set up the connection. It's just. I can convey feelings, but coherent words are a lot more difficult. You, on the other hand, have been trained in this for years. It might take some chakra to sustain the connection, but I'll make sure that I bear the vast majority of that strain. And with Ahi-chan, Ba-chan, and Shizune Nichan around, there are 3 people who can support you. This is insane, Swearin mumbled. The green-haired girl shook her head. I know you're powerful, but that's simply impossible. No, it's not. It does sound unrealistic, Shizune hesitantly chimed in. If the brat says he can do it, I'll trust him. Tsunade decided to back him up. But all this stuff about plans. Are you ready to take over my hat? Me? Naruto blinked in surprise. Hokage? Nay, sorry Ba-chan, but I don't think that'll be good for anyone. Why? I'm going to become the leader of a neutral party, he chose his words carefully. And if any of the villages were too closely tied with the person who is basically the Jinchuriki of all 9 bijou. Well, inequality doesn't exactly promote peace, does it? You are leaving Konoha? Tsunade stared at him. I asked you, before this mess began, if you thought that I'd still be suitable to be a shinobi of Konoha. Now I know the answer. I'm not. I cannot be part of an institution when I'm going to deconstruct and reshape the system in which that institution operates. Such a paradox would undermine all our efforts. Becoming Hokage was once my dream, as I wanted everyone to acknowledge me for whom and what I was. But right now, after all that I've been through, after all the power I gained, I realize that I need to aim for something higher. Absolute peace is impossible, but I will at least make an effort to wipe out the large-scale conflicts. To do that, I'll need to stand above the hidden villages that form the bulk of every nation's military power. You plan to be a dictator? Konan glared at him, obviously misunderstanding his words. He is not, Konan-san. Ajisai swallowed the honorific midway. He is merely intending to be a guide. As for his power, he intends to give up most of it. I promised Kurama that I'd free him and the other bijou, and I intend to keep my word, Naruto nodded. While I'll still be far more powerful than any other shinobi, I wouldn't be too powerful. The idea that he'd one day start to see himself as a god, just like Kaguya had done, frightened him. However, he figured that his situation was different from hers, simply because he wasn't alone. Then the villages. There will be no more Jinchuriki. Naruto knew where Tsunade was going. The bijou will be dealt with in due time, but Kurama thinks that it is highly likely that they'll all agree to help me and the group that I'll form. So, now that we've gone past the introductions, can we move on and continue with the plan? I'd rather not keep the Shinju out longer than necessary, as it requires quite a bit of concentration to prevent it from continuing to drain the world's population of chakra. Very well, Tsunade muttered. Don't look so sad, Ba-chan, Naruto sighed. It's not like I'm going to destroy the world or anything. It's just that I'm going to forbid warfare and armed conflict between villages in general. While that's going to change the way a hidden village needs to generate revenue, as the whole economy will change as a consequence, it is not the end of the shinobi system. I'll trust that you know what you are doing. I still don't like it that you refuse to go back home, though. Greetings everyone. I hope you have all enjoyed your slumber within the embrace of the God Tree. There is no cause for fear. I am well aware that, especially in our world, trust is something that is hard to give. Regardless, I ask you all to calm down and trust me. You, and every other living soul with you, will soon be released from the cocoon that traps you, but first there are a few things that I need to share. First, and foremost, is the announcement that there will be an assembly in the region that was formerly Takigakur. The Gokage, as well as the other leaders of the hidden villages, are expected to attend this meeting. We recently averted the annihilation of the human race, and as a consequence your leaders need to be informed about several things. Rest assured, though, in the knowledge that the Jubi is defeated. Mankind is free to live another day. However, my second point is that, from this moment on, armed conflict between nations or villages is forbidden. Fail to heed my warning, and you will lose your ability to manipulate chakra. This threat is not an idle one, as I am the one who is currently in control of the very thing that managed to capture every living being on this planet. Furthermore, you should note that I am the Jinchuriki of all 9 bijou. While I prefer to avoid conflict, I would advise you not to ignore my warning. Many wrongs have been done in the past, and I am willing to forget about them. We should not allow ourselves to be defined by the sins of our past. Nor should we intend to pursue vengeance for grievances of the past. Rather than linger, we must learn from our past, use it as a lesson and move on. All I wish for is for the world to be at peace. I stopped the Jubi from destroying the world, but I will not, and cannot, tolerate you continuing to walk a similar path of destruction. As such, Kumagakur and Konohagakure are to immediately cease their actions against Iwagakure. Likewise, the rebels within Kirigakure are to retreat. Go back to your homes. If you do not cease your military activities, I will see myself forced to intervene. If there is any individual or group foolish enough to wish to challenge me, I ask you to arrive before the assembly commences, rather than disrupting it. While I will not hold your past transgressions against you, I will show no mercy against those whom insist on continuing these meaningless conflicts and wars from now on. In 2 weeks' time your leaders are expected to attend the assembly in the territory where Takigakura was once located. There we will discuss both the past and the future of our nations. There we will discuss how the current conflicts came to be, as well as how we can end them. So, leaders of the shinobi world, come to the assembly in 2 weeks' time. Until then, I pray that you wish to live in peace. Naruto sighed, relieved that it was finally over. At the start, he had paused for a moment, as he could feel the confusion and growing sense of panic of those who had been woken by the pulse of chakra he had sent through the Shinju. The sheer multitude of emotions had threatened to overwhelm him. Not that anyone could do much against the way they were held within the cocoons of the Shinju, as none were able to access their chakra at the moment. So, whether they wanted to or not, no one had a choice, they simply had to listen to him. After waking them, however, he had continued his message as quickly and clearly as possible, considering how he knew that Ino would not survive it if he talked for too long. He estimated that he had covered for about 95% of the chakra cost, while she had Ajisai, Tsunade, and Shizune helping her by transferring chakra to her. And yet the four of them were barely able to cope with that small fraction of the chakra-draining communique. He granted himself a short moment of awe, amazed by the power he wielded, allowing them to catch their breaths. "Are you okay?" He looked at the women. Ino and Ajisai were flat on their backs, too exhausted to keep standing up, while Shizune was practically sleeping on Tsunade's shoulder. The Senju was the only one of the four who still seemed to have some energy left. "They'll be fine, after a good night's rest at least," she smiled. "Good, then I'll take down the Shinju. But first." He expertly flashed through a sequence of 5 hand seals he knew all too well. Mokuton, Shichuka no Jutsu, would release, 4-pillar house technique. Usually a small 2-floor building would grow. But with the excess of chakra he currently had at his disposal he could create a far greater building. Large enough to house himself and the 6 women, while still having a dozen spare rooms. "Konan, Swearin, could you help Ba-chan to get these sleepyheads inside? I'll go and wake up the remainder of the world's population, K?" "Yeah. You do that," Swearin shook her head with a deadpan expression. The continuous state of disbelief at what he did, combined with the careless way that he said what he was going to do, left her too stunned to retort properly. "I bet Fuyo would have smacked him on the head or something," she thought sadly. "I'm home." "How did it go?" Ajisai called from the kitchen. "May, just as boring as all the others," Naruto muttered from the living room. You'd think Kumo would stop sending these idiotic would-be assassins. This was their 5th squad of Jonin. At the very least, they could give up on the idea that they're able to sneak towards us without being detected. "Their tenacity is admirable," Ajisai giggled. She idly wondered how many people would have this sort of discussion. Most would be terrified if their loved ones had to face dozens of elite shinobi, and yet she didn't feel worried at all. Now that Black Zetsu is gone and the Jubi are dealt with, it just feels like everything is perfect. As if there's nothing left that could threaten us. "Smells great," Naruto walked into the kitchen. He had just taken off his boots and robes, cleaning them of the dust that had gotten on them while he had been fighting the stubborn Kumo Nin. He wondered how many more he needed to send back before they got the message. Then again. Stupid, I should have considered this sooner. After I take away their chakra, they can't travel at high speeds. So it is likely that none of the previous idiots have reached their village yet. Ugh. I guess I'll have to visit Kumo tomorrow. It's the rabbit you caught, seasoned with the spices and some other stuff Jiraiya had stored. Peeking into the pan, his eyes widened. Fried rabbit ramen? He leaned in and kissed her on her cheek. Just when I thought I couldn't possibly love you any more than I did. Sycophant, Ajisai giggled, feeling happy when his arms enveloped her while he stood behind her, his chin resting in a bed of orange hair. It's just improvisation, though. No clue if it'll taste good. You won't believe how much sealed food he gathered. It's a bit annoying that he didn't label any of those scrolls. Well, after you unsealed this entire house, I can't say I'm easily surprised by him sealing away food, Naruto admitted. Of course, some of the things they had found were less entertaining. Ajisai, for example, was rather disgusted by the amount of research material that Jiraiya had hoarded, the enormous collection of pornography, as well as pictures of scantily clad or outright naked women, all taken by the peeping pervert himself, was something she didn't really appreciate. Though, Naruto thought that the man's dedication deserved at least some credit. Personally, he intended to investigate that particular storage hall a bit better. In private. Regardless of the man's perverted quirks, they were both happy to live in this house, as it had a far homier feeling to it than any of Naruto's constructs had. While it, at first, felt as if they were trespassing in the man's property, they had quickly reached the decision that it was a good way to honor his sacrifice by living in a place that was essentially a monument to his memory. Uro-Sennin was an odd fellow, but I never thought that that big scroll he always carried with him would contain literally everything he owned. "Don't be sad, Naruto-kun," Ajisai said softly, after her fiancé had fallen silent. "He wanted you to be free, to be happy. You've read the letter he wrote for you, his resolution and last will. We should honor him, and be thankful for what he did not just for you, but also for your father." Among the many things Jiraiya had kept sealed within his scroll, the most personal items were the letters which the man had written. He had planned his own death, so he had made all the preparations he could. He planned not just to say his final goodbyes to those he cared about, but he also left detailed instructions and messages for the members of his network. He had, after all, kept one of the largest independent information networks in the shinobi world, effectively acting as Konoha's spymaster. It was humbling to see how the man had kept his focus on his duties, even in the face of the terrible fate he had chosen. "I am aware," Naruto assured her. "But until I have freed his soul, I won't feel happy about his sacrifice. Hell, even after I know he's free, I'll miss him. I really wish I had gotten a chance to know him sooner. I didn't even know he was my godfather." "Free him?" Ajisai frowned. "Yeah, I told you about how I met my mom, right? She explained to me how the Shiki Fujin worked, and how I'd be able to free my dad's soul. You know, that whole Fuinjutsu thing was a kinjutsu from the Uzumaki clan," he smiled weakly. "If it's me, that mask will be a lot safer to use. I'm not going to let you get away from me again, you hear?" Ajisai turned around and poked at his chest. "Jiraiya-sama didn't give up his life for you to end up in the belly of the Shinigami." "I know, and it won't happen," Naruto promised, dragging her into a firm embrace. "Did you really think Ka-san would have wanted my soul to end up like that? Have faith, my love. It's not that I don't believe in you, Naruto-kun. But, after all that happened, after everything that went wrong, I find it difficult not to get scared when you say you intend to mess around with the Shinigami," Ajisai confessed. "It's not like I doubt you, but you should," the Uzumaki chuckled. "Considering the crazy plan Kurama and I cooked up, I think it would be pretty normal to doubt me. I know I do. As long as the majority of the villages are willing to cooperate. Even if I more or less ordered the world's leaders to go to the summit, we can't exactly achieve what we want on our own power. We need them to cooperate willingly," Naruto agreed. "This whole endeavor would have been doomed to fail if I had tried to do it all on my own. Just look at Kaguya. You're better than her. Alone I'm not, but I have you at my side," he kissed her on her forehead. "You've seen how I was before you. Yes, you're definitely a sycophant," she gently punched him in the stomach. "Let's get something to eat." "Yes, dear," he said in mock submission, earning himself another playful punch. Quietly, just enjoying each other's presence, the two decided to sit at the porch. From here they could see the beginnings of how they envisioned reshaping the destroyed landscape, with several forests added by Naruto and a large lake created by Ajisai, who was starting to like Shinra Tensei more and more. They had agreed to name the lake after her fallen friend, Fuyo, or perhaps they would name a planned river for her. They hadn't made up their minds about that just yet. Lake Fuyo didn't sound too shabby either. Fried rabbit ramen. "I think I'll go hunt us some more rabbit from now on," Naruto let out a content sigh when he finally finished his meal, which was practically 5 times the amount of food that Ajisai had consumed. She really wondered how he could eat that much, especially when it concerned ramen. "We're not going to eat ramen every day, Naruto-kun," Ajisai looked at him, giggling when he pulled off an utterly horrified expression. "And I won't fall for the puppy eye method either. Boobyut. Ramen. It's ramen," he whined. "It's the food of the gods. We got a letter from Tsunade today." She smiled at his antics, but ultimately decided to change the subject. He had become far more carefree ever since they'd started to live together like this, after the others had returned to their respective villages. Apparently there are 2 clan leaders who insisted on joining her, as well as 2 village elders. "Geez, if this keeps up I'll have to increase the size of the assembly hall again," the Jinchuriki muttered. "Oh well, I did specifically say the Gokage and other leaders, so I should have expected this. Do you think they'll attempt to stop the assembly? Of course, Naruto chuckled humorlessly. If Kurama's accounts of our history have shown me one thing, it would be that we're always inclined to create and maintain conflict. Right now, we threaten the very foundation of the economy that keeps the hidden villages going. We'll be their number one enemy. So yes, they'll try to stop us. Well, at least it will be a good opportunity to show the rest of our visitors that you're not joking around, and that they should not be underestimating me. They both wondered how the assembly would go. Would they be forced to subjugate the villages, or would they listen to reason? Much would depend on how the Gokage, the leaders of the 5 strongest villages, would act. The support of Konan, on behalf of Amigakure, would be a given, but the others? Neither of the young adults wished to wage another war, even though they were both well aware that it would be painfully short. With the power Naruto had at his disposal, even the 5 villages united would not stand a chance. To make the matters even more unfair, Ajisai's chakra reserves just kept on growing. Naruto didn't tell her, but he knew this was Kurama's silent thanks for her efforts to make him whole again. They watched the sun set over the ruins of the former territory of Takigakure. As the temperature began to lower, Ajisai scooted closer to Naruto, who held her in a one-armed embrace. Do you think we did the right thing? Naruto suddenly asked from out of the blue. With Uro Sennin, I mean, he clarified. For what he did, he deserves some kind of monument, so that none will ever forget him. Like the Valley of the End. You heard Tsunade, Ajisai sighed. Jiraiya never really had a place he called his. He affiliated with Konoha for most of his life, and spent a lot of time there as well, but in his heart he was a wanderer. You know well enough that he now rests at his true home. After the conflict had settled down, they had been forced to decide the final resting place of Jiraiya. Naruto, as he could practically feel everyone in the entire world, was already aware that the man had perished, but not how. It had saddened him when he heard of the man's incredible sacrifice. Myobakuzen was his true home. Naruto couldn't refute the words of Shima and Fukasaku. He, Ajisai, and Tsunade had been invited to the sacred mountain for the small ceremony. Toads weren't exactly too hung up about formalities, so the burial had merely been a short ritual. Is that what haunts you? Ajisai eventually asked, having observed his pained expression for a little while. He had these nightmares of which he barely spoke. It was something done to him by Kaguya, which left him frustrated and enraged when he relived it. That too, Naruto admitted. Like said, I really wish I had gotten more time with him, that I could have known him a bit better. He was my godfather, my only family, after all. 2? Ajisai had tried to be subtle up to that point, but she really wished to know what bugged him so much. Some silent curses were muttered under his breath, as Naruto realized he had misspoken. Naruto-kun? I told you that Kaguya tried something to break me, Naruto admitted. That's what still gives me nightmares. What is it? You know, if you don't talk about it, it would. I didn't want to talk about it because I was afraid that it would hurt you, he sighed, resigning himself to his fate. She was right, he had to talk about it. Keeping secrets would only be another mistake. You know how Kakuzu and Zetsu effectively killed my old self, right? I told you how my dad interfered and sealed my memories, before either Kurama or Zetsu could completely corrupt me. Well, that led to a bit of a duality within myself. A conflict of sorts, between my old self and my new self. Kaguya attempted to trap me by making me live in an illusionary world that I would envision as perfect. And? Ajisai blinked, not understanding the problem. You broke free, so why does it give you nightmares? The world I lived in for a while was the dream my old self had. I was Hokage, had married Ino, had a son. The full Monty, he grimaced. I realized quickly enough that something was off, but it wasn't that easy to realize what was going on. At that point I had no idea I was trapped in an illusion. I did not remember anything from before, other than what seemed to be some kind of vague dream. It would have been the perfect illusion to tie anyone down. Anyone but me. It is ironic, considering that Zetsu is responsible for what I became, and in the process also enabled me to escape Kaguya's perfect illusion. So how? How did you break from that illusion? It was too powerful to be broken by any normal way. Tsukiyomi probably compares to a regular genjutsu like how your Shinra Tensei would compare to a blunt kunai, Naruto shrugged. The thing that did it, though, was my ring, he smiled while holding up the wooden ring on his finger. I knew the wedding ring I wore in the illusion was wrong, and I kept focusing on it for so long that I eventually broke free. But why would that cause you nightmares? Every time I dream about that life. That life I could have had if Zetsu had not screwed me over. Each time I see those eyes, he sighed dejectedly. Each time I see those desperate eyes, begging me to stay, so hurt when I said that he wasn't real, those eyes haunt me in my dreams. Minato-chan was so innocent, so filled with a longing for me, his father, that betrayal. I know it was just an illusion, but it felt so real. So horribly real. He swallowed away the lump that he felt in his throat. But I guess that in time that pain will fade. It was just an illusion, even if my stupid brains don't seem to process that fact properly. Naruto shook himself out of his stupor. That all was the dream of my old life. This is the dream I have now. You are. When I first saw you in that Akatsuki cloak, I never imagined you to be such a hopeless romantic. Ajisai smiled contently. First time we met I didn't wear a thing, did I? He kissed her on her cheek. Now that I think about it. We should rename this country to Uro no Kuni, land of the perverts, in Jiraiya's honor. Don't ruin the mood with jokes, Ajisai whispered, before uttering words that were music to Naruto's ears. Just take off those clothes. Just after he had turned around, a kunai landed on what was supposed to be a soft spot in his neck. It would have worked on anyone. Anyone but him. Naruto looked back at his assailant in complete indifference, watching as the visibly terrified shinobi who held the broken kunai took a step back. A good try, but ultimately fruitless, Naruto remarked. I do not know whether it is bravery or stupidity, but apparently I do have to make another example. The shinobi, a kunoichi from Kirigakure, sank to her knees. That kunai had been coated in chakra, with enough power to decapitate a bear, yet it had simply snapped when it hit his skin. He didn't even have a scratch on him. How can you be so calm about this? One of the Kirigakure delegates demanded. Judging by the distance the man kept between himself and Terumi Mei, Naruto guessed that he was part of the rebel faction. About what? The number of foreign shinobi that are gathered here? Naruto replied calmly. I thought I already made this clear, but fine. To me it does not matter who comes here, nor how many. Even if all 5 villages united against me, at this point it would not matter. Any form of conflict is futile, as you could see. This is one problem none of you can solve with violence. She's just shown you that the current leadership of Kirigakure cannot be trusted. That is a lie, Mei growled. She was not one of mine. Could you stop this childish bickering? It's making my head hurt, Naruto sighed. I told you how I would deal with this. As the Kumo delegation will undoubtedly be able to testify. After all, they've sent the largest number of victims. Faster than even Mei's eyes could follow, Naruto moved to stand in front of the offending kunoichi, his palm landing flat on her forehead. That's what I said I would do. He turned around, ushering the others to follow him into the assembly hall he had created for the occasion. Mei blinked, and then turned to her Anbu guard to confirm what she thought that just happened. As she no longer has any chakra at her disposal, the veteran stammered. Not wanting to offend Naruto in any way, they all moved quickly to enter the assembly hall, where Naruto pointed them at the section he had reserved for the lot of them. Even the elder who had chosen to partake in this journey had hurried. Each and every one of them moved around the defeated, now former, kunoichi as if they feared that her suddenly inability to wield chakra might be as contagious as the plague itself. Fools, Naruto sighed. In the various delegations he had already disposed of several would-be assassins. People who tried their luck, in spite of the warnings he had set in place. Truthfully, he disliked that he had to do this, but he agreed with Kurama that he could not show any weakness at this stage. Their plans could work with or without the hidden villages, but they, as well as Ajisai, had agreed that it would be easier if the shinobi system was kept. Removing the villages from power would throw the entire world into unnecessary chaos, as conflict would be an inevitable part of the world finding a new status quo. Still, when people acted, Naruto was forced to respond. Not every delegation had violent intentions. Ironically, the group from Kumo hadn't tried a thing. Naruto guessed that it was because they already lost several squads of their best jonin during the past 2 weeks. The group from Konoha had not tried anything either, at least not in terms of violence. They had tried to claim him as one of their own, due to his history as a Konoha nin. He had shot down that line of reasoning, to the point where he had suggested that he would not mind being registered in the bingo books as a missing nin, and by proxy as an enemy of Konoha. They had been annoying, but at least Tsunade had managed to rein the elders in before they said something too stupid. Naruto had idly played with the thought of taking away Koharu's chakra, but ultimately resisted the temptation. The condescending old hag even had the nerve of suggesting that his actions might put Ajisai in danger. Well, it was at that moment that Tsunade cut her off. Threats, no matter how well they veiled them, would not work against Naruto. While Naruto had nothing against Tsunade, and felt the contrary actually, he would not hesitate to crush Konoha if it needed to be done for the sake of a peaceful world. The delegations from Iwa and Suna were far easier to him. The acting Tsuchikage had expressed her thanks several times, although the elders that had followed in her wake had shown far less gratitude, and assured him that as long as she held any influence she would support him. It amused him, as she didn't even know his plans, but apparently the young woman shared his dream of a peaceful world. The Kazekage, Tamari, was like-minded. She thanked him, and was glad he had emerged victorious, though she warned him that not everyone within her village was a supporter of peace. Konan had, unsurprisingly, come as the leader of Amiga Corps, with only Swearin at her side. Of course, the Konoha delegation that had arrived later than the duo from Ame had contested her presence, claiming that Ame was now their territory. Naruto had shot down that claim, without leaving any room for discussion. Kumo's remarkably peaceful delegation had been led by a woman named Mabui, an attractive dark-skinned woman with light gray hair. It had amused him that she thanked him for not killing the idiots who acted without orders, as she had put it. He had the feeling that she was an intelligent one, and a skilled politician, much unlike the hot-headed Yondaime Reikage. Mabui was flanked by a couple of young guards, of whom one, a male of about Naruto's age, had recently been promoted to the rank of Jonin. While the level-headed Amoe claimed that it was due to the large loss in the Jonin ranks, Mabui had smiled and offhandedly mentioned that Amoe would be a good candidate to fill the currently empty seat of Reikage. Aside from the major villages there were also groups, although much smaller, from the less influential villages. The foolish leader of Ishigakure no Sato, village hidden in stones, had attempted to bribe him with large amounts of gold if he raised their village's status. Naruto suspected that the man was a skilled censor, even though he didn't really amount to much of a shinobi outside that aspect. A single Jonin from Tanagakure, hidden in the valleys, arrived, stating that he acted under the authority of his village's leader, and apologized on that man's behalf. Apparently the actual leader was too old. Too scared, Ajisai had corrected the man, once he was out of hearing range. Naruto was inclined to agree with her. Kuzu's delegation had entered without incident, much like the stoic leader from Tetsu no Kuni. If Naruto remembered it right, that man had been named Mifune. The proverbial icing on the cake came from the representatives from Shimogakure no Sato, village hidden in frost. The idiots had tried to take Ajisai as a hostage. Naruto had been impressed by her display. Her mastery of the Deva path had improved, but it seemed like she had also started to figure out how the human path worked. The fools had then realized that Ajisai wasn't as easy a target as they had initially thought, and had made an attempt to escape. Well, those fools would get back home, even if it would take them quite a while longer. Traveling the civilian way, as Naruto had taken away their chakra, was far slower. With Ajisai at his side, Naruto moved to the center of the assembly hall. Clad in black, with pure white robes atop, he still looked the same. Those who could sense or, in the case of Hyugahashi, see chakra, noticed that these robes were made out of pure chakra. To them, Naruto was akin to a bright light in the deep dark, the sole source of warmth in a cold winter night. Ajisai, clad in a white dress, was definitely no weakling, as she would likely give any of the Gokage a run for their money, likely even beat them. But next to Naruto, she fell short. She didn't exactly mind it, though, knowing that the comparison was simply unfair. Those who were present mostly seemed to fear Naruto, as many of them had by now seen his power firsthand, leaving her as a more friendly option. Good cop, bad cop, Naruto had joked. Clearing his throat, hinting to his guests to be quiet and get seated, Naruto felt slightly annoyed that some of the squabbling parties did not shut up. Slightly releasing the chakra he suppressed from their senses was enough to scare them into silence. Now it would start. The next minutes, or possibly hours, would likely determine the fate of the world. Would the plan be implemented using the easy way, or would they be forced to go down the hard way? Both hid their anxiety, Ajisai probably better than Naruto, as they turned to the assembled leaders of the hidden villages. Good. Now, to begin, I shall reintroduce myself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto bowed, almost mockingly, before continuing. At my side is Ajisai, bearer of the famed Rinnegan, and former kunoichi of Amigakure no Sato. As for myself, my former allegiance was with Konohagakure no Sato, although circumstances forced me to leave that village several years ago. Mabui, acting leader of Komagakure, stood up hesitantly, and spoke when Naruto nodded. Are you presenting yourself as a missing nin? Technically, I suppose I am, yes, Naruto answered the politely asked question with equal politeness. Inwardly, he felt relieved that they started off in such a civil manner. As for the how and why of my defection from that village, I will need to explain some of the events that have led to the current situation. That might take some time, and I must ask you all to refrain from asking any questions until I finish my story. Is that acceptable? Several people nodded, some muttered their assent, while some, such as Konan and Tsunade, merely smiled at him. Although the look in Tsunade's eyes was still sad, what spurred him to make a mental note of having a good conversation with the woman once this was all over? He'd probably need to grow a sake bar around here as well, just for her. Very well, Naruto inclined his head. Some might know me as the son of Konoha's Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. Others might know me as the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed fox. Due to who and what I am, or better said, the entity that was sealed within me, an organization named Akatsuki targeted me. As you are all probably aware, this organization aimed to gather all the bijou with the intent to use them as a weapon that would force the world to stop waging wars. Born out of suffering and loss, their original goals might have been noble once. But unfortunately they had long since been corrupted, twisting the organization into something very, very dangerous. To explain what went wrong, and who was ultimately responsible for this, we need to go further back in history. So far back in time that many of you will discard the story as a legend or mere fiction, but I assure you that what I tell you is the truth. 1,000 years ago, mankind was still unaware of the existence of chakra. In this era before the shinobi, many countries were involved in a war so horrible that it led to one woman, a princess, gaining the desire to end this senseless violence. He told, as he, Kurama, and Ajisai had agreed that leaving out the truth about the Otsutsuki clan was for the best. The news that there was some kind otherworldly race of superhumans would likely not fare well. In order to achieve her goal, the woman consumed the fruit of the Shinju, the divine tree that grew as it gathered energy from our world. This princess was the first to wield the energy we all commonly refer to as chakra, and brought peace to the world. No army could resist her might, thus the nations were subdued for some time. Her name was Otsutsuki Kaguya. Kaguya's overwhelming power changed the world as they knew it, so mankind fell to its knees and worshipped her as a goddess, a falsehood that she eventually started to believe as well. While she ruled mankind, Kaguya had two sons, both born with a similar power she had. The historians amongst you might know the elder of these two brothers as the Rikudo Sennin. To clarify the importance of this man to our history, the sage of the six paths is the one who taught mankind how to use chakra. Before he did such, however, he and his brother faced an enemy that was far superior to them in power. Otsutsuki Kaguya, regardless of her original intentions, had grown weary of mankind's constant hunger for conflict. In spite of their worship, humanity failed to realize that Kaguya only wished for peace, and could not accept that her subjects continued their pointless strife. She saw herself as a goddess, and by divine right she decided that mankind did not deserve to exist. In order to wipe out our race, she merged her powers with that of the Shinju and captured a great portion of the world's population. As she sought to replace them, rather than just creating a massacre, she changed the humans she had captured into mindless white creatures that were named Zetsu, beings without individuality or personality, aside from a sinister desire to obey Kaguya's each and every command. Looking around, Naruto smiled softly when he saw various people. Shikaku, for instance, recognized the description of white Zetsu. Many amongst you have been unfortunate enough to meet one of the white Zetsu, although I suspect only few realize that you have. The white Zetsu had the ability to perfectly imitate those whom they stole chakra from. As such, they have played a large role in the schemes of Akatsuki. But let us return to the time of their origins. For whatever reason, Kaguya was weakened severely after she committed this horrendous act of warping humans into her puppets. In this tiny window of opportunity, her sons, enraged by what she had done, struck her down. However, since the Shinju itself was an undying entity, they found themselves unable to kill Kaguya. Because of this, the elder son, the Rikudo Sennin, sealed the creature which Kaguya had become, the Jubi, within himself. Even though the Jubi was immortal, the Rikudo Sennin found a way to divide its power into the 9 bijou, while he sealed away the remaining husk of the Jubi at his deathbed. Yes, this is the origin of the bijou, creatures older and nobler than any of you would ever have thought. They are not the mindless demons you think they are. They are, for the lack of a better word, the children of the first and arguably greatest shinobi of all time. As I mentioned earlier, after the defeat of Kaguya, the Rikudo Sennin spread the power he wielded over mankind, teaching man about the many ways chakra could be used. He even used his powers to grant certain individuals abilities that would reside within their blood, giving birth to the Kekkei Genkai that we still see to this day. He hoped that with his power, mankind would find a way to evolve beyond its previous condition. After all, he taught mankind the use of chakra so that they could connect to each other. Sadly, his lessons were quickly forgotten, and the power he had granted to them was used for warfare rather than peace. In his desire for peace, the Rikudo Sennin unintentionally made the fights even more gruesome. He taught his sons what he could, hoping that they could do what he could not, and bring peace to the world. Alas, there was one thing which the Rikudo Sennin had failed to see. In the instant that Kaguya had realized that her sons had defeated her, the short moment before she was sealed within her eldest son, the woman created another entity. As Kaguya had little time and power to spare, this third son was a weak and fragile being, but like her it would never perish due to the passing of time. This creature would later be known as Black Zetsu, an entity created for a singular purpose, to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. It was the instigator of a conflict between the sons of the Rikudo Sennin. These two sons were the fathers of two famous clans. The younger was the first Senju, while the elder son was the first person to wield the Sharingan, the founder of the Uchiha clan. Even though it was relatively powerless, Black Zetsu was a cunning creature, and it made the elder son of the Rikudo Sennin the first victim of its schemes, though over the centuries to follow, many of the first Uchiha's descendants fell victim to Zetsu's manipulations as well. To Black Zetsu, the Uchiha were the perfect tools, as their Sharingan gave them the power to control the 9 Bijou. However, somewhere, somehow, Black Zetsu had made a miscalculation and lost its most valuable tools. Thanks to Uchiha Itachi massacring his own clan, Zetsu was forced to find another tool for his plans. Unfortunately, I was that tool. It led to the death of my sensei and my teammates, and nearly my own demise as well. The sole reason for my survival is that Black Zetsu infused my mutilated body with the tissue of one of the countless white Zetsu that had been created by Kaguya, centuries before. Black Zetsu's plan succeeded, but only partly. I did gain the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, which made me the worst enemy of any Bijou, and I temporarily lost my memories as well, but I did not become the loyal subordinate Zetsu wished me to be. Still, Akatsuki managed to capture one Jinchuriki after the other, extracting the Bijou, and sealing the poor creatures into the husk of the Jubi. How they retrieved it, I do not know. I do know, however, that people had looked down at Jinchuriki to such an extent that only few bothered to examine who had taken them. Or why. Some within the audience fidgeted slightly as his icy blue-eyed glare fell over them. In the end, I too fell to one of Black Zetsu's many traps, and lost a large portion of the Kyuubi's chakra. It was a large enough portion for Black Zetsu to awaken the Jubi when the Hokage, along with a select number of shinobi from Konoha and Amigakure, attempted to stop him. He gestured at Tsunade and Konan. All others had, at that point, fallen for Black Zetsu's machinations. Using the numerous white Zetsu that fell under its command, Black Zetsu flawlessly infiltrated each and every organization, managing to divide and cripple every armed force in our world. In the end, Black Zetsu succeeded in bringing back the Shinju at full force. The Shinju spawned, and it did what Kaguya ordered it to do, capture every living being and retrieve the chakra that she had lost. It trapped you in those cocoons, and lulled you into a sleep you were not supposed to wake from, while it slowly drained you of your chakra. The sole reason you are still alive is that the Godime Hokage and her ally Konan, the current leader of Amigakure, joined forces and disrupted the plans of Black Zetsu. The disruption nearly failed, as none were aware of the history behind the Jubi, but their efforts were enough for me to survive the confrontation with Otsutsuki Kaguya. Without them, and Ajisai next to me, the Kyuubi would have been completely absorbed by the Jubi, and I would not have been able to stop Kaguya's resurrection. When Naruto fell silent for a moment, Temari stood up. If I may ask, what did you mean by Kaguya's resurrection? And how did you end up being the Jinchuriki of all 9 Bijou? Homura, one of the village elders from Konoha, spoke up. Judging by the amount of chakra I can sense within you, your claim does not seem to be idle boasting, but... And... When a third person tried to ask a question, Naruto put up his hand. To answer the both questions, Black Zetsu sealed the Jubi in me. Even at this very moment I am working at extracting the chakra from the 9 Bijou from it. Then why? Calm down and let me explain, Naruto sighed. As I told you all before, the Jubi is a combination of powers. On one end it was the Shinju, the immortal god tree that grew 1,000 years ago. The other half of the creature was made up out of Otsutsuki Kaguya. So, with the Shinju out here, capturing the world's population, I suppose you can guess who tried to take over my mind and my body. But, that was 1,000 years ago, Terumi May sputtered. She couldn't still be alive, could she? She tied herself to the Shinju, Naruto shrugged. So by extension, she could not die due to the passing of time either. Her essence, her ego, ended up within the husk of the Jubi, the thing that was also known as the Geto Mazo. As her sun sealed and divided the chakra of the Jubi, she lost her power. But when Akatsuki, misguided by Black Zetsu's manipulations, managed to retrieve all 9 parts of the Jubi's chakra, Otsutsuki Kaguya also woke up. However, due to the actions from Tsunade, Konan, and Ajisai, the process of awakening the Jubi was slightly rushed. I dare say that this was what saved me. As I assumed that Kaguya was not at her full power when I faced her. Tell me, can you people sense my chakra? Several nods or other affirming gestures and words came from the audience. My current power, vast as it may seem, is limited due to my efforts to dismantle the Shinju. If I were to be serious, I estimate that my chakra reserves would at least triple in size. Naruto deliberately left out his ability to gather natural energy, as he didn't think it would be wise to give these people too much information. As powerful as I might appear to you, Otsutsuki Kaguya was even more powerful. It was only due to her arrogance that she underestimated a specific jutsu of mine, which led to the destruction of her ego. For all intents and purposes she can be considered dead, although her power, the power that she had stolen by eating the Shinju's fruit, still lingers in me. This leaves me pondering what I should do, now that the responsibility of her power has fallen to me. Obviously, I ruled out the option of turning every one of you into Zetsu, as she intended to do. I would, if possible, avoid the options of massacre and subjugation. Regardless, with the knowledge I have gained, as well as everything that I have observed, I have come to agree with both Kaguya and the Rikudo Sennin that things need to change. It is why I created my plans, together with the Kyubi and Ajisai. He gestured at his fiancée. Still, our plans would work out better if we had cooperation. It is why I called for this summit before I freed everyone from the grasp of the Shinju. That little tidbit took a little while to digest, for those who were gathered. Naruto had deliberately minimized the mentions of Kurama's influence on the plans they made, due to a point that Kurama had raised. The shinobi were afraid of the Bijou. They would not be eager to trust the embodiment of malice. What Naruto proposed would already create enough friction, without involving the misguided prejudices the shinobi had about the Bijou. Yes, a certain amount of fear was deemed useful, but too much of it would derail this summit. Power does not confer to you the right to decide how we live our lives, one of the Jonin from Kumagakure growled. Even if it is under the pretense of cooperation, what you truly ask for is our subjugation. As someone who has lived in Amigakure for years, I find such a statement quite ironic. Ajisai remained calm, though her glare, with courtesy of the Rinnegan, was enough to silence the easily unnerved Jonin. The larger villages have always waged their wars on the soil of the minor nations that were stuck in between their borders. Each time our leaders attempted to negotiate in a peaceful manner, the answer was the same. No matter which of your villages we tried to negotiate with. Strength is important, but that alone does not determine the right to rule, Koharu, the village elder of Konoha, stated. If one decides to rule merely by power, it would become a dictatorship. Though after all you have told us, I would not be surprised if you would fancy yourself a god now. Your wicked old tongue will truly get you in trouble one of these days. Naruto was slightly amused by the old woman. He had to give it to her, she hid her fear quite well. The fluctuations in her chakra were still obvious enough. They were far less obvious than the signs he felt in many others, what he saw as a testament of her former skill. I have no interest in ruling anyone or anything. I don't want to become an emperor, god, supreme kage, or whatever. What you do in your villages is up to you. My sole interest lies in what I already stated to be my goal, a more peaceful world. Then how do you intend to create such a world? Tsunade pulled Koharu by her arm, roughly forcing her to get back on her seat. The Senju was genuinely curious as to what he truly wished to become. He had hinted that he and Kurama had talked about this quite a lot, but he had been unwilling to fully reveal the details of their plans. You told me you did not want to return to your home village, that you wished to remain independent. Why? Because, if I were to be partial, I would never be able to properly mediate in the conflicts you are going to create in the future, the Jinchuriki chuckled. I have told you all that I stopped the Jubi from destroying this world. The logical next step would be that I intend to stop you lot from continuing the Jubi's work. With the incessant conflicts between your villages and nations, it would only be a matter of time until another Akatsuki would rise. You can't blame us for the actions of those lunatics. Asuna elder barked. I just did, and I will continue to do so, Naruto deadpanned. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, was someone who was born and raised amidst the carnage of the Second Shinobi World War. The actions of Hanzo of Omegakure and Shimura Danzo of Kanahagakure pushed that boy to the point where he thought that causing immeasurable destruction was the only way to stop the endless conflicts. Hoshigaki Kisame, he gestured in the direction of the Kirigakure delegation, was disillusioned when he realized that he lived in a world filled with lies. Kakuzu of Takigakure was originally a shinobi of unmatched loyalty, yet found himself betrayed by a village which threw him away for their own gains. Need I continue? Did you not state that Zetsu was responsible? Mabui, the chief representative of Kumagakure, questioned. That he corrupted Akatsuki? Zetsu warped its cause, Mifune, the leader of the samurai of Tetsu no Kuni, reminded her. Many of its members were known long before Akatsuki emerged. Indeed, Naruto inclined his head slightly, thanking the stoic and, even to him, nearly unreadable man. It was obvious that the samurai was guarded, but he didn't radiate the same mixture of fear and anger as most others in the room did. Black Zetsu orchestrated the death of my parents, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. It caused the fall of the Uchiha clan. It manipulated the organization Akatsuki for its goals, made friends and allies tear at each other's throats. Zetsu nearly brought the world to ruin. And its crimes are not only from recent times. Countless people have died throughout the centuries, including my own clan, all due to the actions of the Zetsu. And if we look closely, even Zetsu is not really to blame. After all, it was Otsutsuki Kaguya who was responsible for creating Black Zetsu the way it was, Naruto explained in further detail. To return to the original question, yes, Zetsu corrupted Akatsuki. But Akatsuki did not raise or train any of its members. Akatsuki recruited the strongest missing nin available. Their members were already shaped by the villages they hailed from. That did not excuse their crimes, the Suna elder insisted. Blaming the villages for their decisions is illogical. Of course it is logical, Naruto frowned. It didn't feel like those gathered believed what he said. It was worrying. If they rejected his views, if they rejected the plans they had created. The gathered shinobi seemed to be afraid, fear guiding most of them, afraid of him forcing them to be subjugated to him, rather than hoping for cooperation. The shinobi world, of which these people were its representatives, needed to acknowledge its errors. But if the majority rather stuck to its ways, they'd force his hand, and he would need to impose change in a more violent manner than he wanted to. Still, my wishes are of little importance. Now is the time, now is the chance to change things. I can't allow myself to fail due to indecisiveness. So he kept talking, in hope that some would be swayed. People are shaped by their experiences, and their actions have been logical consequences of the lives they have suffered. I have a being inside me that has seen this process happen over and over again, for centuries. Through his words, I came to understand why the Bijou looked down upon our kind. We are violent and short-sighted. Our children are spoon-fed with war and armed conflict, and with each generation the cycle of hatred would only escalate further. With each act of aggression eliciting an equally violent response, with the upbringing they had, no one ever second-guessed their own part in that cycle. Everyone sees violence as a normal occurrence, after all. As for their elders, whether it is the narrow-minded grudges, the pathetic dependency on traditions, the delusion that only their actions are just, or pure and simple greed, I do not care. The bottom line is that mankind always continues to be in conflict. I can agree with that, Kurotsuchi said on behalf of Iwagakure. First we had the Reikage murder at Tsuchikage, after which Kumo attacked us in retaliation because we took down their treacherous leader, and then Kanahagakure continued to backstab everyone in an attempt to destroy both of its enemies. I agree with Naruto, someone has to put a stop to this senseless violence. I concur, Tamari, Kazekage of Sunagakure, said bluntly. She completely ignored the sputtering elders behind her. Especially now that Naruto has shown us how deep Zetsu's plotting went, we should all be able to see that this is the moment to let go of our old grudges and work towards a better future. As the god I'm Hokage of Kanahagakure, I agree with the Kazekage and the Tsuchikage. Tsunade glared at her company, especially the two unhappy village elders. All of this sounds noble, Shikaku ignored his cage. Yet incredibly naive as well. What makes you think that you can keep the peace, no matter how strong you are? Why would that peace last after you die of old age? I am human. It means that, ultimately, I am flawed as well. Even though Kurama, whom you all know as the QB, is sealed within me, I still have flaws that are inherent to humankind. We are born neither good nor evil, but have the potential to do both. It is, However, the circumstances in which we develop and grow up that shape us. As such, I am as much a part of this cycle of hatred as you all. But we cannot think in terms of blame. Long before Kaguya walked this earth, our kind was already waging its wars. Kaguya tried to put that violence to a halt by changing mankind into mindless slaves, and she failed. The Rikudo Sennin tried to put that violence to a halt by entrusting mankind the tools and abilities that could lead to mutual understanding, and he failed. Both extremes of the spectrum led to failure, so I cannot have either complete faith or a complete lack of faith. We need to establish a middle ground. I talked about neutrality, because I wish to establish a court. I will act as a judge here, backed by a millennium worth of experience from the Bijou, backed by those I have yet to train in the art of Senjutsu, and mediate in the larger conflicts that are yet to come. If I completely remove the necessity for conflict from mankind, we would all lose our humanity and become beings such as the Zetsu. If I, as the Rikudo Sennin once did, decide to teach you how to better your ways, you would only corrupt my teachings and continue the path of conflict. Children do not grow up in a day. It takes years for them to realize that their place in this world cannot be taken for granted. And until their dying day they may seek to understand their path, though never find a true answer. Humanity, at large, will need more time to grow up than any single human. We are not naive enough to believe that your grudges will vanish instantly. If the cycle of hatred could be broken that easily, better men and women who came before me could have done it. Thus, we choose to restrict the violence in this world, and we will act as a neutral party that mediates in time of need. With the power of the legendary Dojutsu, the Rinnegan, combined with my Senjutsu and the might of the 9 Bijou, we could easily conquer the world. None would be able to withstand us. But that is not our wish. We wish for peace. And peace cannot be established by might alone, Naruto concluded. As for how I plan to let this situation last beyond my lifespan, in due time I will take students who will be taught how to connect with nature, to become sages as I am. Beyond that, I will liberate the 9 Bijou, who will aid me and my successors. So you will not return our Bijou to us? Without the Bijou the balance of power would be disrupted. There will be no more need for Jinchuriki. They serve no purpose if there is no war, nor would they maintain any balance. After all, they remain a neutral party. Beyond that, I would like to reiterate my point that the Bijou are not tools or objects, but rather living beings like us. I dare say that they are even better than us, considering how they are far older and wiser, Naruto chided the woman from Kumagakure. You just expect us to accept that? A young kunoichi from Kumagakure, a fiery redhead, blurted out. Everyone has lost in the wars of the past, Ajisai spoke up clearly. But together, let us take the first steps towards the creation of the foundations for an era of peace, so that the next generations may live better lives than we do. Yes, Naruto smiled at her. Now, considering how we have gone through the boring parts of explaining the history behind the Jubi, our history of warfare, and stating my goals and ideals. He slightly glanced at Ajisai, whose expression remained unchanged even if he felt the minute changes in the flow of her chakra. He doubted that anyone in this room would have noticed, as there was no living human able to sense chakra the way he did. Deep down Naruto felt just as anxious as her. They had gone past the introductions, explained the background, and stated his goals. Now it was up to them. Would they choose cooperation? Would he have to force them to cooperate? Or would he have to dismantle the shinobi system in its entirety? He felt as if his innards were made out of ice, but after a short nod from Ajisai he knew he couldn't postpone this any longer. The support of her love, as well as Kurama's wisdom, gave him the courage to continue on. To put aside the fear he felt. Because, losing the momentum he had built up now would be just as disastrous as showing weakness, and Uzumaki Naruto would have rather died than allowed his own fears and hesitations to destroy the ideals he had. He deliberately left a short silence for the gathered shinobi to process his words, while he took a moment to get a hold of himself. Shall we now commence by establishing a new set of laws? Chapter 28. Epilogue. You who seek peace. Do you understand the word? How would you define the concept of peace? Would you presume that an absolute peace could exist? If yes, answer me this: does the taller tree live in peace with the smaller ones that grow around it? No. It puts them in the shadow, while its roots dig deeper and drink with greater thirst. The world at large is filled with a never-ending competition for resources that will always be limited. Mankind is no different from any other animal or plant. Every form of life competes for the right to exist. Peace, the utopia in which there is no conflict, remains an impossibility, an illusion, simply because humans always desire. It is wishful thinking, a fantasy, but reality shows us that in order to feed, to reproduce, to protect like any other animal, the human feeds on the energy it takes from other life forms. And yet there is no other species that is capable of such excessive cruelty as ours. In our unnatural desire for peace, we commit acts which go against any reason or necessity. Our striving for peace leads to violence, as one always comes to the point where the other stands in the way of their idea of peace. Opposing views on how the peaceful world should be have always led to wars. All because we refuse to accept our own natures, all due to our own ignorance, we continued this unending cycle of hatred where one act of violence gave birth to the next. The irony of this cycle is that the desire for peace did not slow the cycle, but instead kept it flowing. Peace only came to be when groups gathered and prepared for the next act of violence. It was merely temporary, because the hunger always continued. Our children need to be fed, our houses need to be paid, our cattle need to roam, all in the image of how we think we had to act. Our view on what is ours, what our rights are, our duty, our beliefs, this is the social construction we call reality. The perception of the individual is always limited. Looking only at our own needs, or those of the people closest to us, eventually always leads to a sense of animosity, as there is always someone else who competes for the same things. Two men desiring the same woman, two farmers desiring the same fertile ground, two merchants desiring the same supplies, two countries claiming the same territory, there will always be conflict. That does not imply that conflict is wrong. No, conflict is part of life, and there will be no growth without conflict. The muscle will only grow stronger when repeatedly pushed to its limits. The mind will not expand if not challenged with new questions. Without conflict, only a world of decay would remain. It would create a dead world, devoid of desires or dreams, where people would not need to feed or have to compete for any resource. It is why the longing for absolute peace creates a tension that inevitably leads to the next violent outburst. Of course, a greater supply of resources would allow for a period where conflict wasn't needed, but eventually mankind would, as any other species, reproduce to the point where its population once again reached a limit. We need to accept that resources are always finite, just as the world has a limited amount of surface, sustaining only a limited amount of life. Eventually the number of humans would grow to a point where competition would once again become prevalent, until it reached a point where the competition once again leads to conflict. This is the exact same thing as what the trees around you do. If there would be more water, there would be more trees to drink it. But the amount of water that irrigates the grounds would place a certain limit on how many trees could exist from it. Increasing the amount of water would give the chance for more trees to drink, whereas a decrease would increase the competition to the point where only the strongest survived or the luckiest. Is that any reason to despair? No. No man or woman should despair at the face of reality. Accepting reality and learning the lessons it teaches might be difficult, yet it forms the only viable path to progress. Though, one should never be deluded in the belief that one can fully comprehend reality. Accepting reality, by itself, is already difficult enough to do. For that to happen, one first needs to challenge it, just like the child challenges the parent in order to explore his or her place in this world. After all, if our perception is limited, how could we ever hope to gain wisdom by merely accepting what we see, without any critical thought? No, we needed change. Our world, our kind, has seen wars for too long. Each conflict only increased the hatred and sorrow. Should we have accepted that? My wife and I could have ignored the world and left it the way it was, retreated ourselves from the cycle of hatred and left mankind to its fate while we enjoyed our lives in peace. Such selfish things. We have power beyond any other, and as such we felt like we also carried the responsibility for making a choice only we could make, as none were foolish enough to challenge either of us, knowing the power we possessed. We grew up in a world filled with pain and sadness, and while it made us strong, we also wished for no other to experience the same life. At first, the mightiest of our species desired peace, only to end in failure after failure. Our predecessors have explored several paths to make the world a more peaceful place, and failed. We learned from those failures. We realized how unnatural the desire for absolute peace was. Yet, at the same time, war is an affront to nature just as well. Conflict is inevitable, yet our hatred escalated to the point where we aimed for the complete extermination of our enemies. No other species knows such cruelty. So, we offer you our wisdom. We gathered those who can guide you. We cannot bring peace, yet we can impose restrictions on the conflicts in the world. To weed out the excesses of our cruelty, we need your help. To carry on our legacy, we founded this school. To sustain the peace, you, the future sages of this world, we offer you this record of our past. The keys to the truth. We can tell you about the past. About the Shinju, Kaguya, Zetsu, the Rikudo Senin, about all these figures of myth and legend that have all dabbled with powers beyond their comprehension. No matter how vast their might became, they failed to understand how insignificant they still remained. They failed to comprehend their limitations. Nature itself is beyond the comprehension of any individual. The world is too vast for a singular being to understand it. And our planet is just one of many. In truth, we are merely humble parts of the endless renewal of energy, the cycle of life and death, a temporal form of solidified energy, nothing more. But to you, our dear students, we offer this key to a door to a greater view. Use it to reach out to nature, so that you may learn from it, and transcend the barbaric origins of our kind. Use it to evolve beyond what we are. Learn from the past, gain true awareness of the present, so that you may give birth to a better future. I'm impressed, Ajisai smiled with barely contained pride. It seems I married not just the world's strongest shinobi, but also a philosopher, she teased. A woman as beautiful and wise as you deserves nothing but the best, he grinned cheekily. Though I expect that I'll be rewriting it many times before I'm truly satisfied with the text. Naruto had given her the scroll that he had been working on for a while. It was the first of several scrolls, this one being the introductory material, but other ones detailing the information they had on Kaguya, the Rikudo Senin, the accounts of the history of mankind, and much more. There was even one on what little they knew about the Otsutsuki clan, although that one was not supposed to be shared with more than a handful of people. And you are still working on the scrolls that contain the training program that you and Kurama developed along with the toads? Skill in Senjutsu seems to be a minimal requirement, yes, but that is hard to put it into words, Naruto nodded. Senjutsu isn't easily understood. Still, there has to be a way in which to offer them a way to see the world as we do. Your Rinnegan cannot be passed on, not after how we brought the Geto Mazo back to the moon. But I have good hopes that my power can be taught, especially now that the toads have finally agreed to play their part in our little school. Gamamaru finally sent word? Ajisai raised a brow. Well, after nearly 10 years. Yeah, Naruto sighed. That old geezer really should try to keep focused on things. Oh well, we already had Fukasaku and Shima who regularly help us. It was hard to imagine that almost 10 years had passed since the last open war. 10 years ago, the world had been at the brink of destruction. They had only narrowly prevented Otsutsuki Kaguya from rising again. Since that day, they had worked tirelessly. Ajisai had learned to wield the Rinnegan as proficiently as Nagato had before her, and because her body was more attuned to the legendary dojutsu, she was perhaps even better than her predecessor. Naruto, the wielder of the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, the one who mastered Senjutsu, had led the 9 Bijou after he had liberated them. Together, they had guided, and at times forced, the shinobi villages to accept a new reality, that wars and conflicts were now settled through diplomacy. Since that day, none of the hidden villages had openly borne arms against the others. Sure, there were disputes more than Naruto and Ajisai wished to count, but none had evolved into the large-scale conflicts of the past. Then again, none of the villages were able to defy the Uzumaki couple. Especially after the Shinju, the God Tree, had stolen chakra from every living shinobi, the collective power of the hidden villages had diminished permanently. Their power had decreased even more due to the fact that there were no longer any Jinchuriki. The 9 creatures now were free, though they were still, to some extent, attached to Naruto. With Ajisai's help, even Kurama was now able to roam the outside world freely, though he left a considerable chunk of his chakra in Naruto's seal. He, as well as the other Bijou, had no desire to kill the person who had liberated them. Even Chomei, who arguably had the greatest grudge against the Uzumaki due to the death of Fu, agreed to, and put his trust in, the plans forged by the last Jinchuriki and Kurama. Granted, in spite of their newfound freedom, the 9 were still cautious, and preferred to stick close. Though close was a relative concept, considering how this area spanned both the former nation of Takigakur, parts of Otogakur, and the desolate wilderness around the Sangaku no Hakaba, mountain's graveyard, that lay in between. The area was vast enough for the 9 to be able to live quietly. That meant that they could keep their distances from each other. Shukaku, for instance, could not stand Kurama. Likewise, Chomei and Isabu had such conflicting personalities that they usually ended up squabbling just as much as the fox and the tanuki squabbles that tended to lead to the destruction of many acres of land at a time. Siblings. Naruto shook his head as he thought about the rambunctious 9. Then, thinking of disorderly children, Ahi-chan, where did Jiraiya-chan run off to? After reading through the scrolls that Naruto had compiled, she had returned to her own hobby. Ajisai usually spent a significant portion of her limited spare time on improving her skill in drawing and painting. Naruto had his hobby of redecorating landscapes and spawning new buildings, and she had her drawings and paintings. Jiraiya-chan, Naruto repeated himself, idly wiping a spot of red paint from his wife's cheek. Oh, he's playing with Chome again, Ajisai smiled happily. Usually parents would be more concerned when their 4-year-old son went on his little expedition, but, well, they weren't exactly normal people. Chome, for some reason the being refused to explain, had taken a liking to their little purple-haired ball of energy. While extremely carefree in his regular behavior, Chome was very protective of little Jiraiya. Overprotective, one might even say. Butterfly-chan, as the boy called the enormous creature, once even used a Baijudama when a swarm of wasps had come too close to the child. Overkill had not even come close to being the right word to describe that situation. Still, little Jiraiya had loved the pretty fireworks and Naruto had loved the chance at designing a new forest from the crater. Alas, Ajisai had been less amused by Chome's actions. She, and every sane mother with her, didn't think it was a good idea for the tailed beast to throw around landscape-altering Baijudama when a 3-year-old stood right next to it. Hence the reason why they trusted Chome with their son's safety. Chome knew better than to risk the Rinnegan bearer's wrath ever again. Shouldn't you use a darker shade of purple for Jiraiya-chan's hair? Naruto laid his chin on Ajisai's shoulder, looking at the portrait she made of her son. It's not finished yet, the orange-haired woman swatted Naruto with her paintbrush, giving her husband a purple nose, albeit still a lighter shade of purple than their son's hair. She giggled when he got back at her by wiping off his painted nose at her cheek. Shouldn't you be going out now? Eh? Ajisai nodded at the calendar. Oh, right. I was wondering why it had gotten so busy in the past hour. He absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, what only caused the paint to spread further. I thought it would be another problem that had to be settled, never knew it was already this time of year. 4 times a year, and still you managed to forget about it, the orange-haired woman sighed. Kurama is right, you are a scatterbrain. Ah, not you too, Naruto whined. What did I do wrong to deserve such a harsh treatment? Blame it on the hormones, she smirked. And you're to blame for that. Hey, it's not like you didn't enjoy every second of it, he smirked, gently rubbing over the bloated belly of his pregnant wife. You're still planning on asking Konan? Well, she did seem to be a bit jealous of Tsunade when we asked her to be Jiraiya-chan's godmother, even if she'd never say such a thing out loud, so yes. Ino and Swearin are both going to blow a fuse once they find out that we're having a girl. He shook his head, already wondering why he was so much more concerned than he was when Ajisai was pregnant with the baby they had named in honor of the man who had, in their opinion, truly rescued the world. The Toad Sage's spirit had been liberated from the belly of the Shinigami, and they had vowed that his sacrifice would never be forgotten. In fact, next to the accounts written by historians, daimyo, kage, or the various temples spread through the nations, Naruto had made the story of Jiraiya's life part of the study material for their yet-to-be-opened academy for Shinjutsu. The tale of Jiraiya the Gallant would live on, and show the future generations how much a noble heart could change the world. Of course, Jiraiya would also long be remembered for another franchise of novels that remained as popular as it had ever been. They probably will, but you can worry about that at a later time. If you don't leave now you'll be late for your meeting, Soshu, Ajisai grinned, jokingly making hand gestures to chase her husband away. Her other hand was gently rested on her belly, atop of the girl whom she wished to carry her long-lost sister's name. And then the mean stingies went all boom. A little boy with unruly and spiky purple hair told his story, with an enthusiasm that brought a smile to the face of the godmother who held the 4-year-old in her arms. Ka-chan was a bit angry at Butterfly-chan for using a damsel, though. Really now, so he used a damsel? Tsunade raised a single brow, her brown eyes shifting to gaze at the compressed fur of the 7-tailed bijou. She knew very well what the boy meant, a dama Baijudama. I might have gone overboard a little, the bug-like creature admitted awkwardly. While little Jiraiya was happily oblivious to it, Chome felt the full brunt of Tsunade's deadly glare. Ajisai-sama already admonished me for it, in fact. I'm sure she did, Konan chimed in with her usual dry tone of voice, though she was visibly amused by the quiver in the bijou's voice. Apparently the young woman had made a firm impression on the usually happy-go-lucky creature. If you don't mind me asking, Tsunade-sama, why are you at this meeting? Kurotsuchi, the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure no Sato asked hesitantly. Escorting the Hokage, of course, Tsunade had her eyes glued on her godson again, but answered the question nonetheless. Also, I'm moving over to this place now that Asuma is completely adjusted to his new job. I was adjusted to my job 3 years ago, the Rakudaime Hokage muttered indignantly. The Godaime just kept treating him like a kid, even if he had passed the age of 40 and had 2 kids with Kurenai. Ba-chan is going to live with us? Before Tsunade could respond to Asuma's grumbling, a certain starry-eyed boy demanded her full attention. Really? Really really? Really really? Really really Ria. I think she's clear enough, Jiraiya-chan. To-chan. Slippery like an eel, the 4-year-old boy got out of Tsunade's grip and jumped into his father's open arms. Naruto, who had just risen from the ground like it was a completely ordinary thing to do, just laughed as he caught the enthusiastic child, ignoring the slightly pouting Tsunade. Tenten, who had gone along in order to guard her Hokage, giggled. So, did you and Chome blow up something today? Nuh-uh, the purple-haired kid smiled mischievously. We only teased Yuki-san a little. Not with the cattle prod again, I hope? Naruto felt a few drops of cold sweat in his neck when he saw his son nod happily. Gyuki, the Hachibi, did not like that particular item. And worse, he blamed Naruto for giving the boy such an instrument of torture even though Naruto had no clue how the boy had gotten his hands on the infernal thing. He had locked away the old scroll that once belonged to his son's namesake, fearing that his son had somehow gotten the prod out of it, and he certainly did not want his son to accidentally stumble upon the stash of porn the old perv had gathered. Unfortunately for Naruto, little Jiraiya nodded happily. Oh well, I guess that means he'll be sulking for the next few months. Again. I thought we told you not to do that, Jiraiya-chan. I forgot? You are not a very convincing liar, Naruto ruffled through his son's hair. Chome, why don't you and Jiraiya-chan go seek out Kokuo? Kokuo's one of the few who can convince Gyuki to stop sulking. Ajisai-sama or yourself could talk to him as well, Chome proposed, knowing full well that Naruto wouldn't involve his wife in this. She, too, blamed Naruto for the cattle prod. No can do, Naruto nodded at the assembled shinobi, who looked at the exchange with badly hidden glee. None doubted Naruto's power, yet there were a happy few who truly knew the man. And these people regularly met him. They knew that his son could literally get away with everything. All the child needed were his big innocent eyes and a slight pout, and Naruto lost. But To-chan. Nope, Naruto put down his son, and gave him a gentle nudge. Go play outside, K? HMPF, fine, little Jiraiya grumped. No one fell for the act, though. In fact, the boy dropped the sad act even before he reached the doors, and happily skipped away with the small form of Chome in tow. The brat is just as foolish as you were, Chome's brother chuckled with his deep voice. Just like his brethren, Kurama had gained the ability to compress his chakra and control the size of his body. How Ajisai had managed to do it was something not even the Bijou themselves knew, but the fact remained that she changed an aspect of their chakra, and that this change enabled the 9 to change the sizes of their bodies. Well, Shukaku had been a unique case in this contrast, as Ajisai didn't need to change anything about his body. She merely needed to threaten him so that he used less sand to create his own body. Why? Well, Ajisai and Naruto had both been rather displeased that the one-tailed Bijou had trashed their flower garden, so Naruto couldn't say that Shukaku didn't deserve that scolding. Naruto suspected that Shukaku had shrunken down out of pure fear for his wife. In an odd way, and in spite of the huge difference in age, Naruto and Ajisai somewhat functioned as the parents of the Bijou. I suppose it would be hard to deny that I once acted like a 4-year-old, Naruto grinned. But, thankfully I grew up into the amazing shinobi you see today. TSK, big-mouthed fool, Kurama muttered. These years of peace have made you airheaded again. I thought that you were happy about the lack of war, Kurama-san, the Mizukage, Meiterumi, smiled. Me and my brethren are as much a cause of that peace as the bipedal is, the man-sized fox huffed. But let's start with the meeting. That tin can from Tetsu no Kuni, Land of Iron, is here too, so everyone's ready. As you command, a furry one, Naruto gave a mock salute. He chuckled when the fox fumed, before switching to a more serious expression. So, how are the Hyuga doing, Hokage Dono? Unhappy, Asuma smirked. But the entire caged bird system has been dismantled without further incident. Although, I think it would have taken a lot more time if you had not intervened. You should thank Ba-chan for that one. She's the one who trained Hanabi-chan and sent her to this village. Those stupid Hyuga elders trying to use the seal in order to force her into a marriage she didn't want, even though she was already living here, was just the excuse I needed to involve myself. They violated your neutrality by assaulting someone that fell under your protection. Temari agreed that his actions had been justified. I bet Neji and Hinata are overjoyed. Hiashi stepped down as soon as the clan's laws changed, and happily made Neji his successor. Hinata still didn't want the position. But I'm sure Shikamaru already told you about that already. Asuma winked at the Kazekage. By that logic, Swearin should have told me about Neji-san, Konan remarked calmly, much to the embarrassment of her guard. Oh. Great. That's going to be another problem with the Hyuga, Asuma deadpanned. And here I just heard that Hanabi elected to stay here, rather than going home? He turned to look at Naruto. Yes, she has quite the fascination with cats, it seems. She and Matatabi are getting along surprisingly well, Naruto nodded. It was quite surprising, as Matatabi, much like Chome and Gyuki, had held a strong bond with her Jinchuriki. While Chome was rather easygoing, Matatabi and Gyuki needed more time to deal with their losses. In fact, Gyuki still only barely tolerated humans, claiming that they reminded him too much of his time with B. So yes, when Matatabi had begrudgingly tolerated the inquisitive young woman, Naruto and the others had been surprised. Perhaps now that the Hyuga thing is solved, I could truly begin teaching Hanabi. Naruto frowned a little at the thought. The younger Hyuga reminded him of her sister Hinata in many ways, but she was more confident and outgoing. Beyond that, she had already shown that she was able to break out of her clan's dogma, so her mind was flexible enough. If he told her what he had in mind. You didn't learn to properly master Senjutsu when you were a kid either, Naruto, Kurama chimed in. While he had a manifestation in the outside world, he and Naruto were still linked. Yeah, it's worth a shot. I'll ask Matatabi if she's willing to cooperate, later on. Without her, Hanabi would never have the necessary chakra reserves to gather enough natural energy. Don't forget that the toads need to agree as well. Gamamaru might offer some insights, but it'll probably take another decade for him to realize I asked a question. Oh well, I could ask Fukasaku and Shima for their opinions about Hanabi. I already intended to ask them when it would be wise to begin instructing Jiraiya-chan about natural energy. Naruto? Tsunade waved a hand in front of the dazed Uzumaki. Earth to Naruto? Sorry, I kinda drifted off. As I was saying, the Senju said pointedly. I decided to move to your village. While I trust Hanabi's skill as a medic, I want Ajisai to have the best doctors available. Why don't you just admit you wanted to be closer to your godson, Tsunade-sama? Amoe, the god I'm Raikage, chuckled. Or is it that you are on the run from debtors again? I heard that some even hired bounty hunters. Would coming here mean that Konoha can't handle them? Is the balance of powers disrupted? Are we going to have another world war again? Raikage-sama. Your imagination is running rampant again, Kurotsuchi shook her head. The lollipop-chewing Raikage was undeniably an intelligent man, but his thoughts were still an odd thing to listen to and usually utterly impossible to follow. Normally, Kuro would be around to smack him back to his senses, but for some reason she hadn't been in his guard detail this time. Amoe seemed happier than usual, and Naruto knew that smile all too well. It was the one he had now that Ajisai was pregnant. We're happy to have you join our little village, Ba-chan. Jiraiya-chan will be ecstatic, Naruto smiled after clearing his throat. But are you sure Ino and Shizune will agree? PFF, they've got their own lives now. The busty Senju huffed. Ino is practically in charge of the village whenever Asuma isn't around, bullying around her poor husband, while Shizune runs a tight ship in Konoha's hospital. No, I'm no longer needed there. I'm quite sure neither would agree with that, Tsunade-sama, Tenten frowned. The bandaged blade on the young woman's back squirmed in agreement. See, even Same-chan knows you're lying. Little Jiraiya has done what his namesake could never do, the sword wielder quipped. She's always welcome, Naruto chuckled. I'm still not going to let you set up your own gambling den here, though. The small village that Naruto created stood near the remnants of Takigakure, although after the rampage of the Jubi there wasn't much left to recall that former village. Before Naruto or Ajisai had been able to come up with a name, the two had heard how their newly found village had been referred to as Uzushio-gakure, and they had let that name stick. Not only because Naruto felt like it was a good way to honor his fallen ancestors, but also because it served as a reminder of why this neutral village was created. This village housed the central court where the disputes between nations or villages were settled, where emerging conflicts were solved before they reached the point of unnecessary slaughter. Unnecessary slaughter such as the fall of the original Uzushio-gakure no Sato, or the Uchiha massacre. Tired of war, crippled by losses, and even further brought down by the chakra that every shinobi lost to the Shinju, the hidden villages had agreed. Not that they were happy, especially the older generations, but they had cooperated and joined Naruto and Ajisai in the creation of a set of laws which were designed to loosely maintain the current status quo. It was no perfect peace, as there were still quite a few conflicts around the world, but it was easily better than how they had used to live. Of course, when these laws had been set in motion there had been an influx of missing nin who opted for violence rather than peace, but in general it was nothing the hidden villages themselves couldn't handle. Even a feeble attempt to set up a new hidden village had been shot down with ease. And whenever things threatened to get out of hand, Naruto and Ajisai were easily capable of crushing whatever threat there was. This was how Naruto hoped that his future Senjutsu students, the future generations of sages, would maintain the peace. The Bijou had all the might necessary, but they would easily lose the fragile connection to mankind. Their centuries of experience and their completely different physiology meant that they often had trouble understanding the issues of the short-living humans. The sages would mediate between the Bijou and mankind, just as much as they would mediate between the many factions and nations of humans. Those who listened to the voice of nature would come to play a vital role, and Naruto hoped that Hanabi and little Jiraiya would be the first students to prove that point, and he had yet to start searching for promising students in the other nations. It has been 2 years since the last incident, one might almost grow complacent, Mei said jokingly. It seems that my generation, the one that fought wars and civil wars, that has witnessed and committed atrocities of many kinds, should take a step back. It is no secret to any of you that I have been grooming my successor for several years now. And now it feels like the right time to make Chojuro the Rakudai Mizukage. Why are you putting this forward in this meeting? Tamari raised a single eyebrow, surprised that the most experienced Kage amongst them would step down. The laws we established stated that we each may appoint our own leaders. I am aware that it is, technically, an internal matter, Kazekage-sama, but still I felt like it was the proper thing to do, Mei smiled. Is there any amongst you who would oppose Chojuro's appointment? None spoke up, so Naruto spoke up. It seems none of us disagree. I honestly had not expected that anyone would, I admit. Chojuro's strength already made him a suitable candidate, and his calm personality only makes him more suited to take a leading role in the peaceful world we envision. Yes, the future generations of sages would play a pivotal role in the world, but so did the leaders of the hidden villages and the various daimyo. Everything would go so much smoother if they, or at least the majority of them, cooperated. He smiled as he saw his wife talk with an uncharacteristically bashful Konan. By the looks of it, the leader of Amiga Corps had not expected to be asked to become the godmother of the yet-to-be-born daughter of Ajisai and Naruto. The woman was so taken aback that Sueren and Tenten began teasing her. Sitting atop the head of the Jusaman cannon, Naruto momentarily closed his eyes and extended his senses. The cannon always had an inexplicable affinity for suffering, one that Naruto had first thought to have stemmed from Kurama's chakra. Kurama had denied that, although even the fox was uncertain. The two of them had eventually come to the hypothesis, even if it was impossible to properly test said hypothesis, that the Jusaman cannon, just as Hashirama's Senju cannon, had somehow had its origins in the natural energy that had to be used to form the statue. From his elevated position, he could look down upon the village he and Ajisai had created. It was peaceful and quiet, inhabited by around 100 souls, but more importantly, it was home. After everything they had gone through, this oasis of peace was everything they could ever wish for. It was a perfect place to raise their children, as well as a perfect place to establish their academy. Plus, he could live here without the stupendous amounts of paperwork he would have had if he had become a Kage. He didn't even have a daimyo to whom he needed to answer. A loud yawn resounded. Next to the massive wooden statue lay the uncompressed form of the infamous Kyubi no Yoko. When he didn't need to be inside buildings, Kurama generally preferred to be his gigantic self. This was actually fine with Naruto and Ajisai, considering how the lazy Bijou slept most of the time, causing far less havoc than his brethren. Kurama, the being who was able to sense negative emotions, and Naruto, standing atop a statue that heard the voices of the suffering, they made an unusual combination. However, the true peculiarity was the fact that they both could extend their senses and feel at ease. Sure, the murmur of suffering and hatred remained, and would likely always continue, but the world had grown far more silent to their senses. There were countless reasons for suffering, after all. From common illness to heartache, from a child with a hurt knee to the victims of war, there were more causes than Naruto could bother to think about. Still, The fact that the world had grown a bit more silent made him proud to the point that he reveled in this relative silence for a prolonged time. One eye cracked open, and Kurama moved his arm to budge the wooden statue at his side. While the force behind the nudge could easily have taken down a regular building, it did little more than shake up the cannon a little. It was enough for Naruto to pay attention to his surroundings. "I see, it must be time," Naruto smiled. Not even moving a single finger, Naruto mentally ordered the Jusaman cannon to sink back into the ground. Just in time to catch the little messenger in his arms. "Tuu-chan," Jiraiya whined, the boy's blue eyes sparkling. "Ba-chan is going to live door next." "It is pronounced next door, Jiraiya-chan," the blonde chuckled. "And yes, Ba-chan is going to stay with us. And Ka-chan has foodsies. You're not even trying to say it right, are you?" "But Butterfly-chan said it's called foodsies," the boy tilted his head slightly. "And I am hungry." "Then we shouldn't let Ka-chan waiting, should we?" "Ramen." The war cry of the two ramen-addicted Uzumaki made Kurama grimace. Why couldn't they just let him sleep? Naruto teasingly flipped him off. The world was perfect, his life was perfect, and no lazy fox was going to tell him otherwise. Alright guys, that's it for this video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. Once again, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. I should be posting a couple more stories for you guys over there either today or tomorrow, so keep an eye out for that. Anyways, until next time, peace.